can bring out your phone and send her a message right now and say, okay, girl, we're starting. Are you close by? This one will be, what do we call it? Nigerian time. This is Aviva time. We are starting on time. You want to send her a message that your friend, your sister, your colleague that you're expecting to be here. It's a good time to say to her, welcome, come on in, we're doing this. Before we get into the crux of the matter for today, I would like to just intimate us of some housekeeping. Where we are is the Soul Lounge, and if you need to use the restroom at any point, you'll have to walk a little bit towards where the elevators are, just down the hall out there in the foyer, so that you don't think you're walking into Ogun State or somewhere else. It's just keep going. And if you're in doubt, ask any of these wonderful ladies wearing red and the pearls. I can't even call them ushers, because these are not ushers, these are angels. Hallelujah. So just ask any of the wonderful ladies in red and they will point you in the right direction. We'll have a number of breaks. We have our tea break at about 11, and we have a lunch break. That's when we'll have time to network, and we'll continue to network even after the event. And then we have four main panels for today, 4 major conversations and 3 extraordinary sessions in the course of the day. So please tell yourself that you're in for a great day. I'm in for a great day. I'm in for a full day. By the time you're leaving this evening, this is how you'll be walking. Belly full, heart full, head full, right? You'll be completely full because of all you would have received. All right. Anytime you're leaving your seat, even though you're sitting by your friend, just make sure that your personal belongings are well taken care of by you, especially your smartphones, your purse. And if you want somebody to retain your seat, let them know that you'll be back. Right? We want to avoid stories that touch, so that at the end of the day, nobody says, Auntie, please, we're looking for our phone. And we'll now say, hey, what's happened? Please hold on to it. There are these phone pouches I see people wear these days. They actually wear a whole neck chain around and then hang the phone. I tried it once, but the thing was heavy. But it might be a good thing to use at conferences like this. You might not use it all the time, but at events like this, you put it up around your neck. When you're taking photos and videos, how many of us are taking photos today? Selfies? How many have not? Impossible. I can't believe it. Please bring out your phone. You've gotten here, you've not taken a selfie yet? Bring out your phone. You are going to take a selfie with the person you're sitting by, and you will post it to your status, to your Instagram, to your Facebook, to your LinkedIn. You will post it, and you will use 3 of these hashtags. Let me tell you what they are. Hashtag number 1, Aviva Conference 2024, because people need to know where you took the photo and what was going on. The second one will be Aviva Annual Conference, and the final one is Inspiration in Action, which is our theme for today. So hashtag number 1 is what? Aviva Conference 2024. Start posting. Sorry. So that you see, when you post at this time, someone who is not here might say, sis, you don't tell me, because we forget to tell some of our friends sometimes. You now say, it's not too late, you can join how? Virtually. Then you just send her the form. So before we even start panel, she's in. Are you there? That's one of the reasons why we need to post. Start posting. Hashtag Aviva Conference 2024, hashtag Aviva Annual Conference, and hashtag Inspiration in Action. I can see those people taking selfies. I love you. Thank you. So in fact, let me take mine. Imagine I've been taking, there's a difference when you take this kind of photo where somebody snaps you, and then when you take a selfie. There's a difference. Let me take one. Aww. See us. My chairperson, I love you, you're blue. And we shall post together. Before we get into the introductions of who and who we have in the room and start the sessions for today, we'll rise for the Nigerian anthem, and it will be led by... She here? Can I see her? Yes, there she is. The wonderful woman in blue, sax gold Tega. Tega will come forward and she'll play the sax. In the course of the day, we will experience the magic of Tega on the saxophone. Please appreciate her as she comes forward with an applause. Thank you. We may rise together. Before you sit down, please say hello to someone you haven't said hello to. She might be behind you. She might be beside you. This is the Aviva Women's Network annual conference we've been waiting for, and we were saying hello to all other Aviva women. Thank you. When you've done so, please, you may be seated comfortably. Thank you so much. You know, when you get on the plane and they're giving the rundown before you take off, they say, be careful that the exit might be behind you. Sometimes we say hello to the people in front, but we don't remember that there is one woman behind us that we haven't said hello to. And you know, waiting day for Sokoto, many times the day for where? Shokoto. And sometimes we have back pockets. So it's always good to do that 360. Hello, hello, hello. These are the women we're going to be with for the next, several hours. So it's good for us to be really comfortable with them. In our midst this morning, we have the First Lady of Lagos State, Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who is ably represented by Mrs. Ogunubi, a member of the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials. Please welcome her with an applause this morning. Delighted to have you here with us. Our chairperson of the day is also very comfortably seated. Please welcome Mrs. Titilayo Akisoya, who is here with us. Good morning, ma'am. Celebrate and appreciate our executive chair at Aviva Women's Network and our keynote speaker for today, Lioness Michelle Bronco Ayebusi. Branco. Corrected. I've been saying Bronco all these years. The chairman and members of the Aviva Board of Trustees are also here. Please appreciate them with an applause. We thank you all so much for being strong and pillars for all of us. Anything we benefit out of the Aviva Women's Network is because of you. The representatives of our sponsoring companies that are here, we say thank you and good morning. Please appreciate them. From Prime Atlantic, Wema Bank, Providos, and the Shola Adefola Lugaska Foundation. Thank you for making this happen. We'd also like to appreciate all our session moderators who are already here. Please appreciate them. our panel speakers that we shall experience through the rest of the day. Thank you and good morning. Our exhibitors who've been here since early setting up, please put your hands together for making the bold move and sell out today. You shall. Conference delegates who paid money to be here, please clap. If you are not here, we'll be talking to an empty room. Either you're here in person. When I say paid money, I mean you invested your time, your energy. Some of you bought new shoes. Yes, you bought new clothes. You did your hair. You did makeup, right? And you made your way here. It wasn't that because you were part of Aviva. It was, I want to be there, so I'm going to invest. So thank you for being here. And those of us who are joining virtually, I know you're already there. Please wave to them and let them see that we're waving to those who couldn't make it here live. You're here virtually. Hey, good morning and welcome. We don't see you, but we know you are there. And so we say good morning. To all our invited guests who have been able to make it, good morning and welcome. My name is Joyce Daniels, and it's my honor to be Master of Ceremonies today. I don't even feel like that's the appropriate term for today. Lioness in charge is what I feel like saying. Yeah! Lioness on the microphone. And I am delighted. I live for this. Aviva is all about helping women realize their full potential so that they can live purposeful, meaningful, impactful lives. I believe I embody this, so I'm very proud to say I am an Aviva woman. Are you proud to say as well? As long as you're here to let your potential go through the roof so that you can live that impactful life, please open your mouth wide and say, I am an Aviva woman. Yes, and this morning to welcome us officially is a powerhouse that has been sending messages, emails, making sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, making sure that when we get in here today, we would have such a fulfilling time. She is the Executive Secretary of the Aviva Women's Network. Please welcome Minama Uko as she comes to welcome us officially. Let your hands make those claps very loud. Good morning.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, members of the Aviva Women's Network, and our wonderful delegates. It is with great joy and gratitude that I welcome you all to the first anniversary conference of the Aviva Women's Network with our theme, From Inspiration to Action, Empowering Women to Lead with Purpose and Passion. Today is a momentous occasion for us, not only because we are celebrating a full year of empowering women and creating opportunities, but because we are united here under the banner of a shared vision, a vision of breaking barriers, lifting one another, and shaping the future for women across boundaries. Over the past year, the Aviva Women's Network has grown beyond our wildest dreams, evolving into a vibrant community of women from diverse backgrounds, all committed to making a difference in their fields, in their homes, and in the society. This year's theme, From Inspiration to Action, Empowering Women to Lead with Purpose and Passion, resonates with every woman in this room. It speaks to our resilience, our creativity, and our collective ambition to rise above challenges and create paths leading the way where there were none. As we embark on today's journey together, I want to remind each of you that this conference is not just about listening and learning, it's about engaging, connecting, and finding ways to make an impact. And I hope we will be inspired by the many experiences shared. The topic we will explore today, from breaking barriers in leadership to personal branding, assessing SME funds, and managing critical issues like domestic violence, have been carefully chosen to address the key challenges we face in today's world. Our health and wellness are not left out. We will hear from thought leaders, change makers, and experienced professionals who are eager to share their insights, and more importantly, we want to hear from you. Your voices, your questions, and your experiences. Aviva Women's Network was founded on the principle of collaboration, and this is exactly what today is about. You will have opportunities to network, to exchange ideas, and perhaps even find partners or mentors who will help you along your journey. To our speakers, moderators, and panelists, thank you for being part of this significant milestone in Aviva's history. Your presence here affirms the importance of the conversation we are about to have. To our delegates, whether you are just starting out or well-established in your career, know that your participation in today's event is valuable. You are part of a movement, a growing force that is shaping a future where women lead boldly, live authentically, and create lasting impact. Let us begin this conference with hearts open to learning, to sharing, and to embracing the possibilities before us. Today, we are breaking barriers, building futures, and lighting the path for the next generation. Thank you, and let's meet today. Unforgettable. God bless you. I'm Minima Oko, Executive Secretary of Aviva Women's Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please continue to applaud her as she returns to her seat. And we will not only learn, but we would make decisions and pull each other together up, 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 as we continuously inspire ourselves and get inspiration from those who will speak. Once again, I appreciate our Executive Secretary, Minima Uko. Thank you so much. Our chairperson, I'm excited about wanting to listen to her. You know why? I stumbled on Instagram sometime, some lady teaching people how to work out, exercise. She's in her 40s, she's had children, and she wrote on her caption, "I don't care too much about a 21-year-old coach who has never had children telling me how to lose weight. When you are over 40, dealing with perimenopause, and you have had children and you show me how to lose weight, I will listen to you." That's how I feel about our chairperson. She's walked the road. She's been there, done that. And so we will glean much more from her than from someone who is still, you know, a Gen Z, and saying, "Yo, this is the way to do it." She's fondly known as TA, but you know, if you call her TA, your ancestors might ask you, "Didn't you add auntie there? Is she a mate?" An internationally experienced HR professional and management consultant with work experience across the world, serving in various multinationals from Exim Bank in the United States to Philips Consulting, Accenture, the Coca-Cola Company, and more. She's a vivacious, transformational, trailblazing executive coach, a mentor who has also served as president of the International Coaching Federation Nigeria Charter Chapter. Her style and expertise in delivering leadership programs has seen the conversion of many managers to leaders, both locally and internationally. She's a working woman who has been married for over 40 years. She has children, grandchildren, and she's not slowing down. She's the real Aviva woman. Please welcome Mrs. Titilayo Akisoya for her goodwill and charge to us this morning. Somebody make some Aviva noise. Woo!
Thank you very much. I love listening to introductions. They inspire me, especially when some of those introductions are also a way to re-evaluate myself. Good morning, ladies. But let me follow protocol and say I am delighted to be here and welcome the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by a member of council, Mrs. Patience Ogunubi. Did I say it correctly? Thank you. You're welcome. Let me congratulate my dear sister, the founder and executive chairperson and convener of why we are all here today. I don't know whether to call her a sister or, well, I'll tell you more about this in a short while. Well, they say Michelle, but I prefer Oyin Consola. But because of my heritage, which I'll talk about in a short while, maybe I'd better say Michelle Branco Ayegusi. And then, of course, distinguished panelists here and distinguished participants and members. And one just walked in now. You know, I see the glory of God around this room. I see women who are not looking their ages at all. And I think you need to look at yourself. Just step aside, look at yourself from, well, not from head to toe. But like Joke Daniel said, I think the challenge to us this morning was, what will you wear, right? Which shoes, right? And if you're my age, what you will wear starts from 2 days before. Because in today's world, my head will say, wear this. And then that day, I wear it and I cannot pull up my zip. And I'm wondering, but I've worn the same size for the last 30 years. So what happened? What has happened is what they call middle-age spread. It is real. Don't take it for granted. But mine is spreading in the uppermost spots. I wish it was spreading here, you know. But some are endowed, but some of us are better endowed on the uppermost spots. And the lady that just walked in and sat in front happens to be my classmate, Angela Adegoyega Nirapu. She's the president of my set, so I have to give honor to whom honor is due. My being here this morning is delightful as well, because as I look in the room, I see radiant ladies, I see radiant women. And I'm seeing more women in blue, so I think the Holy Spirit was very good. I got the memo. Right? I got the memo. Different shades of blue. I see twins here with us. Wow. Identical twins. Identical. For real? Can you please stand up? See what the Lord has done. Turn, turn, turn. Let them see you. Oh, wow. Thank you. Please be seated. I see radiant women from my alma mater. I'm president of the Holy Child College Old Girls Association. And I see quite a number of Oyinkan's classmates. I call them the formidable 1983 set. They are here. Well, I see you here to, first of all, support one of yours. I believe that's why you're primarily here. And I believe you're also here to support other sisters that are present here. God bless all of you. And this morning, looking at the topic that Oyinkan has rightly given this program, inspiration to action, empowering women to lead with purpose and passion. Inspiration to action. You see, for me, that word action is not just a verb. It's a word that resonates because the motto for our alma mater is actions, not words. And the way we say it is this: actions, 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 not words. Thank you, ladies. So that word, anytime I see it, reminds me of where I'm coming from. And where we come from as women does matter a lot. So looking at empowering women to lead, not just lead anyhow, it's leading with purpose and passion. Purpose and passion. So let me pause and tell you the first of two stories. Years ago, when I was in the Coca-Cola company, I was promoted, and I was the only woman in a 14-man leadership team that had members across Africa and even in the headquarters of the Coca-Cola company, right? I thought my time had come, right? I mean, the only woman. Until one day, my husband gave me a bombshell. He said, we had an argument, and at dinner table, he goes, Titi, I hope you know, you talk like a man, you walk like a man, you dress like a man, you do everything like a man. Why don't you just be the woman God has created you to be? Ouch! Ouch! I talk like a man. I dress like a man. Then I realized all my dresses were trouser suits. They were even dark, right? Okay? And on and on. And I thought, but my voice, I still sing in the choir. I'm an alto, you know. Am I sounding like a man for real? You know, but I was traveling that night for a meeting in Egypt. And all throughout that flight, it was a disturbing flight for me. And my single prayer was, yes, Lord, help me be the woman you have created me to be. And then something happened the first day of the meeting. So I had a boss, Egyptian boss, who was, well, I don't want to say names, but I mean, he was something else. So we started the meeting, and he was saying, technical, 40 minutes, marketing, 40 minutes, finance, 40 minutes, HR, that's me, right? All the directors in the room of the business unit functions. HR, he goes 20 minutes. And I said, Sheriff, your email said 40 minutes. He just did like this. Whoa. So I left home. My husband said, I'm behaving like a man. I see another man. He does like this. All the other men, his email to all of us was 40 minutes, right? When he came to me, he said 20 minutes. I was boiling. But in my heart, it was like, there's something wrong. So that afternoon, well, it was a half-day session. and the full day was the next day. There was a boutique in the hotel. This was in Sharm el-Sheikh, outside Egypt. And there was a boutique, and they were having sales. How many women don't like sales? So I went. At first, I looked in my wardrobe that day. I noticed I had packed jackets, pants, doll, my shirt, white. So I looked, they were having sales, and I saw this red suit. And it was really about 70% discount. Wow. But it was expensive. But I thought, if I'm going to be the woman God has created me to be, I better buy this suit. Correct? It's expensive, but I mean, who cares? So I bought it, and the next morning, now in my head, Coca-Cola, I'm well branded. I'm wearing red, right? Okay? I had a bit of a brooch, and I wear my pearls. I used to wear pearls in those days. And then that day, as soon as I stepped down, my colleague said, "Oh, wow, is today your birthday?" I said, "Not really." "So your anniversary?" "Not really." "So what is it?" "I'm a woman." And then Sheriff comes in, right? And he goes, technical, 40 minutes. Marketing, 40 minutes. And he goes round the men. And he goes, HR. Then he goes, TA. Of course, when I hear TA, I stand. Because when I stand, I feel taller than myself. And I stood up and I smiled. Why do I smile? Because I've been wired from primary school, acting on stage, that when you smile, it fires some neurons into your head and it brings a new level of confidence. So I smiled and I stood up and I said, "Yes, Sheriff." And listen to this, dear sisters. He said, "How many minutes would you like?" So first of all, when I stood up, he did like this. So me too, I did like this. And I said, "Coca-Cola colors, I'm a brand ambassador," right? And the next thing he said was, "How many minutes would you like?" Because HR is very important for us in Africa in this point in time. What changed? What changed, my sisters? And so, with that first story, I want to challenge you, because the various panel sessions, the speakers we have, these are not, I don't know all of them, I'll be honest, but I know most of them. And even the most I do know, I know their pedigree, and I know what they stand for. So you cannot talk of pedigree without your personal branding. Your personal brand. From that day in Sharm el-Sheikh, I realized that my personal brand needed to speak for me at all times. What else did I learn? Confidence. Where did I learn it? My dad. In my primary school, he always said, take part in the school plays. And every evening I would recite it to him. And I remember one Christmas I was given the role of Mary. And I was reciting, "My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit." My father said, "Speak like Mary." I said, "But Dad, I'm not Mary." He said, "No, you've been given the role. So speak like Mary." And that day I was on stage. And as I was speaking like Mary, "My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit," then I forgot the next few lines. And my colleagues on stage were, children. I think I was 7 or so. Who did I look like? My dad was there in the audience, and he was mouthing it. As a precocious little child, what did I say? Thanks, Dad. But what did my father do? He got up, he pointed at me, looked at the audience, and took a bow. That affirmed my confidence level. You don't need much more than that. Your personal brand, your confidence level, because it's that confidence level that takes out all the limiting beliefs. You're not good enough. You don't have what it takes. Says who? And then I cannot leave the stage without talking of the question I ask a lot of executives in my role as an executive coach. And it's simply a question that is simple but very difficult for many. The question is, who are you? Who are you? And 96% of people, when I ask them that question, these are executives, though, the first thing they say is, beg your pardon? So I change my inflection. Who are you? And some still say what? Depending on which part of the world they're from. Then I say, who are you? And then they stumble. Very few are able to answer that appropriately. Looking at some statistics, it says women hold only 27% of leadership positions globally. That was from the last World Economic Forum I attended. McKinsey also said companies with women on their boards outperform those without women. And then American Express, the credit card company, it did say women-led businesses generate 10% more revenue than those led by men. So perhaps some of you would have made a mistake like I did years ago by saying it is our time. It's always been our time. It's always been our time. And for some of you, today may indeed be your time. Not a time to be born or reborn, but a time to be quickened, a time to be empowered. You cannot go to Hartley's down the road and buy empowerment, Abby, like a product. There's no empowerment 101 in university. You are the only one that can empower yourself. And my dear ladies, with the distinguished panelists and speakers we have today, I want to charge you and say, I hope you will truly be inspired to action. I hope you will be empowered in a purposeful way. And my last story. 2 years ago, I lost my younger sister. She belongs to the formidable 1983 set. In a tragic way, her husband came back home and found her slumped under the shower. I spoke to her 8 hours ago before I boarded my flight, so you can imagine the shock. I was trying to be strong for the family. I had an older brother who's a medical doctor, doing well in UK, but the shock for him was, he couldn't do anything. So I had to rise. So my sister, she's 1979 set, is my younger sister, Bimbola, that's your set, 83. And within 24 hours, I needed to be strong for my other siblings, for members of the family. But guess what? I didn't know the shock when I saw the cold body of my sister set my memory into a bit of loss on one side of my brain. I did not know. All I knew was some people will come, and I was slightly uncoordinated. And I couldn't remember. I was just leaving for the moment. It was another sister, another old girl, a younger one, who said, "Sis, you are in shock and you don't know it. You have memory loss and you don't know it. But don't worry. Tell me 2 things that can bring you back." I said, because she kept saying, "Don't see a doctor, don't take medication, it's just shock. 2 things that can bring you back." And I thought, 2 things. I smile. And I love to hug. And she said, "Do it more. Do it more." Now I thought my memory will come back, boom. But it was like that. It was like that. But it took that young lady who keeps saying, she keeps looking at me at a distance, but she knew something was wrong. My dear sisters, what am I saying? We need to be there for one another. Let us stop this pull down syndrome where we you know. Ask yourself from today, how are you adding to another sister, or how are you building another sister? And I know all of these will be covered more or less in our sessions today. Once again, my dear sisters, you are all welcome. Take today seriously, because it's not about you, it's about you and someone else. Thank you very much.
It is about you and someone else. It is not for us alone, it's for us and the lives that we can live. You can keep clapping, because I know that was really inspiring. The conversations have begun. Ma'am, we say thank you so much. Ma T.A. I can't, like Sheriff, call you T.A. Ma T.A.
In my body, I'm a baby boomer at 65. But in my head, I'm a millennial. In my heart, I'm a zillennial. Thank you.
I think that's the way to go, right? That's how we'll stay fresh and young like this, because this is what we want at 65, to be vivacious and lovely. In fact, even my spoken English is a little better now that I've taken the microphone from her. Yes, and I'm sure you've adjusted yourself just a little bit as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. You will never look at your red dresses the same way again. The next time somebody the next time somebody misbehaves around you, you would go back home and get out a red dress. Or maybe you buy one on sale. And you go back there with a smile, because the smile will give you the neurons, fire the neurons that would give you more confidence. If you don't have a red dress, get one. And I mean it literally, because we're learning from those who know. Find that thing that would help you. Don't take the feedback to destroy you, no matter how it sounds. Look for the truth in it and say, okay, I will take it to the next level. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being so open and vulnerable with us. Thank you. Our next speaker, by divine instruction, founded the Aviva Women's Network. and continue to bubble up in her heart. I believe that God gives assignments to people He has given the aptitude for it, because she's that person who takes care of people, finds out how you're doing. She'll adjust your color for you, straighten your crown, just to make sure you're all right. Not only for the sake of having another women's group, but for supporting women from all walks of life, with the dream to stir up the hidden potentials, the ones that have gone to sleep because someone hasn't fanned them to flame. That's the reason God gave her this dream. So that when these potentials come alive, we can really face our true calling. She continues to lead in areas of administration and human resource management, learning and development in the oil and gas space when she's working and collecting her dough. She's soft-spoken, humorous, very personable. She's an author, a lover of plants. She's also a plant-based cook. Find out more later. And order some of her delicious plant-based delicacies that are good for your skin and your well-being. Someone, please together welcome Michelle Branco Ayebusi, Executive Chair and founder of the Aviva Women's Network. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, JD. Good morning, sisters, ladies, Aviva women, lionesses. Can I get a roar this morning? Good morning. Everyone looking so beautiful. I thank God and I thank you. I thank you for being here this morning. In fact, I want you to celebrate the woman next to you. Can you just take a minute to celebrate the woman next to you? I celebrate you. I celebrate you. Let us celebrate each other this morning. And then take another minute to celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate the God who is at work in your life. Celebrate yourself. You deserve it. You deserve it. Okay, I need to go through the protocols. So first, I welcome, with all humility, our First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who is ably represented by Mrs. Patience Ogunubi. I welcome our chairperson of the day, my big sister, our HCCOGA president. We couldn't have made a better decision for our chairperson. That charge was truly inspiring. You know, before you came up, Ma, I was thinking, how am I going to climb up this stage now? And then I saw her do it effortlessly. I said, Oiko, you have some work to do. We admire you, Ma. You inspire us. Thank you so much. To our distinguished speakers, our panelists, the moderators, our exhibitors, all of you, all distinguished women, we welcome you, and I say thank you so much for being here. Now, indeed, Aviva was birthed. It was by not just divine inspiration, but it was a divine instruction in the dream of the night. I got the name Aviva in my dream. It's interesting because at the time, I was thinking of multiple streams of income. And when I saw the name, I said, oh, another business name. And I started thinking, oh, skincare products. I went online and I was looking, does the Lord want me to partner with a company named Aviva? Or is that going to be the name of my skincare product? Or what? And as I waited and I prayed and I sought his face, he said, no. He said, those women I had told you about, go and start. Go and start. And that is where Aviva started. We launched Aviva in 2019, February 2019, and then COVID came. We had a bit of a break, planning, preparing, praying, and asking, who are these women? Where are they? Where are they? There's so many women groups all over the place. So what's going to be different about Aviva? And the instruction, the understanding, the clarity came. Women supporting women. Women covering each other. Women lifting each other up. Uplifting women. And that is why we are here this morning. Today's theme, inspiration to action, leading with purpose and passion. It perfectly encapsulates the essence of the Aviva Women's Network. And so this conference is not just a celebration of our first year, but it's an invitation to every woman in this room to reflect. Reflect on how we can lead our lives with intention. How we can inspire others to do the same. Understanding that we live our lives not for ourselves, but we live our lives for others. Doing this selflessly, not expecting to be rewarded, but just giving back. Because in giving back, you get back. What do we see? What's driving us? At the heart of Aviva is a mission to empower women and create that supportive community, like I just said, where they can flourish, where we can all flourish together, where we are looking out for each other. And we believe that every woman, I personally believe that every woman has a unique purpose. I got to understand that many years ago. My late mentor, my brother-in-law, the late Richie Dyer Johnson, he made me understand that you are more than enough. He made me understand that you have a purpose. Don't look at what the other person is doing. You have a purpose that is unique to you. Find it and run with it. Many times we find that we want to do so many things. I have 1,001 things that I'd love to do. But my sisters, I tell you, trust me, Aviva is my primary purpose. So over the past year, we've remained steadfast in this mission. Driving, bringing women together, creating this supportive community, offering women opportunities for development, training, and leadership. It hasn't been easy. It hasn't been easy. You know, when you look around and women of my age, I'm thinking, do we have the energy? We need the energy. How do we fire up women? How do I get them to see what I'm seeing? But look at us today. Somehow they caught the fire, and we are where we are, having our first anniversary. So this first anniversary is actually post-incorporation. So we started the journey in 2019. We got incorporated as an incorporated trustee organization in November, on the 8th of November, 2023. What have our achievements been over the year? We've had We started off with a mini expo where we gave our members an opportunity to showcase what they do. We had this online. We've had intimate fireside chats where we've brought women from different walks of life sharing their experiences just to inspire the members of the Aviva community. Of course, we've had our wellness hangouts where we encourage health, fitness, and wellness. We've had that hangout as well in the past, and it's something that we're going to. In fact, on the 30th of November, we have another fitness hangout. So please look out for the details. Yes. We've had our feeder community outreach, where we reached out to an underserved community in Makoko, at Makoko, and we fed over 200 members of that community. What else have we done? Yes, this is so close to our heart. Our program with the ladies at Empire. I don't know if we all know Empire. Empire, where you have those beautiful women. So we have named them, we've christened them Ladies of Light. Thank you. We've taken the message to them to say, you don't have to sell your bodies to live. We want you, and we will help you to have a meaningful, purposeful life. And that is so close to our hearts that we are asking, will you join us even in supporting, taking these women out of air? We want, by the grace of God, by the time we meet next year, to say, now we want to be launching Aviva House, a shelter, a safe space for these women. And what is the plan? The plan is to move them out of there, mentor them, train them. We will have a vocational center there where they're learning skills in areas of interest. And we will empower them. And the vision is that they will then become ambassadors who will go back there and say, see our lives today. You can do it as well. Going forward, well, we've had master classes online as well. And this is something we will continue to do even as we go forward. As we look forward, I've mentioned the home, the Aviva home. We are counting on everyone here to help us spread the word, to support us, whether by being a volunteer, by donating towards this cause. But we really do want to make a difference in the lives of these women. We're not just looking at ourselves and what we can get as Aviva members, but we want to touch those lives, and we want them to become Aviva women. At this juncture, I must recognize our board of trustees. They've kept us in check. Their counsel, their wisdom, their guidance, we do not take for granted. We truly appreciate them. We have a member of the Board of Trustees here, Mrs. Bumi Odunowo. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I also want to thank all our volunteers, because without you, we wouldn't have been able to do all that we have done so far. And so I thank our volunteers, Aviva volunteers, our partners. I thank our sponsors, who without their support, we wouldn't be having this conference today. So we thank Prime Atlantic. Can we give a hand of applause? We thank Prime Atlantic, we thank Wema Bank, we thank Providus, the Shola Gaska Foundation as well, and other sponsors and donors who supported us. We truly do appreciate you. Finally, because it's a long one, I want to say let us continue to soar. Let us continue to aspire to be like, I'll call her Madam President, our chairperson of the day said, let us aspire to be the woman that God created us to be. I encourage us this morning, let's engage, let's network, make a friend, make a new sister today, find a partner today, find someone to collaborate with today. Whatever you do, have a good conference. Thank you, and God bless you.
It's okay to add a woohoo to that. Woohoo! Thank you. So soft-spoken, yet so powerful. Following the leading of the Lord and her own heart. And I know sometimes when you beckon on people to come along, let's get this done, and some people don't come with you, you might want to say, okay, but no. She'll just get her shoulder up and go, let's keep going. And yes, we will have the Aviva house. We will have that safe space for the women who need us. We are so sheltered, many of us, so we'll create shelter for someone else. We will do it. Please appreciate our founder and executive chair. Thank you so much, ma'am. You know we love you. Now I'm trying to speak softly like you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will live full lives, so that when we are done, there will be nothing left. Ah, it's sweet. I was just sitting there enjoying it. I really want to live a full life. When I heard Miles Monroe say over 20 years ago that the grave is the, what did he say? Is the richest place on earth. I heard it, well, maybe 20-something years ago. I was like, what does that mean? And he said, because people are buried there with dreams and ideas, the things they wanted to do but doubted themselves, they die with. And I was like, in fact, they will not bury my body. When I die, I told my first son, when I die, send my body to University of Port Harcourt Anatomy Department. I studied anatomy in University of Port Harcourt. Let them use it for anatomy. Cadaver, don't bury it. Even in death, the body will work. That's my personal choice, because nothing will go to that grave. It will not have any wealth. I will do all that God has given me to do, and that's what all of us in here will be living for. We will no longer doubt ourselves, because the moment the doubt comes, we'll wear the red dress, and we'll go out and get it done. That's why we're here today. That is why we are here today, to live full. And the woman who is about to speak to us is one who's living full as a medical doctor, but championing not only medical matters, but also the cause of women in leadership, in governance, in life, ensuring that women's matters are looked upon, but not only women, children, young, old. She's serving fully in her capacity as the wife of the governor of Lagos State and the first lady of the state. And we are honored to have her here with us. She will be delivering her address today as our special guest of honor. And we will be hearing it through the voice of a member of the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, Mrs. Patience Ogunbi. Please let's welcome the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sonwolu.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the applause. I'm a doctor. The founder and executive chairman, Aviva Women's Network, Mrs. Michelle Branco Ayegusi. The chairperson of the day, Mrs. Titilayo Akisore. Host of Viva Women's Annual Conference, Joyce Daniels. Our erudite panels, sponsors of Aviva Conference, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here this morning to deliver the speech of the First Lady of Lagos State, Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke-Sanwo-Olu, who is unavoidably absent due to contingencies of state assignments and other pre-scheduled duties. However, she sends her warm regards. It is a great pleasure to join this assembly of distinguished women and professionals at the Aviva Women's Network Annual Conference. The theme of this year's gathering, Inspiration in Action, empowering women to lead with purpose and passion, is both timely and essential. Allow me to begin by extending my sincere appreciation to Mrs. Michelle Branco Ayebusi, the visionary founder and convener whose timeless commitment to advancing women's empowerment and leadership has made today's event possible. To every woman present, whether you are a leader, a pioneer, or an emerging star, I thank you for bringing inspiration into action. Your dedication to purpose-driven leadership and your willingness to empower one another are what make gatherings like this so impactful. The theme of today's conference resonates deeply with the journey we have embarked on in Lagos. We believe that when women lead with purpose and passion, communities thrive, business grow, and societies progress. This belief was also reflected in our recent 2024 National Women's Conference, organized by the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials Council, with the theme, Soar Beyond Boundaries, Enrich Communities. Like the Aviva Women's Network, our conference sought to inspire, connect, and equip women to transcend limitations and become transformative forces in their communities. As women, our paths are often marked by visible and invisible boundaries that may seem daunting, but we are reminded today that these boundaries are not the end. Rather, they are beginnings, challenging to overcome with resilience and opportunities to inspire others to do same. True leadership goes beyond titles. It is an ongoing commitment to uplift others, bridge gaps, and create paths where none existed before. Each of us holds the potential to shape and redefine the world we inhabit. Today's conference is a testament to this potential, bringing together business leaders, experts, financial specialists, wellness advocates, personal branding strategists, and community leaders to build a framework for female empowerment that not only breaks barriers, but also builds legacies. At the just concluded annual Women's Conference held at Eko Hotel and Suites in Lagos, we emphasized 3 pillars of empowerment: self-development, community engagement, and economy advancement. These pillars resonate here today as we engage in discussions, participate in breakout sessions, and connect through networking. Together, we are creating pathways for each of us to move into the next phase of our professional and personal journeys. As we work these shared goals, it is important to remember that leadership is not only about achieving our own milestones, it is also about reaching back to support the next generation of women who will rise higher than we can imagine. For the women gathered here, I urge you to look beyond the immediate and consider the broader we can make by empowering each other. Breaking boundaries is not only transformative for our own lives, but also sets the stage for future generations to step forward with confidence and purpose. Let us continue to lift one another, celebrate each other's victories, and create a legacy of strength, unity, and impact. As we proceed with today's conference, I hope each of you will leave not only inspired, but also empowered to bring meaningful change to every sphere you touch. The path ahead may be challenging, but as network of visionary, determined women, we can overcome any barrier, enrich our communities, and leave a lasting mark on the world. Thank you all for your presence here today, and I look forward to witnessing the successes and the transformations that will undoubtedly emerge from this remarkable gathering. Thank you. May we continue to soar beyond boundaries. Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sowolu, First Lady, Lagos State.
Keep clapping. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, please help. Let's move this to the side so we can have a group photograph here. Yes, please help us. Oh, okay, don't worry. The women will do it. Thank you. Thank you. Just move it here to this side. Thank you. We would ask our chairperson of the day to please come on stage. Our chair, executive chair, member of Board of Trustees here as well. Please join in. The executive secretary, please join in for this shot as well. Yes. Thank you. Yes, please come this way. Yes. All right, please look at the camera, smile. We'll still take one shot outside as well after this. Please, I'll join the next one. Thank you. T for thanks. Russians. Auntie Michelle, please just leave her outside so we'll take one more shot just like this outside at the photo wall. Please ma'am, we'll just go straight out for one more photograph at the photo wall. Let's have both and then we'll use the best. Thank you. Distinguished guests, for the next 20 minutes or thereabouts, we would have a short break where we can network, grab something light to eat. I believe the ushers will guide us so that we don't stand on ending queues, and so you just hold on. When they say come over, you can come over. Until then, get to know at least 2 other people, not just by exchanging cards, but asking deeper questions like, if you were not doing what you do now, what would you have been doing? Well. Where is your grandmother on your father's side from? And you might find that both of you are distant cousins. Ask her things like, what secondary school did you attend? What primary school? Oh, that's where my brother went. Oh my gosh, my long lost sister. Where did you color your hair? Where did you buy your glasses? I would like my frames to be like yours. And you know all the other questions, but by all means, ask questions and get to know someone else. Minimum how many? 2. Minimum 2. It's 11:27 by my time. At 11:40, we'll reconvene for the rest of the program. So ushers, angels, please let us know when you're ready to call. Okay? Okay. Just hold on, our chair will start. Let our chairperson start. Please come take our chairperson first. Take the first lady. Take our members of the board. Take the women in front. And then the rest of us. Thank you. we have several exhibitors here with us today as well. So feel free to walk over to the various exhibition stands, see what the offerings are, find out what you can purchase, how you can collaborate, what you can do together from today and going forward. Maximize the time. Thank you. good time so far? Are you enjoying yourself? Are you refreshed? Have you been to the exhibition stands? Have you walked over to see what's available? What people are showcasing for purchase, for collaboration, for bookings? If you haven't, please ensure that before the end of this short break, you walk over, take a look, patronize, or at least plan to do so. We have an invitation here from the 4-Hour Sister Circle. No, it's called it's by Aviva. It is by Aviva Women. 4-Hour Sister Circle Soiree Wellness Rejuvenation Hangouts. Yay! The kind of place we want to be on the 30th of November at 10 a.m. It's going to hold at an exotic health resort overlooking the ocean somewhere in Ikoyi. There'll be nutrition conversations, wellness conversation, earthing, grounding. For those who don't know what earthing and grounding is, do you know what earthing is? Or grounding? Some people are nodding, but many are shaking their heads. You have to be there to find out. There'll be foot massages, mud baths, African dance, Tai Chi, laughter therapy. All of us need to be there. Oh my God. After Nigeria has Nigerian due, you need to go for some laughter therapy. Would have African steam, refreshments, and a tour of the premises. Remember, it's going to hold at an exotic health resort right here in Ikoyi, overlooking the ocean. And I'm surprised to see that the fee is only 20,000 naira for all of this. How much is a foot massage alone? How much is it to do a class of Tai Chi? How much is it to go into a steam therapy? How much is it to have a mud bath and have all these conversations? This is not only heavily subsidized, I dare say it's a giveaway, it's a steal. The date is 30th November and the time is 10 a.m. I want to believe that's a Saturday. It is a Saturday, yes. So Saturday, 30th November, Libechi, that's where we are going to be at the 4-Hour Sister Circle Soiree Wellness Rejuvenation Hangouts. How many of us will be there? Yay! And it's organized by Aviva. And we are welcome to bring our friends. Tell your sister about it. I'm already thinking of 2 of my friends who I'm going to bring along because we are way overdue for a hangout together. And this will be a good place to hang out. The flyers are in the room and we'll make sure they get to you so that you can carry on to invite someone else. In a few minutes, we will reconvene for the first panel session. We'll just take about 2-3 minutes and then we'll reconvene. So what's happening right now is that our chairperson of the day, in company of the First Lady of the state, are going round to look at the exhibition area, and they would like you to join them, especially if you haven't already. At least take a look. I've already seen a few things that I will purchase by the end of today, because it's the end of the year. You and I know we are going to eat more than we ate during the year. So all the detox plans and all the things we need to help us, some of them are being exhibited. It's good to take a look and make your plans. Even if you're not buying today, at least now put it in your schedule, put it in your budget, and know that this is where you would like to buy from, because we are Aviva women and we're working together toward maximizing our lives. So please do well to join them and take a look. And when that is done, we will get into the session. Tiolua, if you are here, please. Okay, I see you. We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the start of the next session. So let's gradually make our way back to our seats. 2 minutes to the start of the next session. Thank you. right, wonderful Aviva women. Let's return to our seats. Thank you and welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're ready for our first panel session for the day. All our speakers are here present. We've been refreshed. We enjoyed great music by Sax Gold Tega during the break. Please, you can applaud her. Put your hands together for her. She did amazing with her saxophone. Thank you. We've made new friends, new acquaintances, and many of the relationships we'll want to deepen as we progress. We say thank you to everyone who is here live and those who are joining us virtually. We hope you're enjoying it so far. We're about to get into the meat of the day, and I'm sure the inspiration is only going to get better and deeper. At Aviva, we have various areas of strength where we invite our members to be a part of. I would read out a few of them. And those of us who are interested in serving in these various capacities would also let you know how to make yourself available. First area of strength, programs. Here we're responsible for developing and overseeing the implementation of key initiatives. So if you believe you're a program developer, you're able to give life to programs, to thinking, to strategizing, to project managing, this is where we would ask you to hone your strength. Community outreach. There are some people who live for reaching out to communities. Aviva is a fantastic platform to give this strength. So if this is you, you're welcome to join us in engaging communities and extending our reach. Then there's training and capacity building, number 3. This is where I fall into, creating opportunities for skills development and personal growth. When I spoke with Auntie Michelle a while ago when we talked about Aviva, I said, just put me in here. At the drop of a hat, I don't need 5 minutes preparation. Just say, Joyce, go train these people in public speaking, engagement, audience engagement, master of ceremonies, and all of those things around there. I don't need to prepare. I don't need it. I'm walking, talking, breathing, living. Keep shouting. You're giving me energy. Keep going. Yeah. So if that's you, some of us know how to teach soap making. Some of us know how to teach in health and wellness. Some of us know how to teach in composure, wherever it is. But you know that that's you, especially if you've been lying to yourself that, well, it's not me. Please come. We need you. Number 4, membership. You know, we need people to enhance our member engagement, ensuring that the network continues to thrive. So our first holding spot is a WhatsApp group. Some of you have the skill to engage. You know how to bring up one activity that we'll do on the group. This is for you. Please avail yourself the opportunity to live that full life and make it happen. Number 5, media and communications, ensuring that our message at Aviva reaches out to a broader audience and effectively communicate our impact. Please, if this is you, or right now you're thinking of one of your sisters, your friends, who you believe should be here, please let them know you can serve in this capacity at Aviva. Number 6, stakeholder engagement and sponsorship. There's a lady I saw during the break. We took a photograph outside. Now those kind of people, they can raise money for life. In fact, they can sell, they can make you come in. Before you do, you've dropped your money. So you have that talent. Please bring it into the Aviva network. where you can engage our stakeholders and ensure that we're able to sustain and scale our operations. And finally, number 7 is finance, maintaining transparency, ensuring the sustainability of our organization as we expand. So you know how to do all those financial record keeping, forecasting. We need you in Aviva. Please come in. One of the wonderful benefits of doing this is a safe space to try your hands at those things you've been talking about. I dare say, Auntie Michelle, I know you forgive me, use Aviva to practice and strengthen your hands. Yes, come in and let's together do it until you become so strong, and we'll say, we have Aviva to show that you use your skill, your talent, your gift, your calling here. So please do well to do this. We need volunteers and members who are passionate about leadership, passionate about community service and empowerment, to come forward and join any of these directorates. Come with your skills, come with your talents, come with your energy, and let's take Aviva together to greater heights. If you are with me, say, I'm with you. At the very end of the brochure in your hand, if you have your brochure, please raise it up, your Aviva brochure. You have it? Yes. At the very last page, if you flip to the end, you see in bold, become a member of Aviva Women's Network. All the details are there. If you are not yet a member, you can be one within the next 2 minutes. The Providence account is there to make your annual membership commitment and send in your details. Minima is here, Auntie Michelle is here, other members of the network are here. Reach out to us and let's make sure you're fully onboarded so that we roll to the next level together. If your hands are free, please put it together, put them together for the Aviva Women's Network for making this happen. A wonderful woman is about to come take the microphone from me. I am excited about listening to her because I personally love women who wear different hats. On some days, she works as a lawyer. Other days, she's creating and developing policies for government, for women, for organizations. On other days, she swims and spends time swimming. Some time ago, she used to play basketball. But today, she would come up stage or come up to the stage and give us a spoken word rendition speaking to our topic for today, our theme for today, from inspiration to action. Please welcome Tioluwa as she comes forward this morning.
Good afternoon, lionesses. Did I get that right? Amazing. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to stand and speak and empower people like myself. I feel so at home when I'm around women because I feel like I'm a part of it. Please, could you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you. Today, I would like to tell you a story. And it's a story that we all know. And I'll start from the very beginning, when man stumbled. And the blame, they put it on the woman. They said that she and she alone caused the fall of man. And they've been trying to box her in since then, to make her a container for their mere ideas, to make her a shadow on crowded streets, to make her voiceless in a room filled with people with voices. They'd put her at the back row. They'd say, speak softly, or better still, don't speak at all. Dream really small. What am I even saying? Don't dare to dream, because your one and only purpose is to be an accessory, to make sure that the other room is comfortable, to be small, to shrink, to fit. You see, the destiny of a woman was fixed even before she was born. The power of choice, all gone. Kitchen, forks, spoons, the woman didn't even get to choose. Different eyes see different sides to her. But who really is the woman, and what is her worth? Is she just the backbone to the world's continuity? Or is she just the hinge of things that fall apart? Or maybe she's a soldier in a warfare where opinions are the bullets and standards are the guns. Where expectation the trigger and responsibility the bombs. Who really is the woman? And what is her worth? But isn't it ironic that no matter the box trying to place on the woman, she finds her way to box herself out of it? And each time screaming each for equal, always choosing to challenge and breaking every bias while inspiring equality. You see, despite these high walls and whispered restrictions, we have managed to push beyond, to thrive, to rise. A woman in power, they said it was impossible, but we chose to what? To challenge. A woman at the war front, they said no until we chose to challenge. A woman on an oil rig, impossible until we chose to challenge. A woman in power, unfathomable until we chose to challenge. A woman being a CEO, how could that even be in the same sentence? Until we chose to challenge. Don't you see that it is up to us to rewrite the stories that were written about us before we came, and to tell new stories for the women who are yet to come? Because of you, they can say that it is possible. And because of you, we will not sit at the back and waste our potential. Because you are here, we can thrive. We have skills, we have knowledge, and we gain mastery of it, and we dominate. There's no backseat for us. And so, first of all, this story is for your women. The women in your lives, your mom, your sister, your aunt, your grandmom, the one who saw the potential in you before you saw the potential in yourself, the one who showed you that it was possible, the one who gave you the ladder to climb up, your women. And finally, this story is for you, the lioness herself, the greatest of all time, the fire in you unquenched by doubts and imposter syndrome, to the flames in you fanned by every obstacle, the voice in you telling you to get up when voices around say give up, the woman herself, the zeal in your name, the pride in your character, the resilience in your spirit, the tenacity in your soul, the sway in your walk, the beauty in your lips. You are the woman. You are Aviva, the woman who leads. Thank you very much.
You can keep clapping and shouting if she's just spoken to you. That right there is what we will call ministration. Ministering to the spirit within, inspiring us that we are not for the back seat. There is no more back seat. We would only come to the front. Tiolua, thank you so much. We love you. Please appreciate and applaud her once again. On my way here this morning, I was listening to a podcast by Trevor Noah, What Now? And he was talking with Lupita Nyong'o. How many of us know her? The Kenyan actor. And she said the first time she went to audition to join drama school, her parents gave her a ticket. She flew from Kenya to America to audition for 3 drama schools. And she got there and people were fretting. People were afraid. And she said, I came too far to be afraid. Like, I don't have time to be afraid. We've come too far. We've come too far to be afraid. We're about to go into this first session that will talk about breaking barriers. Women leaders shaping the future. What are the barriers that have held us back? These women have all encountered them at one point or the other, and they'll be sharing the conversation about how to overcome, using strategies of success, including mentoring, sponsorship, and strong support systems for work-life balance, health, and wellness. Gosh, I have stories to tell. Thank you to all the women who have encouraged me. Thank you, Auntie Michelle. Thank you. Thank you to the women who supported me. Thank you. Let's break the barriers together. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Yemisi Ogundipe. Please welcome her as she comes up to take her seat. She's the lead strategist and advisory consultant, also the immediate past president at AWEP Nigeria. AWEP is African Women Entrepreneurship Program, where they strive to assist African women in business to overcome gender inequities and other challenges that hinder growth. She's now seated, so please appreciate her again. I would like to bring back on stage the lady who roused us this morning, our chairperson of the day, Mrs. Titilayo Akisoyan. Please welcome her to take her seat also on stage. Mrs. Temilola Adekpetun is also here. Please welcome her. You can always spot her out with her lovely streaks on her hair that make you want to have them, either by age or by choice. She's the founder, the managing director, and CEO of SKLD Integrated Services, formerly known as School Kids Limited, which is a leading sourcing company for educational, lifestyle, and office humanitarian supplies. She serves over 24 states, over 500 companies. We're so delighted to have you here today. Thank you. Mrs. Toyin Bakare is also here. I saw her over there wearing green. And every time I see green, I feel like money, 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 money. Please stop saying that green with envy thing. I see people do that a lot. When you put up a green photo, the next thing you put hashtag green with envy. Envy of who? Envy of what? We dissociate ourselves from things like that. Green is for growth. Green is for money. Green is for calm. Green is for rising. Green is for life and living. And the land is green. And what's that nonsense green with envy? Stop that rubbish. Stop it. Welcome, ma'am. She's going to tell us more about her. I will just say to you that she is a woman of style, and she's done so for many years. She runs a company that is a home to exotic fabrics. She's a wife, she's a mother, she's a pastor, and she's one who believes in empowering women. Welcome, and happy to have you here. Mrs. Banker Claude Wilcox is also here. Please welcome her as she comes up. She's a walking, living entity of health, wellness, and great nutrition. She's the founder and CEO of Fit and Well Limited. And I'm sure a number of people today will be reaching out to say, I want to be like you when I grow up. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to Madam Moderator now. Thank you for the next 25 minutes that the session will run.
Thank you very much, our host. Apart from being delectable, she's also very well spoken and humorous. Something I can't beat or top. I really love these mics because under normal circumstances, I don't talk well in mics. And I think I hear myself. Do you all hear me? Yes. Awesome, awesome. It is a privilege to actually be here with these awesome women. Apart from that, I have to recognize the convener and the chairperson of Aviva. I like her fire, and I think it's her fire that brings every one of us here. And I think that fire would extend beyond and make us break that ceiling that doesn't exist. So we're here today to talk about breaking barriers. women leaders shaping the future. The women I have here have shaped the future already, and they will continue to shape the future. I have the privilege of knowing all of them. Well, I just met one over the phone, but it's like I know you now. But I do have the privilege of actually knowing them quite well. So because of that, we will steer the conversation in the areas where we know that they have their strengths. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves with a touch of their area of competence that they feel that they have in terms of shaping the future. So that's where I will start today. So, Mrs. Adekbetu, who I call Sis T. Please go ahead.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, one thing I want to say, breaking the barrier starts from you. So, as a young girl, those of you who went to Holy Child know that I was the principal's daughter, and because of that, I had to be a holy child, literally holy. And so I would say now that we have mental health, I had a repressed childhood. But fast forward, I had a career in the corporate world. I worked in oil and gas for 14 years. And I must tell you, like the poet said, this message starts from your mothers. My parents affirmed me, and my mother always told me, you are too quiet, you are too shy. You must be more aggressive. I think it was her choice of words. I thought, I don't want to be aggressive. Later on, I realized I needed to be assertive. Fast forward, after 14 years, at the age of 40, I don't know what transformation, what spark went off in my brain, but I had a business idea. And that was creating a back-to-school store for mothers, career women like me, business owners, parents generally. And I started this business in the year 2000. I'm proud to say this business has blossomed from one retail outlet to 7 retail outlets, and we have from 1 division to 5 divisions. So we have a garment factory, we have 7 retail outlets across Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt. We have a warehouse, we have 4 other divisions. Wholesale, we service 500 schools and all that. So I've had a lot of experience from corporate to leading in the corporate, to leading a business. So it starts with you. A lot of people who knew me in Holy Child will say, Temola is too shy. Years later, people realized that, wow, she started a business. I decided to go with that idea. It was an idea, and I felt it was God-given. I could have stayed and retired, but I knew that I wanted to change something in our environment. And I also knew that I wanted to make impact, not only through the business services, but also growing people. Right now, our staff strength is 270, and I can tell you that I have brought up, mentored, coached, trained many, many leaders. Thank you very much.
Awesome. That journey, it wasn't always smooth though, so we'll get to know that later.
Well, for those who were not here earlier, so my name is Titilayo Aki Sawyer. Aki, not Akin. It's an unpardonable sin if you call me Akin Sawyer. So my background is 12 years in banking, both locally here and with Exim Bank in Washington, D.C. And I think this is my 32nd year as an HR professional. So I did not study HR, talking about breaking barriers. And why am I in HR today? Well, talk of DNAs. My father was an HR person. They called them personnel managers in those days. So I guess being so close to my father, staying up at night, hearing him talk, listening behind the curtains to meetings in the house. In those days when you had unions, You know, Nigeria, a lot of companies were heavily unionized. But my father had a way with unions that was just simply incredible. They came almost with their clubs and machetes and things like that. But he would ask questions and the storms will be stilled. And I marveled as a young child. But for me, you know how, God has a very good sense of humor. I grew up thinking, that's work Daddy does. Not me. Not me. It's not for me, But fast forward. So growing up in my banking days, my husband is a lawyer, used to work with ExxonMobil. We went on 3 overseas assignments. So the first one, just for 20 months. As a precocious child, I went to my dad and I said to him, my husband is going to Houston on his developmental assignment for 2 years, but we have decided that I would stay behind. Then we had 2 children, and my dad looked at me and said, we have decided. Then he sat forward, Titilayo, 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 you are first a wife, then a mother, and then your career comes next. So I smiled. He taught me to smile. I smiled. I said, Daddy, that's equation. It doesn't work anymore. I'm first a career woman, then a wife, then a mother. And he looked at me again and said, it's not sweet in English. He repeated what he said, you're first a wife, a mother, and then your career. And when I retorted, because it's like, that's old school, Dad, he said, yeah, no. It's not sweet. You will soon understand. It's not sweet. It doesn't carry the import or the weight. You'll soon learn the hard way. Yes, I think that has more weight. And somehow I left his house in tears. Because in those days, values mattered a lot. And I got home, still in tears. I said, my husband was, I said, looks like Daddy says I have to leave my job and go with you. And he says, hallelujah. And I'm like, your career, your work is sending you for your career. Me, accompanying spouse. Anyway, let me fast track. So I had, in those days, your L visa, your M visa, you can work. It was even stamped on my passport. Accompanying spouse. So you can imagine me with a master's degree from New York University. Accompanying spouse, right? 3 times I left my job, even when I saw a promotion letter on my boss's table. So you can imagine my self-esteem those years. I couldn't write a CV because what do you write? Housewife, accompanying spouse. Okay, I changed my rhetoric. Home engineer. But the day it hit me was when I called my dad to say, I'm coming home. I'm just a bloody cab driver. And he said, okay, that's fine. Have you discussed with your with your husband? Yeah. So where would you stay when you come? And it's like in your house. So he said, no, my dear. You've been married 6 years now. You stay in the Akisoya's house. And that brought in a new breaking of a barrier and a mental shift for me. And coming back, I wrote 22 applications before I finally found a job. I found the job and it was, I need to accelerate, make up for past years. But then that is not the purpose-driven life God wanted for me. And so breaking barriers means different things to different women. One, depending on your values or how you were brought up. But secondly, it's also more about how you want to be seen or to be affirmed by other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the amazing women. Beautiful, intelligent, fearless, bold, audacious. And of course, to our convener. I have plenty names for her, but I'll call her Auntie Michelle today. Congratulations, and to the entire Board of Trustees. And of course, just listening to my dear Auntie Titi and my dear Auntie Timlola speak, you see, when I tell my story, I grew up attending to these women at the age of 13. And when I tell my story, I tell the story of from Yara Itaja to SAS. We were broken barriers since we were young. And I'll tell the story that at the age of 13, I was a young girl working in my mother's Yara Itaja. Who knows what Yara Itaja means? Yara Itaja means a room in the house. So where's your mommy? My mommy is in the Yara Itaja. It just simply means she was working in the corporate like every aspiring woman. And after working in railways for a while, after having 4 children, she decides to go into business. She starts to sell fabrics and jewelry. So she leaves railways and says, let me focus on my family. So my father graciously gave mommy 1 room. And that room was called Yara Itaja. And so we all grew up in the Yara Itaja in Shomolu. And at the age of 16, I was helping my mom, following her to the markets, because she was not allowed to travel. So she broke barriers and she would go to the local markets every day. I would follow her to the bank. I would make up the money she sold. And at the age of 18, they say when life chose you lemons, what do you make out of it? I'm telling you, my mom passed away tragically, and she was just 48 years, and that was 30 years ago. And my sister and I took over the business. So we started SAS. SAS was officially registered in 1995. I was combining school and Yara. No, it was not Yara, it's Saja. But you know, yes. And so when I'm just listening to Auntie's story now, I can connect with it, because this man and this woman, you know, we call my father Baba Major because he was in the military. And you know, we looked at ourselves. We continued. So no matter when that type of thing happens, I mean, my mom wanted me to be a chartered accountant, and I'm a chartered accountant. So let me face my studies. My sister was 7. But you know, my mom had built so much goodwill. She had built so much legacy. But apart from the goodwill and legacy, she had a business that was providing solutions to a lot of young women like my aunties here. Not only young women, elderly. She was just a wonderful woman. And we had no other option but to continue the business. And I was like, at that young age, what did we know? But can I tell you the truth? That woman had trained us well. From the age of 10, I knew how to cut. I knew how to measure. From the age of 16, I helped her to organize, because my mother likes to sell on credit. So I helped her to organize all our creditors, our debtors. So by the age of 18, when she passed on, we knew all our stakeholders. We knew our bankers, we knew our suppliers, we knew our creditors at that young age. And today, 30 years after, for the second generation, SAS is over 50 years now. We, the 7 children my mother had, we all worked together. she built the business on the values of excellent customer service, on the values of integrity, on the values of hard work. That woman knew how to work hard. Women, we know how to work hard. We know how to manage our homes. We know how to dream. We know how to dare and to do. And you know, for us, we chose. So when I talk about SARS, our life, oh, SARS is our life. Of course, we've evolved into other things. But we saw that business and we're like, are we going to allow it to die? We said no. And out of necessity, we built. It was just two of us initially. We paid the price, we paid the sacrifice. So for first generation, we say we saw hope in adversity. But for the second generation, which is my siblings and I, we decided to be creative. We decided to be innovative. And we chose to be resilient. We chose to rise above the challenges. We chose to rise above the adversity. We chose to see hope. And you know, today we all work together seamlessly. We work together in a very strong bond. We talk about our staff that have grown with us. Our oldest staff is over 35 years with us. Mama works with my mom. She still plays, you know, and we just worked together. And so we're talking about breaking the barriers, you know, as women. I mean, I could identify her story as well. After getting married, my husband is a banker. I think 3 or 4 years after marriage, you know, he was transferred to India. And I said, no, I can't leave my Yara Isaja, you know. And I told my dad, I said I can't leave SAS. And you know, my dad said, you are going to follow him. And, you know, and that's how I found myself in India, you know, just like her as well. And I wasn't just her company spouse. My husband will go to work. We stayed in the Twin Towers over. Our apartment faced the river. I'll be looking at the river. I'll be looking at the cows. And one morning, I just said, Toyin, wake up. And that's how I entered I don't think I've told this story before. I think then they had this cap and it was like Marwa, those yellow small caps. I said, I'm going to look for where they're selling fabrics in India. And you know, I entered and I found, then there was even no internet. You know, but I found this factory. By the time we were going back, you know, I went back with like 2 cargoes. But what am I saying? As women, I went to India with 2 suitcases full of food for my husband, you know. But by the time I came back with such ideas. I know, and that's why every country I go to in the world, I break barriers, I look for where they're selling fabrics. Even one time I was in Germany, I'd gone for fibroid surgery. I still went to see where they're selling fabrics. We must always look for new opportunities, look for new grounds. And you know, there's just so much opportunities ahead of us. We've chosen not to give up. We've chosen to move forward. And I want to say thank you very much.
Awesome.
Wow. Wow. I feel so humbled to be in the presence of greatness. Please, can you just clap for these ladies? And I'm thankful to be here. Thank you, Mr. Michelle. So my name is Banker Claude Wilcox. I'm sure I want to know what is this lady doing here with these women here. So I'll just tell you my story. I'm a nutritionist, I'm a wellness consultant. I'm now an eating psychologist as well. So I'll just say a bit of how our stories they're usually similar, even though it doesn't look like it. So I studied accounting and finance in university, and I always pictured myself as I don't know who watched Moonlighting. Do you remember Moonlighting? Yes, remember Moonlighting. Remember Madeline Hayes? She walked in her suit. That's how I pictured myself. I was like, yes. And my mom worked in ExxonMobil as well. So she too was in power. So that's how I pictured myself. I was like, yes, that's going to be me. So after I came back to Nigeria, I started working in IBTC. So I wore those suits and I was walking down. So my dream was coming true. Although I did not like banking. That was the problem. And then from there, I went to AfriInvest, and then when I was in AfriInvest, I now got married. So my husband, he's late now, he was like, Banker, I don't want you to work. I was like, what do you mean? And I was pregnant at it. I didn't have choice, actually. So that was the next thing. I just entered from my power suits. So I don't even know. I wasn't wearing rapasha, but I was wearing boob. So that was it. I was now a stay-at-home mom at home, and I was like, this was not the picture. This was not how I pictured my life. But anyway, I was like, okay, fine. And I told him, I said, you know what, I'm only going to do this while the children are a certain age. After a certain age, I'll go back to work. He was like, fine, no problem. So all the while I was praying, all the while doing all my duties. I was a full housewife, full everything. Everywhere in the house, kitchen, sweeping floors, everything. I did everything, house girl, housewife, whatever. Anyway, so as I had my second child, so I had my first child, I was like, I snapped back immediately. I was like, this childbirth thing, what's everybody making fun? What's everybody making noise about? It's easy now. When I had my son, in fact, while I was pregnant for him, I could eat a whole house. And while I was breastfeeding, I could eat a story building. Yes, I put on a lot of weight. So my husband then, he was like, what is this? This is not the person I married. I better go and do something about this, So anyway, I had to start. So he used to travel a lot. So I said, and my father was a medical doctor. So my father was into healthy living. So I was like, you know what? If I need to do this, I need to do this. So I'll tell my husband, okay, buy me books on healthy living, exercise, nutrition, things like that. So he'll travel, he'll buy me stuff like that. And then I started reading it. And before you knew it, I started applying the things I was reading, So I started doing, I did like my own, I wasn't qualified at that time, I did my own meal plans myself. I'll go to the gym, I would ask the gym instructors one or two things I saw. Gym instructors had no clue what I was talking about. And I said, you know what? And then people would ask me this song, I started using it. People were like, Banke, what do you do? I said, no, I just do this. And I said, wait, so I've been praying for what to do. I like this. It's related to health and wellness. Why don't I just do this? Why don't I go and get qualified and do this as, take this up as a career, At that time, nobody was doing it. So when I would tell people this, they said, Banke, nobody's going to answer you. Your Nigerians, we like Eba too much. Nobody's going to answer you. Nobody's interested in all this exercise. Nobody's interested. And then also a battle was with my family as well. Because like I said, my family was all corporate. Everybody was corporate. My mom was in oil company. My siblings all work in oil companies. My father was medical. And they're like, you want to go and do what? My mom was like, you want to do what again? My mom, in fact, she just was a block. She was like, are you massaging people? What are you doing? She just had a block. Nobody, and it was actually then. Just as I was about to take my qualification exams, my husband died. So it was now like. So they just, stop all this nonsense you're doing. Just go and find a job, But I knew I had prayed about it. I knew this was a calling. It's not just, I just wanted to do it. It was inside. Let's just put it like that. It was like a call, So I qualified, thank God, by God's grace. But you know what? It also gave me something. I know everybody will say, oh, but it gave me a reason to look forward. Because I knew I had to do this, and I had 2 children to look after. So I had to. So there was no choice. I had to do it. So anyway, I did it, and before you know it, I started working with people. So I'm a certified nutritionist and wellness consultant. I became a certified personal trainer as well. So I started with exercise, helping people with exercise. Then from there, I went into nutrition, corporate wellness, and I started working with hospitals. It just grew from there. And I remember when I first started exercising, I live in Lekki. When I would walk around Lekki, there'll be nobody. It's not like now where there's traffic jam with people. Yes, now people are jogging on the bridge, almost bumping into each other. When I started, first of all, there was no bridge. When I first started, and nobody was doing it. So it was really to try and. But I found people were still interested. Although a lot of people discouraged me, like, nobody's please, I beg, we like our food too much. Nobody will listen to you. But before you knew it, I noticed that people were now, it was catching on. Everybody is very healthy, and I'm so happy. So even when I hear of other people doing what I'm doing, I'm actually so happy. Cherise was I met Cherise when I first started as well. I went to meet her when I first started. She wasn't the only person, because I was asking, who is doing this? How many women are doing? Nobody. Cherise was the only person that I met that time. So anyway, as God will have it, and I really just thank God, the journey has just been. It's just been amazing. So and also changing people's minds as well. Because people see weight loss or exercise. Everybody sees it as like it's work, like this is hard, this is horrible. And it's not, actually. If you do it the right way, it's actually not. It's enjoyable, it's a lifestyle change. And you will look better, you will feel better, you'll be better, you'll live longer by the grace of God. You know? So should I say the main barrier I've broken? I think helping people when I see lives transform. I'm sure it's something nobody can. You can't buy that feeling when you see somebody transform and and everything in their lives have changed. It's not just their weight, it's their work, it's their energy, it's their children, it's their husbands, it's their wives, people are getting pregnant, husbands are impregnating their wives. Do you understand? It's a whole life change. So weight loss, it's more than what we think it is. It's not just about exercise, it's so much more. It's life. Praise the Lord. Thank you very much.
I can actually drop the mic now. I hope you've been writing, because they have mentioned everything that it takes to break whatever barriers that you need to break. But I'm going to honor the convener. I'm the only one that can be the underdog. They have fantastic stories to tell, and it's in their stories that you'll get to tick that list and start to know what to do, because that's why we're here. We want to know, how can we improve ourselves? What can we do? So I will first do one thing. I need to I'm sure two people have mentioned it here today. Safe space. Is this a safe space? What is a safe space? So I thought I should actually quickly just let you know what a safe space was. It's creating a safe space for dialogue for women is essential for fostering open communication, building trust, and empowering women to share thoughts, concerns, and ideas without fear of judgment or reprisal, whether in a workplace, within communities, or informal settings. A safe space allows women to express themselves authentically and be heard. And so what would we call this? I call it a safe space, because women are telling the depth of their own stories and their lives to help somebody else. Another thing that I will do out of the box, because I have the mic, is to summarize. When our speakers spoke, Mrs. Akisoya, she mentioned some things, and I penned this before she actually spoke. Some bullet points as to who you ought to be, who the woman should be. Influencing and courage. Empathy in abundance. These are the characters you must have as a woman first, basic. Exceptional communication. Okay. You should also be able to be resilient to adversity. You're going to hear all these words in you're going to hear them repeatedly. Then the ability to see the bigger picture. That's something that women have a knack for, but maybe you just don't know. So think about it. You have to have the ability to see the bigger picture. And then the ability to empower others. If you're not passing something down, then really, what impact are you making? So in everything that you're going to hear, I want you to think about, about those things, about yourself having all those other things. So when they were speaking, a few things came to mind. Influences. Who was your influence? And who are you influencing? She talked about her father. She talked about her mother. She talked about her mother. You talked about your need. Your influence came from a place of need. So these are things that I think we ought to think about. We think deep. It's an informal space. Thank God she did not say we should use screens, presentations. But we need to point out certain things so that when you take your notes, you can actually see some form to what you're doing. So who are you passing information on to? Who? Yeah, okay. Volume. I told her that anytime my voice is going down, she should let me know. She should let me know. And then, who are you meeting? Who are you networking with? Who are the people that you're going to glean from? How do you, I met a lady today, she said, oh, I'm not very good at networking. I said, it's one step at a time. You're not born to be a networker, but every time you go out, you do one thing, the next time you do in leadership, diversity and inclusion. In everything that they've said, maybe apart from diversity, actually, you mentioned it in an informal way. Those are the things we want to see how we, because this is a world that has become very structured in a manner of speaking in an informal way, and it's very, very important that we understand these terms and we see how we can apply them through their stories. So I'm going to go into asking the first question to Banke. Banke, how does breaking the barrier in your career make a difference for you to be a leader that you are today?
I think mindset, your mindset actually affects everything. So I think, thank God, by the grace of God, the things I've been able to achieve, first of all, it took the mindset to actually even attempt them in the first place. It took a positive mindset. Then when you see the things you have done, it actually, it emphasizes, you know the word I'm looking for, it reinforces those positive mindsets. And I think if also being able to communicate that to other people, I think that's the main. If once you can communicate and encourage people to change their mindset, I think that's a key thing.
So our minds are
yes,
very powerful.
I think,
so
yes,
when we start to have the right mindset, we know which
yes.
way to go
Yes.
with it. Toy, what mindsets did you have when you at 13? You know, what made you say I need to step up? You know, how did you and your siblings decide we want to step this up? We want to take it beyond. This is now talking about sustainability and legacy.
Okay, so what mindset? So I think there was no word like resilience, there was no word like success. Lost our mom at a young age. But one thing I know is we were a praying family, and maybe we would pray in the morning together. But after my mom passed on, my father and I added evening prayers, and all we do was just sing hymns. Now, the mindset we had was she had built a legacy, and we needed to build on it. We could easily have said we're not doing it again, but we said we could do it. We saw her dreams. We saw she had built that business on excellent customer service. And when I said I was serving at that age, what was I doing? I was serving love. I was serving kindness. I was always serving drinks, serving tea, serving coffee. Some people will even come and eat moi moi on Saturdays. But where am I going to? We saw the values. So we had to see ourselves build on those values of hard work. The mindset that I know that we really broke was, this was a woman that was the breadwinner. We didn't want to suffer. We had to see the ones that were 10 years old, they had to go to school. So we said, then we saw a woman that was very hardworking. We wanted to make sure we continued along that legacy and make sure that everybody, so we saw the future. So I remember when we came together in 1995 and we opened our first store. We were very young, we were despised, but we said we could do it because we knew that she had built a goodwill, and we gathered, the people came together, and based on everything that she had taught us, we learned she did business from her heart, but we said, okay, we'll continue with those values of integrity, of, hard work. So our mindset was, as a woman, you must work hard. As a woman, you must be like that. Proverbs 31, that would provide for our family. And as a woman, we saw the future. We had to be sustainable. We had to be resilient. We saw the opportunities. And, you know, this is us after second generation, 30 years. We're still standing, 7 of us all working together in an atmosphere of unity, love, because the foundation had already been built. So we broke the mindset of, you know, we knew we could do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've talked about foundation, and foundation is very important. Mr. Kisoya, your mindset was changed a couple of times. You had your own mindset, but this was changed to make you the person that you became. Now, what made you change? What was that inner character that you needed to act? Or what was that light bulb moment as well? For like, I think I identified a couple of things in terms of your change. Yes.
So, Yemisi, pardon me. I must say something or add something to what Toyi said.
Please go ahead.
Because I knew her when she was in the Yara Etaja. My mother was a customer to her mom. Toyi is not the first of her siblings, right? But many people look at SAS and think Toyi is the first. So what I want to add is the power of mentorship. So when the mom passed and we would go and buy things, the mom, because of her, I mean, you look forward to going to their home or being with their mom. There was a point in time when Toyi was in a flux, and I beckoned on a friend of mine. She's late now, Korede Ajidagba. Korede, what was her married name? Odutola, who is an accountant. And I said, Toyi needs a mentor. Right? Can you remember? Right? Toyi calls me her mentor, but I taught Toyi leadership. Korede taught Toyi accounting in a way that transformed SAS. So I just thought to mention that when we talk about breaking barriers, the mentors that come our way are just as important. So coming back to...
Sorry, I want to say something. I grew up seeing these young women. I love them in their corporate world. I wanted to work in Chevron. I'm telling you the honest truth. Because all these women were corporate women. I looked up to them. They would come to our house every evening. I remember the first books you gave me, Auntie. And thank you so much. I mean, I forgot all these things. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. So this is conversational, and this is so
it's a safe space.
It is a safe space.
So coming back to me, so let me say this about my career or my profession. HR found me. Remember, I had lost a bit of years. So each time we came back to Nigeria, I'll go back into banking and all that. But I didn't like banking. I struggled. Treasury, all those ratios, credit analysis, but I did it. But everywhere I worked in the bank then, I would poke my nose into HR because HR always had problems. So they had problems with regards policies, HR policies, and some of those creative things, you know. Where did I learn that? In our sitting room, in our living room, listening to my dad have his meetings on Saturdays and things like that. So I was a banker with an HR sense. Now the third relocation, when we came back to Nigeria, I told my husband, I said, so my dad was right. I've been a mother. I've been a wife. I've been a mother. Now I have 3 children. My youngest was just 18 months. I said, now is time for my career. But I said, I don't want to stay at home for 2 years or 3 years before the next job. So we were building our house then. And then my husband comes home and said, oh, Felicia Phillips is looking for a project, a practice manager to move them from New Africa House to UBA House seamlessly. It was just a conversation he was having with my husband. And my husband came home and said, I told him that you are the one. I said, practice manager, Kilonjebe. I said, all the things you've done all your life. And I thought, all my life, all the things I've done, you know. So I said, but give me ideas. He said, when we came back to Nigeria, you said this house will be completed within 3 months before a shipment came. So I became the site engineer, the procurement officer, I was everything and everything. And we finished that house. So I rewrote my CV. And I remember that day I went to Felicia, and Felicia said, you've been out of the country for about 4 years. You've been out of job. I said, no, I've been working. He said, but you didn't write it here. So let me tell you my recent project. I'm a site engineer, procurement officer, In building this house, I've saved myself and my husband X amount. So, and I studied organizational communication from New York University. And one of the things I remember, the principles of communication, just look for one word and flog that word. So I turned the interview away from Felicia to myself. I said, oh, by the way, Felicia, I understand you want to relocate your office seamlessly. I said, I'm the one. And he kept saying, but there's no experience. I said, you want to move seamlessly. Seamlessly means it's not affecting your clients. It's not, you're not losing man hours, you know. I can do this seamlessly. Everything I said to Felicia that day, seamlessly. And I said, let me start work tomorrow, seamlessly. And don't pay me for the first 3 months until we move seamlessly. That was how I began my foray into HR, seamlessly. But one of the other things I learned talking about HR as far back then was the ability to have what we call transferable skills. So Toyi is an accountant, but today we can call her an entrepreneur, a designer, an events planner, you know, the way she'll coordinate colors for you if you're doing something, you know. So in my head, I had those 2 words, transferable skills. So my mission was, TTA, all my classmates, they were senior people in organizations. Some were vice presidents, you know, some were almost sniffing MD. And here I was, I just started my career. But I walked into the office one day and I told Felicia, I said, Felicia, all that's in your head, you deposit into mine. I said, but here's what we do. From now on, every client you go to will go together. I said, but my own is branding. Your own, you'll speak. And he said, no. You speak better English than I. Anyway, Felicia and I went to every board meeting, every client meeting. I learned from him. And within a matter of months, I wouldn't want to go for a meeting. He'll say, TA, I need you. You know, you speak the speak, you know, seamlessly. That was how I learned HR and consulting skills. just from transferable skills. I learned by staying up late, reviewing things, reading books, endless meetings. And I remember when I was writing, so I was headhunted. So my next 2 jobs, I was headhunted. I didn't apply. Isn't that ironical? From writing 22 applications and then they're now looking for you. So when I went into Accenture, it's a multinational, I looked at their onboarding agenda, and I said, no, it's too stiff. We're dealing with human beings. Let's soften it. And I said, I would always give me the first half hour with any new hire. And I remember the phrases then, oh, congratulations, you are in Accenture, the company that opens you into more boardrooms than you can imagine. That was my opening phrase. For young people, young graduates, and I remember one young guy, he went home and told his dad, who's his dad? Oba Otudeko, and said, I'm working with Accenture. Now, how was I hired into Accenture? I was hired because they knew there was some woman who does seamless transition management, right? I didn't learn it in university. This is practical. So that's how I came into Accenture. Accenture then was Anderson Consulting. They had the unfortunate incident with Enron. Anyway, so Oba Otudeko calls me and says, what did you tell my son, my daughter? He came home proud. I said, we just said, Accenture puts you into more boardrooms than you can ever imagine. As a young analyst, you go with the senior partners. You are in the boardroom. You are just taking minutes. But you are meeting the board members, you know, the Aliko Dangotes, you know. And I would say to the young analysts, go home and tell your parents. You were in the same room with Aliko Dangote. Are you not a big person? So talking of mindset and behavior. From Accenture, I was headhunted into Coca-Cola. The same thing, change management, right? So again, when you talk of mindsets and behaviors, it's always to ask yourself, just like Moses, God said to Moses, the rod is in your hand. What's the rod in your hand? So today I'm known as an HR guru, but I did not study HR, but the HR rod is in my hand in an international way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you see the innovation in what her own personal innovation to, first of all, use repetitive words to take herself into a space where she's now known as a seamless, transformational HR guru. And that's what you are. And I think Tony also mentioned resilience. So we're touching on, not in the way that we're touching on resilience, we've touched on mentorship, we've talked about innovation. Now I'm going to Sisti. And Sisti is coming from a background of corporate and entrepreneurship. So she's going to reel out all those what you must do to actually, what character you must have to actually break the ceiling wherever you are.
Thank you. So my first degree is economics, and then after NYS I went to study insurance, because those days my parents said, oh, so you have your insurance broking company. And I searched for insurance jobs, high and low. I didn't get any. So I just said, you know what, I'm going to dust up my economics certificate. And I did. And I got a job in an oil company. So I worked in economics and planning. But because I was brought up from a home where, first of all, I'm not academically brilliant. I have a post on Instagram that shows that I wasn't academically. I even had to repeat O-levels in the same school where my mother was principal. But one thing I've always had going for me is my determination to succeed. I knew my academic ability, so I worked twice as hard. And then the quest for excellence. My first boss was, someone who demanded excellence. And that was easy for me because I already had that at home. But I worked there for 4 years. When you talk about transferable skills, after that, I was, somebody was going on, on maternity leave, and she was handling the insurance department. So they said, oh, you studied insurance, come and relieve her. I did, and I did it very well. When she came back from her leave, she left. So suddenly, I was number 4 in the department of 4 people at the bottom of the ladder. Suddenly, I became a head of a unit, not a department, but that was fine. And I wasn't afraid. I had never practiced the insurance, but I had the academic qualifications and had done, some, internships. But it's that mindset that, yes, I can do it, and I did it. And then I also wanted to make a change. So I made sure that I moved their pension funds to, we didn't have all these PFAs then. Made sure it performed better. I went to my colleagues in the oil companies to make sure. So you have to have a change mindset, a mindset that I want to improve, I want to leave this place better after I've left. Next, I was transferred to Treasury. I worked well there. Then I ended up in HR. And HR was just my forte. I spent 4 years. I went to HR when my stomach, I was expecting a baby. I think I was about 8 months pregnant. I didn't care. When I got there, I just put my leg on a stool, and I was very happy, and I was there for 4 years, and I left. Now, when I had this business idea, what was the business idea? To be the pioneer back-to-school store in Nigeria. I wanted it to be like a John Lewis's store. And of course, I knew that some people sold bags, some people sold uniforms, some people sold shoes. But I just said to myself, this is a niche area. Shy Temilola, but I wasn't so shy anymore because my mother had drummed it into my ears that you need to be a stronger person. I'd had personality tests done in the company, and they told me that I was a perfectionist, family-oriented, but I needed to work on my assertiveness. What did I do? Internet, everything, books. I read everything there was to read about assertiveness, and I worked on it. Anyway, cut the long story short, I decided to take the plunge into entrepreneurship for 2 reasons. I was 41. Secondly, there was some, there was a downturn in the oil industry then, and they were letting people go. And I thought, if they let me go now, I've done 14 years, what will I be able to do? So if you have this business idea, just take hold of it. But I didn't just launch out, but I knew I had transferable skills. Having worked in all those, including treasury, including HR, all of that, insurance, I knew I was covered. So I didn't bother to go for entrepreneurial training. All I did was I quickly organized an exhibition that was like the pilot scheme to test the business idea. It was successful. I had some mentors who I wrote a business plan, showed it to them, and they said, hey, you can go on. Friends and family, they loaned me the first funds that I was going to use for the business, my first, while I was waiting for my final entitlements to be paid. So I funded my business myself. My final entitlements, became the first seed for my business. And then, I expanded within 2 years. That expansion, it didn't come, it was opportunity. I took advantage of opportunities. People told me about opportunities. So your mind has to be open. You have to keep abreast. I couldn't just be located on the island and expect people to come to the mainland. I had to be located on both the island and the mainland. So I opened another shop in Ikeja. So you have to have an open mindset. You have to see opportunities in challenges. You have to be open to feedback and just think, okay, 3 or 4 people have said it, maybe I should look into it. And then be ready to make the hard decisions. Because you are a woman does not mean, of course, when you go to the bank, somehow that never happened to me. Nobody said, how about Oga's money? When I went to go and borrow money from the bank from the first time, nobody asked me about Oga's money. My first loan was cash-backed collateral. Then later you have to be innovative. I looked for innovative ways of raising money. So at a point, I put all my shares together. I said, okay, this is a stock-backed collateral. When the banks now said that was not possible anymore, I said, okay, no problem. There is stock in trade. Since I had bought everything, stock in trade, use this one. When that was not possible anymore, this was 1 year after another, and we were growing. take advantage of new opportunities, and then the fact that you are the founder and you are the visionary does not mean you have all the ideas. I can tell you that by the time I was maybe 45, I knew that I had staff, but I knew that the next person to me was not qualified enough. They were graduates for us to be able to think together. So after some time, I had to get people that were better qualified. Then after about 12 years, I decided that, you know what? I need somebody to run this business like on a partnership level. So I engaged a consultant and restructured the entire company. And by that time, we had even opened in Abuja. In fact, the day I went to collect the key in Abuja and I came back to Lagos, I just thought, hello, what did you just do? You went to go and open the store in Abuja. Are you mad? But I just thought madness is okay. I will take the risk. And, but, you put things in place. I had a cousin in Abuja who could keep an eye on things for me, and I could always fly back and forth. Fast forward, by 2013, we had engaged a COO. When the COO came, it was like a breath of fresh air. It's a man so dynamic, so, he said, you've been selling, no revenue performance targets. What? I was looking at him like that. Actually, when we buy, we sell. He said, okay, ma, let's not worry about that. Let's start putting everything in place. So he turned the company around. Within 2 years of his joining us, our revenue doubled. And after that, we started getting more and more younger people. When I say younger, qualified, that could, add value to the company. And inclusive decision making. Please, 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 inclusive decision making. You don't know it all. The younger generation is more dynamic, and they are more, at my age, I'm a bit risk averse. We're at the same age. So I just thought, you know what? Whatever they say, we'll look at it. My own is give me justification, give me the figures, we'll look at it, we'll talk to the auditor, we'll talk to the accountant, and we move forward. And that is how, test it, run it by the experts, engage the experts, talk to people, have mentors. Your mentors can be older, they can be younger than you. It does not matter. I'm going to be 65 this year. My CEO, well, he was the CEO at the time. He's now my successor. I'm not handing over the company to my children because their dream is different. I'm handing it over to the person who came back then in 2013. His sweat and blood is in that business, and he has done so well. So, and like I said, when we turned 20 years, I said, he has steered the ship to uncharted waters where I would never have dared. But you see, because I had somebody walking alongside me, everything, these days, everything, you can have the financial model, you can have everything, and you look at it and I say, okay, there's some sense in this, let's try it. And when we try it, if it works, fine. If it doesn't work, don't blame anybody. You must be ready to absorb shocks. I've closed down a factory before. I've closed, not a factory, a store before because it wasn't working. Just take those hard decisions and move on. Don't let it deter you. Learn your mistakes. Learn from your mistakes and move forward. So, ladies, it starts from here, and it starts from embracing other people. Now, I've even sent one of our managers. She was very good. She didn't have a degree. She had an HND. And I heard one or two people whispering in the company that, why is she being promoted to AGM level? After all, because by this time we had given her an official car. After all, she doesn't have a degree. I just thought, oh, really? But she had that heart. She was so data-driven. She had in fact, she couldn't have done it better than me, and she was the one in charge of retail. You know what I did? I called them up at EDC. Please, I need your application form, Certificate of Entrepreneurial Development. I paid 1.4 million. That was 2019. I didn't go for the course. I still don't have that certification, but she went for it. Why? I wanted her to think as the business owner. When she came back, she was on fire. And some of our classmates even consulted with her. She was flying to Port Harcourt, and I said, yeah, you can go. You can go and help them out, because I needed her to have the practice. Has she left us? Yes, she left us after 7 or 8 years. Maybe 3 years after the course. Do I regret training her? No. I've added value to her, and she has added value to my business. So I want us to open our minds very broadly and continue to believe. Now we have a COO who is a lady. The person that I'm saying I'm handing over to, he is now an executive director and is a shareholder. I broke those barriers of wanting to have control over everything. No, have a small part of the larger pie than having the largest part of one small pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for thinking out of the box. Yes, please.
Sorry, as Temilola was talking, Toyin whispered something in my ears, and I'll just hand over the mic because she said, Auntie, you remember what you told me about Bola? Bola is one of the staff in the Akerele ShopRite, yes, in one of the stores. I can't remember, but I think she can have the mic.
What she told me then was, she said, Tony, don't value qualification over their experience. Thank you, ma.
Don't value qualification over. But Temilola has said it all, because
Yes.
again, the qualification, some people are qualified, but they don't have the experience. And what did Englishman teach us? Experience is the best teacher. Finito.
Thank you so much. She wrapped it up, giving you all the points. But remember certain things. Excellence, agility. You need to be agile. You need to be focused. Have that vision. Be bold. You need to be bold. You need to get up and keep moving. As an entrepreneur, for instance, even in your career, you may stumble, but always get up. Don't forget your vision. Now, it's important. We didn't talk about unintentionally so, because I had planned a whole series of things. But in terms of gender parity, once your mindset is right, you can rise above most things.
Yes.
You'll be free to employ men, people with disabilities. Your mind is open. You do not need to have a book to tell you how to do it. Your mindset is where it starts from, and then expose yourself. Meet other people that will tell you how they've done it. Their stories are very important. They're not to be taken lightly. So I hope we've been able to just give you nuggets that would help you break your barrier.
Thank
Sorry that we've
you.
actually
Thank you
taken
so
a lot
much.
of
Please give it
time.
up for Ms. Yemisi Ogundikpe for navigating this session. All our speakers, please appreciate each and every one of them. We've had so much to learn from each one. Yes, have we? Were you inspired? Was there something you took away? Could you see yourself in the stories told? Yes. I know some of us might have questions, but for time's sake, we're going to take the questions forward. That's why we'll have, during the break, during lunch, we might engage some. If we have the time, maybe after the next panel, we might take some questions together. They will still be here in the room with us, and we'll send that. Can we do that? Please appreciate them together. Let's rise for a group photograph right here. We'll take one, just you first, all of you in the panel, just you first. Then we'll welcome our executive chair to do the honors. So please take guidance from the gentlemen here. How should we come closer here? Please tell us what to do. Somebody else should be here. All right, please. She'll join you right in there, Auntie Michelle, and she's coming with a member of the Board of Trustees. Auntie Bumi, where are you running to the end? Okay. Are you all right there? Is she fine? Okay. Her Excellency, the First Lady, is also coming in to join this shot. Please, let's create some room. Thank you so much. I heard them go over and over the words transferable skills. Some of us have skills that we don't even know we have. what happened with her mother. Her mother was transferring skills in the apprenticeship way that many schools are now studying around the world, that it is a major way of transferring business skills. And we've just heard them say, oh, I had to do it. I wanted to do it. And it was done. While she's presenting the gifts to say thank you to all our speakers, please, they want to capture the photos of the handover. So smile, look into the camera and say Aviva. One of the many meanings of Aviva is a Hebrew name that stands for spring, springtime, freshness, renewal, right? So it's not by chance that you are an Aviva woman. This is the time for spring. This is the time for renewal. I dare say Happy New Year to you, because our 2025 starts now. Many of the things we're waiting for to do in 2025, guess what? We're going to start doing them right now, because why are we waiting till January anyway? Right? Why are we waiting? This is our spring. This is our time. Have we handed out the gifts? Did we take a group photo with the gifts in hand? Everyone with their gifts, please. Thank you. Everyone, hold your gifts in front of you. You can hold it by the handle, yes. Hold by the handle. I think it will stand strong. And let the Aviva sign show. I also heard amongst them that there was something like intentional deafness. At some point, they all stopped listening to certain things. They began to be deaf. And they only listened to what was in their heart to do. Yes? So some of us need to stop listening to certain voices now. We need to start listening to that inner voice that will give us the strength to move forward. I think I heard almost everybody say, I had to. Either because I was 40, I had to. Maybe because I followed my husband, I had to. So there's some things that we have to do. We may not like to do them, but we would have to do them, and do them well until we give rise and give birth to something that we really enjoy, so that at some point we'll be up here on stage telling our stories to the rest of the world. Please appreciate everyone who sat on the first panel. Thank you so much. We're jumping right into the second panel immediately, and I personally love this one, because you can only have this when you've built on the foundation of overcoming barriers. This second panel speaks to personal branding. And every woman who just spoke up here, at some point, in one way or the other, branded herself to be able to move forward, whether they were conscious of it or not. So now let's talk about the consciousness of personal branding. Shall we do that? Our moderator is a legal practitioner and founder, Somi Obasi. Please welcome Chisom Obasi as she comes forward. Woo! Happy to have you up here, girl. Welcome. Joining her upstage and will also deliver the keynote is Ms. Robin Igor. Please welcome Robin. She's an expert at branding and advertising. She's also a branding and advertising manager at Shiseido. And today we will have a lot to learn. Did you guys plan to twin in your off-white and black get up? I love it. You didn't send me the memo now. Chisom, what's up? I would have one black and white. All right, let's welcome also Dr. Mrs. Temi Lolua Adeshina. Please welcome her with an applause as she comes forward. She's the president, Flourish Africa Alumni Foundation, LecTech Girls in Nigeria at the U.S. Consulate. Welcome and thank you for being here. Ms. Hadiza Jawando is also going to join them on stage. Where is she? I know I'm told she's around. Hadiza? Okay, if she's outside, she'll join us whilst the session is going on. She's the CEO of Dismundu, Traditional African Wellness Space. And finally, We have Miss Binta Bulama. Please welcome her as she makes her way up on stage, one of the twins in the room. She's the founder and CEO of the Money Magnet Africa. Okay, yes, Hadiza is here and Binta is also coming up. I wish we had the time to read through all the profiles. When I saw some of the profiles, there were such interesting things to read. And, well, I'm sure you would have some time to talk about yourselves as the moderator will lead. We have 25 minutes, ma'am, and I'm going to be on the clock. When it's 25 minutes, you will see me in my olive green get-up, standing right here. Is that okay? All right, over to you, Madam Moderator. For those of us who are posting our photos and videos while they're speaking, please use the hashtags Aviva Conference 2024, Aviva Annual Conference, and Inspiration to Action. Thank you.
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. You guys say good afternoon now. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the MC. I feel like Joyce has been doing an amazing job. Please, let's give her a round of applause. And then secondly, okay, Mrs. Michelle is not here, but not just because everybody has said it. One thing that stands out for me with Mrs. Michelle, two things. She's a very humble woman. Very humble woman. And secondly, I just refer to her as the gifts that keeps giving, because Ms. Michelle is that person that sees your potentials and believes in you. So please, a round of applause for Ms. Michelle as well. Okay, so now let's get to the business of the day. A round of applause for everyone here. I mean, you've been here since 10 a.m. You might as well. Great. So when I was preparing for personal branding, you know, usually when you want to moderate a session or prepare for public speaking, you go and Google, right things to do, even if Google is not the search engine, but you would research first. But I said to myself, I'm like, Chisom, this is personal branding. Before researching, what does personal branding mean to you, Chisom Obasi? Right? Aside from being a lawyer, aside from working in the bank, aside from having a company that I'm making footwears, what does personal branding mean to me? Because, you know, we live in a social media generation right now, sometimes there is that tendency to move towards the personal brands of maybe Robin or Dr. Temi, as opposed to standing for who Chisom Obasi is, for instance. So before I'll give my amazing panelists the floor to take over it, I will just highlight some things that speaks to me in personal branding. So I'll refer to them as the 5 A's. One is awareness. Second one is authority. Third one is authenticity. The fourth one is appearance. And the fifth one is your audience. I would like to refer to personal branding as, there's something I always say, to thy own self be true. I like to refer to personal branding as the way you curate your values, your purpose, your ambition, your perception, what you stand for to a public-facing audience and to a targeted audience. So let me give an example. Thankful for the last panelists. They were really amazing. Thankful for Mommy TA. There were HR professionals here. There were entrepreneurs here. For each of their careers or business segments, they have a targeted audience. So personal branding is not going with the trend, even if we're in a social media generation. Personal branding is not trying to be woke. Personal branding is, who are you? What is the level of your self-awareness? Are you authentic? What do you stand for? What are the values that are guiding you towards this? Are we together? Yes, great. So that being said, I'll just read out the key themes for this session. So the key themes are, again, authenticity, digital presence, because of course we're in a social media generation, so the way we put out ourselves, professional growth, consistency and credibility, and of course storytelling and communication. I'll go this way, so I'll start from Binta. Before we get to the main questions, for you, what will you say personal branding means to you? Just to add that, I remember the first time I met you on social media, just going through social media randomly, the post I saw that stood out for me from your page was a post about decent dressing. And I remember there were lots of people in the comment section, older generation as well, and they kept on saying, oh, wow, she was able to talk about people dressing decently. She was able to tweet about that without the fear of, they will judge me, or of course, you know, we're in the woke generation. So what does personal branding mean to you? And being authentic, were you able to be audacious about that?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Abby. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see your very pretty faces. Okay, so personal branding to me means being your authentic self, right? The way I am at home, that's the way I am out there online. There's no faking it. There's no, living the fake life and all that. Just be me. And that really makes it very easy for me to, do my business and everything, because there was one time, I like Mr. Vusi. I usually find it very hard to pronounce that his South African surname, but you know him now, Abby? We all know. Eh? Thank you very much. Yeah, I really, really like him a lot, and I learn a lot from him. So watching him, I felt like he's just so perfect, the way he does his things, so organized and everything. So at some point, I tried to walk and do things like him, right? Because he's the kind of person I want to be, so let me just be a copycat, basically, right? And when I started my journey, I used to post content online with my hair bonnet. I didn't care. Like I said, no fake life. If I'm at home in my room, I'm going to make a video and just, you understand? And when I was being myself, I was getting so many engagements, so many clients and all that. But when I decided to start acting like Mr. Vusi, who is, very perfect, everything just dropped, right? I didn't know what was happening. I became depressed. I started developing like self-doubt and all that, you understand? So it actually took, when I mentor people, when I'm saying this and that, I'm saying it in a couple of minutes, but it took me a really long time to arrive at that answer, right? So it took me a lot to understand that being your real self is what really matters. That's what drives you. So I resumed my, hair bonnet and stuff, and everything just, you get. So it was very awesome. And then when we talk about, you asked me a question.
Being audacious.
It comes from the fact that I walk with God. That's where my confidence comes from. Honestly speaking, I'm an army on my own, right? If everybody here decides that they want to be against me, I'll sit down here and I'll take everybody one by one after. Except under the influence of the Holy Spirit. If he says, Binta, don't talk, then I won't say anything. You understand? And it really comes from God Almighty. He is my creator. And if he says that I'm capable, if he says that I'm meant to do this, then every other person's opinion and views is nothing to me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Hadiza.
Hello.
Nice
Hi.
to meet you.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
So, like I said earlier, personal branding for me also stems from the place of your values and your purpose, right? You can't say you believe in one thing and your personal brand is saying a different thing. Even if we're in a social media generation, I feel like the power of self, when you say to thy own self be true, is the power to believe in what I stand for and stand for it. So stemming from a place of values, purpose, what will you say are the foundational aspects of building a personal brand?
Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Good. Foundation. The very first thing is knowing yourself. When you know yourself, then you know what it is you want to do. And when you know what you want to do, then you are able to be consistent, to be persistent, and also in knowing yourself, you tend to know what you're good at, right? So when you know what you're good at, you know where your strengths are, then you can say, okay, I want to do this. And knowing that there might be hindrances. Starting a business in Nigeria is not easy. So a little bit of backstory. I was an investment banker for 14 years, and I wasn't happy. I wasn't fulfilled. And when I decided to resign and start my business, a lot of people thought I was mad. But because I knew what I wanted to do, so I knew, the things that I needed to put in place. So like you rightly said, authenticity, it's very important, right? Being persistent, very important. So these are, some of the things that you need, to build a brand. And you also need to be true to, again, your authentic self. You understand? So, yes, we're in an age of social media, but then once you have created the niche, which I mentioned earlier, it makes everything seamless, so to speak. So no matter what comes your way, like Binta said, because you're focused and because you have the Almighty behind you, you can take on anything. I hope I've answered your questions.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Before I move to Dr. Temi, just to reiterate, I think one thing I'll draw from both of them is that believing in yourself stems from a place of believing in the supreme being. We're getting somewhere. So you can't come out with the personal brand. You can't come out with that Facebook image, the Instagram image, because some philosophers would define personal branding as a strategic way of creating our values, purpose, ambitions to a public-facing audience. So what they're trying to do now is to give us the foundational basis. Who are you? How are you authentic? What is your self-awareness? How are you drawing your audacity? And like Binta said, she draws it from a supreme being, knowing that her God guides her. And Hadiza is going forward to say that not just knowing that my God guides me, I put my mind to that thing, I'm consistent. So these are the foundational beings. Please, a round of applause for both of them. Hi, Dr. Temi.
Hello, Chima.
When I was reading your profile, I'm like, yes, the question I have for you is really for you. You're a doctor, you've done Readland, masters, right? I feel like I can kind of relate to as well, because some people say, oh, Chisom, you're a lawyer, but you also make footwear. So for you, how has your personal brand, or building a strong personal brand, has it been able to affect your career and your business in a way that there is Dr. Temi, there are businesses, or her career, her MBA, everything you've done, but your personal brand is still speaking for you? Like when Dr. Temi comes, okay, this is Dr. Temi, irrespective of other things she has.
Okay, so let me say good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say thank you, amazing women, for sitting here to listen to some of us distill what we have. And thank you for the impactful session we had. I really, really learned from all the older women, and so many things, stories resonated with me. But thank you for having me too as well. So I would say that basically my own authenticity comes from God, and I would say it's purpose. There's nothing I have become till date that didn't stem from purpose. So for me, social media was meaningless till I began my purpose. And everything I have done, opportunities that have come my way, was because I answered the call to purpose. So when I say purpose, I call myself God's errand girl. So everything you see that is an imprint of me is because I'm his errand girl. His errand girl because I found purpose. I left a teaching career that was blossoming. And every teacher that was my colleague said I was crazy. At the time, it didn't make sense. My family was struggling. We had no place to live. And it doesn't make sense. You leave a good teaching job Your husband leaves his own big career, he owns an advertising firm, and you say what you want to do is to gather kids on the streets. It doesn't make sense to anybody. But it was a call to purpose, right? And I would say categorically here that I did not begin to leave till I answered the call to purpose. So my leaving started when I answered his call. So everything that have been my authenticity, who I am, if I have traveling opportunities, I remain that God's errand girl whose purpose is to raise leaders of character and competence, raise me a generation of leaders, men and women of godly convictions. It has not changed since 2016 when I left my teaching job. It hasn't changed. That's my job description. So every other thing that came, president of Flourish Africa alumni, mini MBA, winning Access Bank Women Pitchathon, being among the 4 awardees when I did Academy of Women Entrepreneurs for U.S. Consulate, recently getting the local engagement coordinator for Tech Girls for U.S. Consulate, taking Tech Girls for Virginia Tech for 3 weeks in the U.S., traveling back to back, STEM conferences in Cairo, was just because that's answering God's call. For me, it's purpose, basically. And every other thing came in because I made up my mind it was fulfilling God's purpose or nothing. Nothing made sense. And I answered the call at a time when I was dissatisfied with life. I needed to answer a reason why it was made. And when that decision was made, amidst tears, amidst questions, amidst a lot of shaming, when people tell you you are crazy, you don't know what you are doing, I stayed true to that purpose, even when it was hard. But I believe that's what has made me authentic. Even when opportunities come to me, I know what's the purpose, so this is not my opportunity. So I believe by purpose, which was better out of passion, well, maybe God showed me. These are who I am. And I think that has led to my personal branding. So basically, my branding started when I answered his purpose. And then every other thing that came in has built my branding style till date. So it will also affect my values. It will affect those things I want to do. It will affect decisions I make with my family. But remaining true to who God wants you to be, for me, is what my authenticity is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. So I think what we can just speak from that is, if there was no Dr. Temi, let me just say Temi, let me not say Dr. Temi this time. If there was not Temi the errand girl, there wouldn't have been Dr. Temi. There wouldn't have been Reedland. There wouldn't have been carrying the Tech Girls to US. There wouldn't have been winning the Access Awards. There wouldn't have been coming to Aviva Women's Conference. Temi the errand girl, Temi God's errand girl, impacted her career and her business. You know, sometimes when we read this thing online or we read it from a theoretical point of view, it doesn't make sense. But you know, hearing, I'm sure if you were thinking about this thing years ago, you would never have known the dots would connect, right? So I think that's a great one we can all take from Dr. Temi's story. Hi, Robin.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm going to move to social media now, and then especially because you know you're into advertising and all of that, and we've heard people tell us about the foundational aspects of personal branding, authenticity. At this point, I'm self-aware. I know who I am. I know what I want to do. Now, I see social media as a platform, right?
Yeah.
So how do we ensure that in pursuing our professional goals for people in the career world,
yeah,
pursuing our business goals, we're able to, will I say, bring or put up a good personal brand for ourselves, that image, rather to create a good image for ourselves that speaks to who we are. Like now we have the foundational values. So how are we able to do that?
Okay, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be here. I want to say thank you to Miss Michelle. If I told you how we met, you would understand personal branding, and I wouldn't even have to answer your question. I don't know if I should tell them how we met. Okay. So on a nice day, I think it's like a weekday or something, I went to the stores. It was like a Renee supermarket, and I was going past the aisle where there's the milk, you know, the liquid milk, so the soya milk or the oat milk and all of that. And I saw this lady, and she was looking and going, you know, trying to find the one to buy. If you know me, I can have a conversation with a wall. If I see a wall, I'm chatting with it. So I see this lady, and she's just on the aisle, and she's looking through, and I just go, oh, you know, you should get this minor figures one. This one is the best one. I think and I start just chatting this lady up that I don't know from anywhere. And she's like, are you sure? I'm like, yes, because I'm lactose intolerant, and this is what I drink, and this is what has helped me. And then she says, okay, but I like soya. And I was like, okay, cool. And that's how I met her, on the aisles of a milk in Renee. I think we should clap for that. First of all, for Renee. So, and that would speak to networking, and I know we'll come to networking later on, but I'm that type of person, and I know that a lot of people are not those types of people, and that's okay if you're not that type of person, but there is a part of you that I think that from when we have this conversation today, you can take from that and run with it. Like striking a conversation with a total stranger makes her ask me, what do you do? And then I tell her what I do. I'm the West African luxury brand manager for Shiseido, which is a Japanese brand. And she says, oh my God, I have Aviva and all of this. And then that's how I'm sitting on this podium. Now to speak to your question, when we talk about products, so I'm gonna go to the milk now. I'm gonna use it as an example. If we're looking at a product, a bottle of water, milk, whatever it is that we're looking at, we would be looking to find the unique selling product. What is it so unique about that product, right? So you would say, what makes soya stand out from oat milk? So that's how you would sell your oat milk if you were into selling oat milk, right? That's what you'd be trying to sell to the crowd or your people when you find your people. Now, if we're talking about people now, human beings, and that is personal branding, now here is where we have to go to something that I like to call the UVP. Now, that's your unique value proposition. I would like people to write that down. I don't know, I just feel like you should write that down for one reason and one reason only. When I explain what it is, you will understand how to brand yourself in social media. Now, your unique value proposition is how you are perceived by people, okay? Like, what is it that when you post, like Binta says, when she started, she had a unique value proposition. And then she switched it up because she saw somebody else and she thought it would work for her. But it didn't work for her, so she had to go back and find herself. So now, what is it that you are that is so different from me or from the next person? That is what your unique value proposition is. That's the value that you're adding to this world that we live in. Therefore, when you sit with yourself and you find out that this is what makes me unique. Like for me, I could say the journeys that I've had in my life, the places I've grown up in my world, those things make me unique. That means you cannot be me. Even if you tried, you could steal the sauce for a bit, but the sauce will run out because I'm the one cooking in the kitchen. So you're probably just stealing a couple ingredients, you're still a mannerism, you're still a personality, but you're not him. So that's not unique to you. So what is unique to you? Where did you grow up? Who are the people that you've been around? What are the things you've seen in life? Where are the places you've gone? Where are the places you're going to go? How were you raised? What was your community like? That is how you do this on social media. Not by imitating, because you can only imitate for so long, right? You can only come into a space and say, oh, everyone's doing makeup now, so I'm going to do makeup now and be on social media doing makeup. That's fine, but there are people who do makeup on social media and tell you stories with it. They say, get ready with me while I da-da-da-da-da. And then they say, 2 years ago, I went to da-da-da-da-da. And then you forget you're watching makeup. And you're so enthralled by this story. You're just like, well, and then at the end of the day, she sprays her little thing and she's gone. And I'm like, what did I watch? Was it makeup or did this girl just tell me her story? And that is where that uniqueness comes from. So what are you selling? You have to ask yourself, who am I? What am I trying to communicate? And then when you find that unique value proposition, the next thing that you have to do, which is the most important thing, and I'm just going to say it now. If you have a pen, please write it down. You have to monitor your brand perception. Now, you found out about how unique you are, how I'm going to sell myself, this is how they love me, this is how people see me, and this is what is working for me. You now have to do checks and balances for yourself. And I'm saying this for even your businesses, because I know we're all business people here. If you're working a job, whatever it is, you have to monitor the brand perception. After you have found that unique value proposition, you monitor it. Because if we look at Binta, I think she stopped doing her checks and balances for herself for a while, and then she switched over and then realized that, oh, I'm not happy doing this imitation version of myself. Maybe I need to go back. But if you had kept a check and balance for yourself to say, are people still perceiving me like this? Have I, my word of the month is pivot. Have I pivot? Should I pivot to something else? Have I done something else? Or are people starting to like me more for my storytelling than my makeup? Do you know? So when you monitor that, you realize that, oh, there's so much more to grow from, because maybe you started off as that makeup artist, but now people like you telling stories. So what do? You start to tell stories. Whilst you do makeup, people now know you for one thing, but you can now open up another avenue for yourself where you can grow. And you can only do that if you take checks and balances of yourself. So to answer your question, it is the unique value proposition that you create for yourself on social media, and then you have to monitor and manage the brand that you have created. And that's what makes you stand out.
Wow, please a round of applause. I know most times when I'm in conversations about personal branding, you hear some people say, oh, it doesn't matter to me. I don't do things that are out-facing. I'm always behind. I'm a control officer. I do things at the back door. You know, there's something one of my mentors will say, Chisom, you need to move with the times, and the times are changing. Because we live in a digital age, you cannot separate your personal brand from your business. You cannot separate your personal brand from your career. God bless you so much, Mrs. Bakari, and thank you so much for the last session. Ms. Michelle, one thing I don't know if you realize was, it's so funny how all the sessions are interwoven. One great thing from the session before this, which affects personal branding, and which stood out for all of them, is the power of conviction. Ms. Bakari said when she went to India, she would look for a textile place. She didn't stop. The wellness coach said she just knew that with those 2 kids, I must go after what I needed to do. Mommy Tia said, while I was in America, I was thinking of coming back. There was a power of conviction. And that's because you couldn't take away their self from those things they believed in. So we've moved over the time of, oh, I can be backdoor, my personal brand doesn't matter. It matters. You know, one thing people need to know that, in as much as, yes, we live on Instagram, everything is more digital, when people are speaking to career professionals, when people are speaking to business people, they are buying from a person. They are not buying from maybe, they're not buying wood, right? So it's always about you. You see some people go to a salon, and I ask them, why have they been going to this salon for years? It's just because they like the owner. Why? The owner works on her personal branding. And she didn't say, oh, I have a salon, my girls are there, they can as well do it. You know, a lot of people I know from Aviva's Women Network, one of the core reasons why we're there is because of Mrs. Michelle as well. Of course, because of what Aviva stands for, but because she didn't separate herself from Aviva. You know, when you see the lioness, you see her, you see Aviva. You know, when you see other people in the network, you see their brand, you see their business. I remember last year at one of the hangouts we had for Aviva, there was a lady that started making scented candles. I can't remember her name now. And then she said something powerful, and she said that when she thought of the idea of making the candles, she does real estate as well, right? But what was pushing her at the time was, what was guiding her was herself. This is what she wanted to do. She didn't separate it. So it's so great how Ms. Robin spoke about, that unique value proposition. We need it. We need to be conscious of it, especially those things will guide us. Like she said, always go back to do like a checks and balance. That's what Binta did. So you can see that all these things are interwoven. So you can't separate your personal brand from your career. You can't separate your personal brand from your business. So just to take it a bit further, we'll just go around again. Binta, you take it and we'll just get back here. So just 2 questions, because MC is already, eyeing me. And I'll just say finally, how has building a personal brand impacted your life and impacted your audience?
Okay, so I've been able to get access to so many opportunities. For the kind of work that I do, I'm actually too young for it, so I hear, right? They're always singing it, you're too young to do this, blah, 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 So it has really helped me to get access to major opportunities, rooms that I know, because I don't have the connection now to enter some places, right? So rooms that I know I will not normally enter. Okay, maybe in the next 5-10 years, right? But by God's grace, I've been able to enter people that, I will not normally, Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been able to have access to them. And by God's grace, I've made money. That's helped me to become an independent woman. If I want something, I can get it for myself and all that. Thank you. And then for my audience, because I do mentor a lot of young women, so just being myself and putting myself out there has really inspired a lot of young people, because I get so many messages. How are you doing it? I also want to be like you, but I don't have the confidence, blah, blah, blah. But you really inspire me, this, that, So by God's grace, me putting myself out there, it's a crazy world actually. But like I said, God is the reason why I'm able to. I'm always scared all the time, not most, all the time you get. But I wake up every day, I close my eyes, I'm walking with God today. So because I'm walking with Him, nothing can solve, nothing can happen. So I'm just moving, right? Thank you. And that has been able to inspire so many young women. And by God's grace, I have many reviews. Many women are doing what they're supposed to do. They have the confidence to, get up and get the bag or walk in their purpose and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, same question.
Which ones?
How has your personal brand impacted you and impacted your audience?
Again, I would emphasize, you see, when it sounds very trivial, right? But you have to know yourself. You have to know who you are. You literally have to sneak up on yourself and find out who you are. What are your wants? What are your desires? What are your pet peeves? When you know all these things, because one thing about the mind is the mind believes what you tell it. Okay? So when you know these things, it helps so for instance, my business is centered around traditional African wellness, right? And the moment you go to my social media page or you meet me, I am my business from looking at me, okay? So again, knowing yourself is very, very, very paramount. When you know yourself, then you know what is unique about you, right? And what you can offer the people that you want to serve. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so same question.
Yes, but Dr. Simi, I'll add one for you because you're in tech, right?
Yeah.
I just want you to just briefly, how can women create their personal branding in male-dominated industries?
Okay, so let me kind of mix the two together. I think when you become who you're supposed to be, like when you come into your identity, there's something like called identity. So when you come into the realization of who you are supposed to be, I think you attract all the opportunities. Like she said, it starts from the mind. What you are not within, you can't grow without. And I had to deal with that early. I think I dealt with that when I stopped teaching, and my mom was an educator all her life, and she was a single mom. I saw her struggle to feed us, send the four of us to school. And I told myself I didn't want to be an educator because of my mom. But I believe God knew that was my calling, but I ran away from it. I studied economics. I had a 2-1. I wanted to own a bank. So I was following biographies of people like Jim Ovia, Otumba Shibomi Balogun. I had them all in my head, right? I had this block. My mom, an educator, she didn't make it. She struggled to feed us. Although she was a principal, yes. But she didn't attract the opportunities. There was no money always in the house. That was the song she always sang to us. But I guess when God began to deal with me and I came into who I am. Yes, you're a mother to nations. You are an educator. This is your seat. But you can attract the billions. Really? Yes. And when I came into that identity, I didn't want to be anybody else anymore. I didn't want to be that banker. I didn't want to be that person that wanted to be another person's job. I just wanted to be who God made me to be. That was when the doors opened. When I say doors opened, gates opened. So I think, true, we can't separate our self-identity from branding, from your company. When you come into yourself, you begin to have a personal brand. And when you begin to build your personal brand, every other thing you're supposed to become, you're supposed to learn to do, you will start to do it with ease. There comes an ease. So if you're supposed to wake up every morning, go on a social media platform, say some things, you will attract people to you. Why? Because your identity naturally attracts the right people. Because it's a problem you are made to solve, right? Your manufacturer knows you. And so you will attract the people that you are meant to solve their problems. And let me tell you, every human being, every woman God made has more than 1 million people's problems to solve. It's just that we have not come to our identity to know who we are. And when you come into it, every other thing becomes easy. So how do we... Thank you. So how do we tech people come into... You're in a male-dominated field, I tell you. And the truth is, before they hire 2 women, they've hired 10 men. And they tell you, oh, you see a lot of no's. You get a lot of no's in the tech field. But I will always say one thing. One of the things I learned from also the women in Google, some of these women sat down and they were talking about their experience. These women are into networking. Few women do this networking. But I found out that even in Google in San Francisco, you will get to see that they employ the women. Like a woman is the head of the department of networking. When I say networking, CCNA, that's like a Cisco thing. You see that for them to say, oh, this woman is the head of department. And one thing I know about women is when you open a door for a woman opens the door for more women. And before we know it, we get the ripple effect. What every woman needs to do in tech is to prove that you don't even need to prove that you are 2 times better than a man, but know your onions well. And when you know your onions, just be able to solve one tiny problem in your organization that a man cannot solve. Everybody in that organization will respect you as the woman. And not only in any organization, even if you're in tech. We've come to a time in tech, let me tell you whether we like it or not, the language of now and the future is technology. So every woman should speak that language. And whether you like it or not, because we need the language for whatever you are doing, whatever business you are doing, whatever thing you are called to do, you have to be able to speak a bit of that language. And when you speak a bit of that language, the world is looking for women who will make a difference. So in the tech field, Speak a bit of that language. Add something a man does not see. Women, we are very, very perceptive. We have instincts that men don't have. You only need to do something different. So, no matter how little it is, in the tech, male-dominated world, and the doors will open for you. That's what I would say about that.
Okay, to answer the same question, but can I just say, just to the tech male-dominated, today before I came here, I went to the bank. I don't know if I should mention the bank, but I probably don't need to. I don't need to give them the advertising. But I went to a bank before I came here, and I walked into the bank. I don't know, my brain is always on alert. I'm always searching for a woman. When I go somewhere, I'm searching for a woman. I don't know why. But I walk into this bank, and I'm just like, In 2 seconds, I just noticed there's all men. I said, what is happening here? I feel like I'm about to be kidnapped. What is this nonsense? So I walk up to the teller, and I go, hi, can I do a transaction? And he says, yes, of course. And then I go, is this an all-male bank? Is this on purpose? He goes, oh, no, all the women are on leave. And I go, really? Or did you guys do this on purpose and this is what you tell people when they ask? You say, all the women are on leave. He said, no, there's women that work here. And then I was like, I'm curious, I want to see. And then one woman walks out from the back and she comes in, she sits on the boss's chair. And I'm thinking, oh. So I think, oh, you should have told me the woman is the boss. Because I would have been so comfortable here. And then I saw her, I said, now I feel comfortable. She says, what happened? I said, because it's just a whole bunch of men. No, I mean, men are great, but it's a little intimidating. You walk into her, it's just a bunch. And she was like, oh, no. Truly, the women did go on leave, and I'm the bank manager. I said, well, you can do my transaction now, because I'm comfortable. And to say to that, in a male-dominated space, the assumption is always men are the bosses. I walk in there, I'm thinking, there's no woman here. And then the person who comes out is the woman, and she's the boss. So I'm saying, even that statement, what the male-dominated, I think it's sort of an illusion now. They create this facade, like they're still dominating. No, you're not. You're really not. Because the head can't stare without the neck. You know what I mean? So, yeah, let's speak to that for a second. Women are the bosses, but they might not be as loud. They might not wear the big suits. They're just sitting there and just really getting the work done. So they're the nitty-gritty people. So I think that, I just wanted to mention that in that male-dominated space, if you really look, the woman is really leading that pack. And I just wanted to speak to that. Okay, now, as for my personal brand and how it has impacted me, I have a thing that I create for people and businesses, and I call it the brand Bible. And I find that in Nigeria, a lot of companies and brands don't have a brand Bible. You go to a company, I want to consult for someone, and I say, can I see your brand Bible? And they're looking at me like, what the hell is that? What's a brand Bible? I said, can I see, what you give people when they come and they want to help you with your marketing and your advertising? So we don't have that. I said, what do you mean you don't have a brand Bible? So I said, which logo do you use for your corporate events? It's the same logo we use every time. What? So which logo do you use for your non-corporate, like your CSR and all of that? What do you put out? And it's like, it's the same logo. And I'm thinking, The only thing I always say to them is, I'm going to paint you a picture. And I'm going to paint this picture to everyone here. And that will answer your question. The picture is Dior. Everybody knows Christian Dior? Very good, very nice. Luxury gang. So when you see Christian Dior, you notice that Christian Dior is, if I say Christian Dior, you're thinking Christian Dior, you'll see the logo is just Dior, D-I-O-R, right? Is it in black in your mind's eye, or is it in gold in your mind's eye? Which one is it in your eye? When you see Dior, is it Dior in black? Gold? Oh, you really like luxury. Who sees it in black? You seen it in black? Okay. Have you seen it in white? Good. Do you know that there's a reason for the different variations of colors of Dior? And that's what the brand Bible is. When Dior does luxury, they use gold. When Dior does regular products, they use black. When Dior does fragrances, they use white. If you pay attention, you'll notice there's a distinction. Now, Nigeria, Africa, we're not very used to that distinction, creating distinctions. You have a company, you have a brand that you've created, you have a CSR arm of your brand, but you have the same exact logo. Nothing stands for anything. Everything is just bumbled and jumbled into one. How can anyone, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. And for that purpose, and that's how I live my life, is that you will get a separate Robin at a separate event. You know what I mean? So if we go to my social media, I'm not big on social media. I don't post a lot, but I have a good following, over 30,000. I think it's good enough. But, but I don't post a lot. But there's a me there where it has nothing to do with anything else. And that is the Bible of your branding, where you realize that your CSR arm of your business is completely separate to the things that you're selling. And maybe your real estate arm is completely separate, but you do have one entity that is you. Let's take, for example, Aviva. Aviva has CSR. Aviva will adapt to the CSR arm of itself in a different way than it would to the conference, in a different way than it would to the house we're trying to build, in a different way. You would have to adapt, because that is what the world is about, adaptability. You cannot say, this is me, I am rigid, and that's how I move. Every time you enter a new space, when in Rome, you act like the Romans. So if Aviva ever creates a luxury arm of its company, I would hope Aviva would use a new logo for the luxury. I would hope Aviva would have a variation of that. It would still be Aviva, recognizable, but it would just change in a little bit. But you would still be able to identify that, oh, that's Aviva, but this might be Aviva Cosmetics or Aviva Makeup or Aviva, do you know what I mean? And she did speak to that. She said when the word Aviva came to her, she said, should I do Aviva Cosmetics and all of this? There's still time, that's possible, it's more than possible. So this is what I live by, and I hope that even after I've said this, you can see it from the point of view of the biggest luxury brands in the world. This is what they do. If you pay attention, you will notice that the different logos, they vary for different things. And that's just how I go about it.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Temi, Robin, Hadiza, Binta, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for listening. Okay. 2 questions. Anybody has a question? Okay, I saw that hand first. Second one.
Okay. The 2 there. All right, thank you. Please come help.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I want to thank the panel for this session. I was just telling my seatmate here that I've written a lot. There's been so many takeaways. So this question that I have is directed to Ms. Robin, but any other person can chime in. So you said something about, sorry, give me a minute. Okay, so you said something about, having your unique value proposition. So my question is, when you are embracing authenticity and being unique, sometimes it's you said the whole idea of branding is knowing yourself. So it can come in a form of having a raw idea that no one else is necessarily doing. So how do you communicate this uniqueness? Because it's an uncharted path. It's a path where there's no one else doing what you want to do. And it can come off as, what's this one doing? Who's this person? So how do you communicate this uniqueness to your target audience? That's my question.
Okay, thank you so much. What's your name?
My name is Naomi.
Okay, hi Naomi. I'm going to answer that question with a quote. When confidence enters the room, fear leaves. Yes? Yes. When confidence goes into the room, fear walks out the door. When fear walks into the room, confidence exits as well. So you see that they interchange. Now, how do you do that? You don't seek, like my father would say, he would say, you don't go to a farmer and ask him for banking advice. He knows nothing about it. So you're saying to me, I want to do something that is so unique. I haven't seen this before. You have nobody to ask. You start to walk the walk, and then along the way, you will make mistakes. Then you will figure it out. You will figure out what works, what doesn't work. And then what happens? People start to copy and follow. That is usually the trend. People who started a unique thing never had a guiding compass. The world is actually waiting for you to start that idea. We copycats are begging you to start that idea. We're like, please start so we can copy you. Do you know what I mean? So you don't walk into your ideas with fear, and you don't go to farmers for the advice about finance. They don't know. They've never done this before. So you lead, and then along the way, you'll break, you'll be happy, and you figure it out. And then the rest of us will copy and follow you and be successful.
Thank you. Hadiza wanted to add to that. 1 second. Naomi.
Sorry, in addition to what she said, right? So using myself as an example, when I started my business, I can say, yeah, maybe the second person that was doing what I did, or what I do, rather. And when I started, it was meant to, I can understand you being scared. I was scared, especially with the fact that I was confused as in, how do I start? How do I tell my story? You know, how do I, make people get the idea of what I was trying to do? And what I now decided to do, again, there was one person doing what I wanted to do. So I sort of did my research, right? I saw what she was doing, and I now said to myself, it was meant, so when I started my business, it was meant to be service-based, right? But then I now thought, okay, how do I make myself different? So I decided to go into products as well as services. Do you understand? And then I looked into myself again. What am I good at? Again, the unique thing. What am I good at? So I studied psychology. I'm actually a psychotherapist, right? And it falls under wellness. So I decided, okay, why not add this to that? Do you see where I'm going? So like she said, you can't be scared. You just have to go into it and just go for it. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dayo Adejobi. You did speak about separating the personal brand from your corporate brand. I would like you, from the business, I reckon the corporate brand, how do you strike a balance when you're scaling? Look at brands, global brands like Tesla, Trump, Toyota, BMW, Apple, GT Co. Providus. They're not personal brands. I understand that a lot of businesses here sort of have their storylines around, the people who sort of champion them. The lady in tech is a service business. There's nothing personal about that. Could you clearly help draw a distinction? Thank you.
Do you want to go?
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. Let me quickly, we're all young here, I hope. Do we all know Beyonce? Good. Do we also all know Rihanna? Awesome. Which one of those brands is more successful? Good. Beyonce's brand is less successful. Do we know why? Because she's almost robotic in her way. She's not personable. There's nothing, when you look at her, you don't see yourself in her. You can't relate to her. She's above everything. You know what I mean? Whereas Rihanna, you see her and you think, oh, she could have been my sister. She looks like a crazy girl I went to school with. This one's mouth is loud. Do you know what I mean? So you can see parts of yourself in her, but you see nothing of yourself in Beyonce. Every brand she starts fails. I'm sorry, I know this is gonna go on YouTube, but it does. It'll stick for 6 months to 2 years, and then it'll disappear. House of Darion, Ivy Park, I can name all of them. I use her as a reference every time because I'm in luxury branding. She's a premium brand person at best. She can sell a couple candles and then she'll move on. Fenty is $1 billion business because Rihanna is personable. She's like me and you. You see her, she's an immigrant. If you lived in America, she looks like you, she seems like you, she's personable. Now you spoke to GT Bank and the other banks and all of this. The reason why these ones can be separated is because those are corporations. Do you want to say something? Yeah. 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 Okay.
Because, I reckon by God's grace, we will all be big.
Absolutely.
All the women brands here will be big in Jesus'
name. Amen.
So sort of speak into the future.
Okay.
I don't want you to pigeonhole us.
So let's speak if I'm going to speak to a global brand, I'm still going to use Rihanna as a reference. It started off as it literally started off as a collaboration with H&M, and then a collaboration with Puma, and then she realized that, oh, I could stand alone. I don't need these other people. I'm not making that kind of return on investment. I'm so personable and people truly seek me for what they want. I'm such a leader in fashion and style that I can just create Fenty and stand alone. It used to be Fenty X Puma, Fenty X this, Fenty X H&M, and it became Fenty. Half of us will have lip glosses and whatever else from Fenty here. It is to the globalness of it. If I come to Aviva, there's something about Miss Michelle that brought me here. Do you understand? There is something about the CEO. She's who she is. She stands on who she is. She represents this brand to its fullest. I will also speak to Miss Banker Claude. When they said when I saw her profile and it said founder of fitness and wellness, I looked at her and I said, I get it. It makes sense. I want her to be my nutritionist because she represents what she's selling. It is exactly what it is. So when you're speaking about being interpersonal with your business or separating, you cannot. The day we find out that the man who is in charge of the wellness and fitness is a 250-pound size man, we are running. You cannot tell us how to do something that you cannot do. And this is why separating yourself from a business, it might work for a short time, but it won't hold up for the longevity that you speak of. Therefore, I'm sorry, and that's why that separation should not and cannot exist.
Sorry, 1 second, Binta. Sorry, 1 second. Because I work in banking, and I love the example you use about banking, and which is why, if you remember when I mentioned earlier, we need to go with the times. We can't do personal branding without corporate banking. May his soul rest in peace. I need to bring us back to late Herbert Wigwe. If there wasn't the personal brand of, I don't know if people know late Herbert Wigwe here, to the extent in which he did Access Bank, number one. Herbert ate Access Bank for breakfast. He ate Access Bank for lunch, and he ate Access Bank for dinner. He was a walking Access Bank. You cannot see Herbert Wigwe without seeing Access Bank. So I'm bringing it back to the Nigerian banking example. That's one. Two, when Access Bank was ready to start going global, you're asking, how can women brands here go global, go, national, move from the regions? You know what Herbert would do? He would go for the meetings himself. Why? He's the walking Access Bank, right? Tomorrow, Aviva wants to open a women's network in Ghana. Miss Michelle will be present. She's a walking Aviva. Chisom is a member. She's a walking Aviva. So we're going with the times. Even in corporate, in banking, you can't, which is why in banking, there's something called tier 1 banks and tier 2 banks. Access is a tier 1 bank, even after the passing of late Access Wigwe. As a matter of fact, the financial industry thought their shares would drop. It didn't drop. Why? He has built that personal brand with his corporate banking, and he moved it in global affairs. If you listen to the Tribute Night of Access, you listen to the MDs of the global branches, they'll say things like, for every inauguration, Access Kenya, Access UK, Herbert was present. Why? He was a walking Access bank. So yes, you cannot remove personal branding from corporate branding in today's century.
Yeah, so I would like to add to that. You know, I feel like it depends on the product or service that someone is selling. For example, we all need money. There's nobody that does not need money. There's nobody that doesn't need to do 1 or 2 transactions, right? So if I'm here selling, all of us, we drink water. We can't do without water. If I come here now and I'm not smiling with anybody, you want to drink water, you will come and buy my water, right? You will drink it. Now, when we talk about personal branding, it influences your business. You get, so we have 2 people, my twin sister and I, were selling water, right? And I'm smiling. Hey, you come and buy from me and leave my twin sister because she's not smiling with you, right? And that's it. With my business, I feel like it's okay to also separate your business from your personal brand. Do you understand? But your personal brand influences your business. Because I have a large amount of following on Instagram and all that. And I saw that when I was mixing the two, I was people were lost. I was communicating this, but then it wasn't specific. Exactly, thank you. It was disconnected. Do you understand? So when I decided to separate the two and use me to influence my business, then it was balanced. And so yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We don't want it to end, do we? We want it to keep going. Are you getting value? Please appreciate with a round of applause every single speaker on this panel and our moderator who has steered this conversation excellently. Thank you. We love you. Please rise for one group photograph, after which our chair and member of Board of Trustees will join and present gifts to you. If there was one resounding and recurring statement, please together for a photo. Excuse me, sirs, please show them exactly what you want them to do. It was know yourself. Did you hear that? Did you hear it several times? Know yourself. Hadiza said it again and again, and it was echoed in different ways. It is yourself that you know, your business that you know, that you can translate into your brand. We'll welcome Ma'am Michelle and Madam Me to please join them in this next. We would hand the gifts. We'll take a photo first, then hand the gifts over and take another photo. Is Ma'am Michelle standing right? Okay. Okay, so please all look at the camera and say Aviva. Whilst you're posting your photographs and your videos, please remember to use our hashtags at Aviva Conference, hashtag Aviva Conference 2024, Aviva Annual Conference, and Inspiration to Action. If you are not following us on Instagram yet, please go to Instagram now and open the Aviva Live. Go to Instagram and open the Aviva Live. That's THE Aviva LIVE. And please follow us on Instagram so you're also updated with our activities. There's an activity on the 30th of November, which is the Health and Wellness Day. We're going to be at a wellness resort here in Ikoyi, overlooking the ocean. There'll be mud baths, there'll be steam baths, there'll be foot massages, there'll be conversations, there'll be food, and it's all for 20,000 naira only. That's a steal. No, hold on. Please don't leave yet. We'll still take one group photo with all our gifts. So just hold on. Thank you. We'll hope to see us all there on Saturday. 30th of November. Yeah, so one last photograph, everybody holding your gift. You can use the handle. You can hold it using the handle. Please show them to hold it using the handle so that it's easy. It's upside down? Okay, that's fine. Just hold it tightly and let the Aviva show. Thank you. Please reduce the volume just a little bit. Please reduce just a little bit. All those who are joining us online, we know you're there. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We're about to go on our lunch break now, so we ask you to join us, have lunch where you are, so that in 45 minutes, please everyone bring out your phone and set your alarm. Set it, come out, bring it out. Bring it out and set your countdown timer to 40 minutes, 40. So that when it goes off, you know we have 5 minutes to come back to the room. Set your timer for 40 minutes. I just want to also clear up. Each session is supposed to be 45 minutes, not 25. The reason I come up on the 25 mark or around the 25 mark is so that we can have time for questions. But like in the first session, we took the whole time for the conversation. It is actually a 45-minute session, but it's either we have all talk or we're able to have some time to take questions. Whichever way, we've tried to do good with time. This time, I think we just did about 48 minutes. So we are grateful. We're going to lunch. As we are going to lunch, you'll be handed a ticket out there, which you would use to go into the restaurant for lunch. If you haven't visited the exhibition areas, this is a great time to do so. How many minutes do we have? How many minutes? 40 minutes. When your 40 goes off, we have 5 minutes to come back here. Thank you, and see you in 45. Woo! Yeah, come on. That's it. Woo! Please, can we leave for lunch? Please reduce the volume a bit. Please, can we leave for lunch? Please, can we all leave now for lunch so we can come back on time? Please, everyone, let's go out for lunch. Please. Please, let's leave for lunch. Ushers, help us with people movement. If we don't leave on time, we cannot come back on time and we'll be behind time again. Please, let's leave for lunch. Please, Please hold the woman by your side and take her with you. Let's leave for lunch. Hold the woman by your side and take her with you. Let's leave for lunch. If we don't leave, we will not return on time. Please, let's leave. Let's leave. Everyone, let's leave for lunch, please. We have now less than 40 minutes to return. We still have 2 panels to go. We have 2 extraordinary sessions. Let's go have lunch and return. Thank you.
I don't know. Say what you wanna say it now. Say it to my face. Please don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
Welcome back, wonderful women. Welcome back, Aviva women. Welcome back, lionesses. Welcome back, world changers. Welcome back, those people of inspiration translating to action. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you feel refreshed. Do you feel refreshed? I hope you ate something you enjoyed. I thoroughly enjoyed my beans and dodo like Troy. I almost ate my fingers. The beans and dodo was lit. And I had it with some panla fish. Panla that had some pepper on it. Then I took my meat from the bitter leaf soup because that one was soft and had the taste had gone into the meat. I wanted to take meat from the stew, but it was a bit soft for children like me. It was a bit hard. You know, children like me, we eat soft meat. It's adults like some people here that eat hard meat. Did you enjoy lunch? Have you met someone new since we began? Yes. Are you happy? Yes, I am happy. I'm really happy. Welcome back. If there's any seat in front of you that's unoccupied, please feel free to occupy it. The opening session is done. So right now you can occupy any seat in front of you. Please do so. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let's move all the way forward, all the way to the very forward. If you are here, you're back on time, and you would like to come forward, especially if you're going to be one of our speakers, please feel free to come right to the front. The rest of us, you're free to take a seat right in front of you. That's fine. Welcome back. All right, welcome back. Thank you, welcome back. A number of people have been asking me questions about my hair, where I bought it from. I bought it from heaven. God-given, 8.5 years. Not that anybody is counting, but it just happens that 8 years have gone by. And somebody said, oh, I don't think I can really do that. It takes a lot of time. I'm like, well, 8 years will go by regardless. If you want to lock your hair, lock it. When you're tired, cut it. My vision and your vision are different. And if you can't grow yours, you can buy. You can buy. And when you cut it, you can keep it. Should you change your mind another time, you reattach it. On Monday next week, the 11th of November, will make it 17 years officially since I've been a master of ceremonies. It is not my part-time job. This has been my full-time job for 17 years. I have trained over 1,000 masters of ceremonies across Africa. I do this for a living. This year, 2024, I've not left my bed to come down from my bed for less than ₦1 million per event. I have not. But I'm 17 years. Don't forget. And before I made that decision on the 11th of November 2007 to take this as my full-time job, not part-time. This is not my side hustle. This is my full-time job. That thing you do full-time, this is mine. Before I made that decision, I had been on stage for 15 years as a hobby. The first time, I was 10. It was the First Lady's Children's Concert by Mariam Babangida. I went there to dance. And she said, why do we have adult MCs at a children's event? Why can't we have children MCs? So Anton Kem, who took us, Anton Kem of Tales by Moonlight, said, I have the perfect talk. Where's Joyce? Come out here. Where's Olu? Come out here. And we MC'd that event in Abuja in 1992. Of course, it was on NTA. So by the time I got back home, I was this mini celebrity. So my church asked me to MC again and again, then my school, and then my friends. And I just did it for fun. But after NYSC, and I got a job that I was doing so well, in 4 months, I had an official car. I was so excited about the car, but not the job. And so after about 3.5 months, I said, you know what? I'm going to leave this job so that I can find me. And I quit. And everybody thought I was crazy. How can you leave this salary? How can you leave this car? But I left all, and I left my wonderful city of Port Harcourt, where I was, and came to Lagos, and suffered small for 7 months with no job. And maybe after 3.5 months, no money. But I was looking for something. I was looking for me. Going to what our speakers just talked about now, about finding you. And someone asked me to MC an event. Was it new to me? No, I had been MCing. But that day, when I was done, on number 64B Anifowoshe Street, off Adeola Odeku, Victoria Island, I was on stage when we said thank you, the event was done. Genevieve Naji climbed up and came to me. And she said, you're so good. You have to MC my event in May next year. Okay, you think I was that good, girl? I got you. And everybody says I look like you. While she was still talking, T.Y. Bello came up. I didn't come down. They came up to meet me on stage. And she said, oh, you're engraced for this. This seems like your call. You know how T.Y. Bello talks very spiritual. I was like, wow, speak to me, Lord. Whilst they were still talking, Adesua Onyenokwe, who I only knew from television, came up and she was like, okay, you know, say now you go and see my event for February. Girl, you good, oh. Ndidi was the event planner. Ndidi, now you get this. I beg you, bring her back. I said, no, there's something going on here. They don't know me from anywhere, but they recognize my skill. And so, with some tears in my eyes, ruining my makeup, thank God the event was over. I walked into the bathroom, the restroom, and I said, from today, this is now your full-time job. You want to clap, it's all right. It's all right. And right there, I said, I know that there are other restless talkatives like me who would like to do what I do. So when I've gained some experience professionally, I will start training. And so it took me a while because I was doubting myself. But then I started training 7 years after, and we haven't looked back. What you're looking for far away, where is it? It's already inside. And guess what? Some people might have been complimenting you already, and you'll be saying, I beg. Like, oh, you're such a good organizer. Everything you do is, I beg. Now, this one they talk, people are talking about having bank. You're talking about organizing. Wow. I said, what? Wow. It's in there. We just need to bring it out and brand it. In 2019 was the first time I had my first brand Bible. I went to a brand consultant, and we together put my brand Bible together.
some people who know that I wear green and this and that, it's because we sat down, we thought about it, we thought about different projections. I was given a 4-page questionnaire, and after that it was, okay, so this is your color. Green was, I never liked green, but green was the essence of what I was trying to give. And so it is green, even though I had started wearing green, it is green, it is pearl, it is bronze or brown shoes or green shoes. I don't own any other color. I don't have any dress that is not green or white or off-white, except the brand pays me to wear their colors, which sometimes they do. And I'm very grateful to you, Providence Bank, for making me wear your color LL this year. Much love and kills. And they gave me the money to make sure I was wearing their color. I love you. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to be associated with you. Point being, to be clear, what has it done for my business? It's made me easily identified. Very easily identified. People know what to get when they are thinking me because they only know one thing about me in one light. What else has it done for me as a person? It has made it easy for me to know what to wear to events. I don't think too much. I already know, first of all, it will be green. And guess what? I can repeat clothes for days and nobody knows because they don't care. All they see is green. And then the gifts. Last year, my birthday on Instagram, I had to write, please don't send me clothes. Thank you, I don't want again. Because people know what I wear. It's so easy to gift me. 80% of my wardrobe are gifts. Somebody just says, oh, I saw this on Instagram and it looked like what you would like. Send. Somebody calls me, oh, somebody paid for this thing. And how many pearl necklaces do I have? Because people know I wear pearl. They send me pearls like, at the point I say, I'm not a pearl seller. I don't sell pearl. Stop sending me pearls. Your personal brand will do so much for you. I loved what I heard about Fenty. And all this talk right now, I'm letting you know that intentionally, I'm waiting for people to come back in. Yeah. This is the right holding for people to come in. Are you there? Yeah. When she spoke about Fenty, I was like, she's giving me 1 or 2 assignments to add as we're going into 2025 and refreshing the brand. I refreshed my logos this year, so I have the logo for this and the logo for that and all of that. But as we're refreshing for the new year, there are a few things we need to be intentional about. And people just look at you and think it's just, there's no just. We make it happen. Even my glasses, I had to go back to my consultant to see what kind of glasses will I wear to fit my brand. And she went through some files and she said it has to be rimless. It should be either this or either that. You cannot wear this, you cannot wear that, so that it doesn't take you off. The only thing I say, Auntie, please, you allow me start to wear my red lipstick again, please. I miss my red lipstick. Because it wasn't in my, it's not in my brand Bible. I'm supposed to stay nude, which I've done for so long. But I need some red. Somebody say I need some red. And since I cannot wear red dress, can I please wear red lips? Hello? Let's not hear for hearing's sake. Let's hear for action. Let's hear for action. Inspiration to action. Not inspiration to perspire to Maguire, but inspiration to action. The first session that we would all enjoy together before we break up for the next 2 sessions is on health and wellness. And the people who would speak are people I love and admire from a distance, and I've seen them seated here. First off, just because her name is first here, is Chiamaka Elujoba. Please welcome her as she comes forward. She is the founder and CEO, Green Essence Limited. Chiamaka and I met about 10 years ago in Port Harcourt. We've stayed in touch. So proud of what you're doing. Thank you for all the shots that you send from time to time that make us feel young and energized. Please sit down. Welcome. Right next to her is Mrs. Cherise Ijewere. Welcome her. Clinical nutrition consultant and gut health practitioner. I've joined her programs, I think 3 times now. Her what do you call it, raw food challenge, 5-day raw food challenge. I've joined about 3 times, and there's just so much to unpack from her. And finally, to join them, I saw him earlier. Where is he? Dr. Francis Adeshina. Okay. He's not in his. Okay. Okay, he's for mindfulness. I beg your pardon. So it's both of them having this conversation. Let's learn so that we can do what? So we can take what? Action. The microphones. Are the microphones here, sir? Are the microphones here? The gentleman has been playing soft tunes for us all day. We've been enjoying his music. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. And the microphones are coming to you. This session is just for 15 minutes. And after that, we'll break out into 2 sessions that we will thoroughly enjoy. How many of us are ready for some conversation about health and wellness? But before we start, please, if there is a free seat in front of you, please move, please move. Please, 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 please. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am very blessed and honored to be with you today. I know that we've been sitting for a while. We just went for lunch. I want to engage you all on a small activity. So we're just going to do a little stretching because we've been sitting for so long. So just stand up. We're going to do the coconut stretch. Okay, are we ready? Everyone on your feet. We're going to stretch to the right. So we're going to spell coconut with our bodies, okay? Stretch to the right for C. O. To the left. C. O. Touch your toes. N. Hands in the air, jump up. U. And T. We're going to do it just a little bit faster. So C, backwards C. Are we having some music, Mr. DJ? A little music. Yes. All right, ready, coconut. Ready to the right, C. O at the top. C backwards. O at the top. And touch your toes. U in the air. T across. Okay, well done. Clap for yourselves. Okay. All right. So I'm with Chiamaka. My name is Sharice Ijawari. I'm originally from the Caribbean. I'm actually from the island of Jamaica. And I met my husband in a small town. He's a medical doctor. He swept me off my feet. I worked in the emergency room, met him there. I am a nurse, a nutrition consultant, a gut health practitioner. How many of you know about gut health? Gut health. So your gut is your stomach, your alimentary canal, from the mouth all the way down to the anus. So those of you who are complaining about ulcers, stomach pain, gas, bloating, one thing or the other, it's coming from an imbalance in the gut health. And of course, just to know, you are created whole, perfect, and complete. So when there are issues going on in your health system, we have to reflect and look back. What is the cause? Are we the cause of what's going on? And so being intentional with your health, with your wellness. As women, many times we're not setting boundaries. We're not taking care of ourselves. We're taking care of everybody else. and we've forgotten about ourselves. So putting yourself as priority, making sure self-care is number one, and self-care would be you going to bed on time meaning 10 o'clock at night. Some of you just try and get to that bed at 10 because you want to sleep 7 to 9 hours each night. When you sleep, the body repairs, it heals, it rejuvenates, and that's what's going to take you into longevity. Of course, we speak a lot about diet and nutrition. You know that you need to eat the fruits in season, your vegetables in season, but of course life happens. Eat what's in season. Try and have your last meal as your lightest meal. And as you age gracefully, as you get older, you want to look at what you're doing, what you're not doing. Many times we have clients come to us who are suffering from deficiencies. Simple deficiencies such as vitamin D. So if you're inside all the time, you don't go outside, get some sunlight, that vitamin D deficiency can actually push you into autoimmune disease. It can push you into cancer. So many of our clients who have cancer, by the time we check, vitamin D is almost non-existent. So just paying attention to the little things and knowing that you have control over what you're doing to your body. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the break. My name is Chiamaka Elujoba, and I'm the founder, CEO of Green Essence Health and Lifestyle. I'm not a typical, I didn't grow up hoping to be a wellness coach or anything like that. I actually was an accountant for 9 years. And I used to work in Port Harcourt and then Lagos as an investment banker. It was an amazing job, but then at some point, I knew that I had to step aside because I had a calling, and I sort of lost my peace while doing the work. I grew up with a dad who literally would juice for us, take care of us with all natural stuff. We hardly took medications at home. It was always natural juices. Then coming up, and I realized a lot of people had diabetes, had high blood pressure, had all kinds of lifestyle chronic diseases that I know were very preventable, that I know that they didn't have to deal with. Then at some point while I was still working, I realized, I would be in the office and people knew people knew that I had this gifts and all of that. And say, oh, Chiamaka, someone has XYZ. What should they eat? What should they drink? And I would leave my job, get into the restroom, and start counseling the person and saying, do this, don't take this one again, cancel this out, strike this out, and it went on and on and on for months, and they would be calling me in the office and I'm like, I'm coming, I'm having running tummy. I wasn't having any running tummy, I was just enjoying helping these people. It was just so satisfying, and I remember every time I saw someone who was sick, I would weep literally and say, God, why? And he said to me that I'm waiting for you. You haven't answered yet. Go and help them. You know you can help them. Go and help them. So at some point I had to resign. It was not an easy decision to make. It was a very tough decision. As a matter of fact, I cried. I remember one day I was on my way to work and I parked by the corner of the road and I wailed. I wailed so hard. I didn't want to resign because I had a prestigious job. At the time, I'd been transferred to Lagos. I had such a beautiful job. I was the treasurer of the office. In my boss's absence, I was the one in charge. I was the one writing the checks, going to the banks, just running shows and all of that. So it was difficult, and I developed some sort of attachment to my office and my job and my boss and everything that involved. But that day I wailed so much and I cried, and I knew what to do, but I just didn't know how to go about it. But when I got back to the office, I turned on my laptop and I started to type my resignation letter. And that was how it started. I remember at the time, so I'm from a very spiritual background. I believe so much in the power of God. And I remember one time I had a dream. So one woman I love so much is Ibuku Awoshika. And I had a dream, and I saw her in the dream, and she said to me, young lady, what do you want? And I held the file in my hand, and I said, oh, my mom wants me to do my master's. And she said, what do you want? I said, oh, my brother wants me to get a better job in, maybe a bigger company or something. She said, young lady. I said, what do you want? And I said, I want to do what God wants me to do. And God wants me to go into juicing. She said, can I have the file? And I gave it to her, and she drove up, and I woke up. And that was literally how I found myself in wellness. I started, then again, I attended Wimby's conference one year, sat next to a lady who said to me, you don't have to wait till you can afford the money for a store. Start where you are, start at home. So I started juicing at home. I started juicing, and I was juicing for myself initially, and just for a few people. But then I started to get so much demand, because I wasn't just juicing randomly, I was juicing to suit people's specific body needs. So I would ask you, what do you have? I mean, people say they have maybe, let's use high blood pressure. And I will get all the herbs, all the fruits that are good for high blood pressure, and I will put them together in a bottle or in 2 bottles, and I will give it to them. And I realized that in less than 1 month, 2 months, I saw that these lifestyle diseases could be reversed. My dad did it for people. My dad was, an engineer in University of Port Harcourt. And I remember on one certain occasion, a professor had, come to see him, who was really, really terminally ill and was going to travel to India. And my dad said to him, don't travel just yet. I'm going to tell you what to do. Long story cut short, the man came back in December with a very big hamper and gave it to my dad. And I said, Daddy, I was a very curious young girl. And I said, Daddy, what's the hamper for? And my dad says, you remember that man that came? I said, I know when he came. And my father was like, he's okay now. I'm like, what do you mean he's okay now? He's like, he's healed, he's fine. And I'm like, what did he do? My father said, I told him to go and juice XYZ. And now he's fine. So he brought us hamper. And I'm like, whoa, just like that, So basically, now my dad passed on in 2015. God bless his soul. But I realized that I had to take up this mandate. And I started to juice for people. And I think my first assignment was my mom. My mom was scheduled for a surgery in 2 weeks for her eyes. And she called me and said, I don't want to do surgery. And I said, Mommy, you don't have to do surgery. She said, give me juices to drink. I know that I will be okay. You and your dad used to do this thing. My mom does not know how to do anything concerning juicing. She said, Chimaka, do this thing for me. And I sent her some juices. And in 2 weeks, they went back to the same doctor who was to perform a surgery. And the surgery was cancelled. Because everything had cleared. The glaucoma had cleared. Everything was gone. And my mom said, after that, it's when I was going to resign, she said, go ahead and resign. I support you 100%. So just since that time, I realized that on the earth, God has put our healing fruits and vegetables. We have ignored them for so long, and I think it's time to return to our roots. It's time to go back to nature. It's time to go back to creation. It's time to go back to Genesis 1:29. Eat the seeds, the fruits, the herbs, and the nuts. That you should call your food. It's time to leave these processed foods that we keep serving us every day. They keep shoving it up our faces. We keep looking at them and consuming it. But these things are the things that are harming us. So I realize that we don't have to eat those things. Who says we have to eat 3 mighty square meals? Apple in the morning, fufu in the afternoon, beans in the night. Who made these rules really? So it's time to really demystify all of these, things that we think are right, but are actually harming us, harming our bodies. Go back to your roots. Start planting again. Start cultivating the things you don't have to go to the market to buy those things. You have farmlands in your backyard. Start farming from there. And the things you farm, eat them. That's what is going to heal you. We don't need these things they are bringing into our country. We don't need those processed food. Look at Nigeria today. Look at Nigeria years back. Imagine the illnesses that have just from nowhere. Now you're looking at everybody, they go to one test, just a regular test, and someone realizes that they've been diagnosed with cancer. From where? It's from our food. It's not far-fetched. Now, there are so many other reasons. Maybe, I mean, there's the emotional factors we are going to have conversations about. But first and foremost, it is time to return to our roots. Every disease can be reversed. We can prevent it, and we can properly manage it. So it's time to return to our roots. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chiamaka. Now, when it comes to your ailments, when it comes to disease, there are 5 roots of wellness, which can also equal the 5 roots to illness. Number 1 is spirituality. So if you are holding a grudge, if you're being unforgiving, I remember I had a patient maybe 2 or 3 months ago. She had breast cancer, stage 2, newly diagnosed. She had a divorce with her husband. She was still carrying resentment, hate, and so forth. And she said she could actually feel it in her body. But, you know, just carrying on that same thing, if you don't let go, if you don't resolve things, then they can eventually start to cause your cortisol levels to go up. They can feed estrogen, which causes things like breast cancer. Number 2 is your mindset. I know we mentioned that in previous panels. Mindset is key. How are you programming your mind? Do you have an open mindset? Are you open to change? Are you open to the information that we're talking about today? Are you looking at things differently? Because if you look at your lifestyle as a chore, as something that's going to be a burden, that's how it will be for you. But if you look at it as life, and this is something that you need to do to keep well, that's how it will be. Number 3 is your nutrition. We spoke extensively about that. There are organic markets in Lagos, both on the mainland, also on the island. Every Saturday, there's organic farmers that will come from Ogun State, Abeokuta. There's an organic farm called, what is an organic farm called? It's called the Organic Growers Association, and it's on number 17 McDonald Road. It's open every Saturday. There's also one across the street from St. Xavier's School. That one is the Natural Growers Farmers Market. And then there's one on the mainland as well. So if you want these contacts, just meet me after. I'll be happy to give you the contacts. Then there is also nourishment for your skin. So even though you're putting in food in your mouth, what are you putting on your body? Ladies, there's so many makeup, cosmetics, so many different oils and different things that we put on our skin, not realizing that our skin is porous. So anything you put on your skin actually goes directly into the bloodstream and affects the body. So important that you're reading your ingredients. Even the shampoos that you use, read the ingredients. Don't just look at the price for, you know, price sake. So you're looking out for parabens, you're looking out for sulfates, sulfites, coloring, preservatives, making sure that you're staying away from these things. And there are products that will say paraben-free, sulfate-free. Those things will help. Then there is number 4, lifestyle. And lifestyle includes your sleep habits, your wake habits. Many women will say that they're up till 1 or 2 o'clock at night. Maybe they're pressing Netflix. Maybe they're watching their phone. Whatever it is the case, you need to make sure that you're getting enough sleep. Exercise is key. Many people see exercise as a chore. Are you moving your body? It can just be regular movement. And one of the ways to track your movements is using a pedometer. So how many of you have a pedometer on? Pedometer. It works. It helps you to track. It helps you to be accountable. You want to get 10,000 steps in a day. It won't just be sitting down that you'll get the 10,000. You actually have to move your body. You can use a rebounder. You all know what a rebounder is? That mini trampoline, you'll just be jumping. That helps to move your lymphatic system, helps to detox the body. Also connecting with the earth, going outside, walking in the environment. So I mentioned lifestyle as number 4. Number 5 is environment. So environment is how you connect with nature. I know that some people don't even want to take off their shoes and walk outside. like the dirt is going to be too much for them. But it's the dirt, the soil that we're from, and of course, walking on the dirt also helps to discharge all those positive ions that we get from all the mass, the radiation. And in speaking of radiation, if you have your devices in your room, maybe your phone, maybe your internet nearby, those also affect your sleep, it affects your health. So having those things off at night is key. Have you heard of hugging a tree? Okay, so just being close to the earth. Chiamaka mentioned about gardening. You don't have to have a big place. You can have a pot. You can have a sack. Just putting a couple seeds in. And if you are looking for seeds or you're not sure how to go about this, you can always contact me. I'm at Carib Health NG. And the Carib is from the Caribbean. I couldn't let go of everything when I moved to Nigeria. When I moved here, my husband, we have 4 children, and he said, okay, make it like you want it. And so I just looked at everything in a positive way. When you come to Carib, it actually looks like the Caribbean. So we're by the water, and I know that our MC has told us about the event coming up on November 30th. You want to make sure that you're there. It's at Carib Health, actually. Where's Michelle? Okay, she just stepped out. Okay, so the steam sauna, the foot massage, you'll get to ground, you'll get to earth, you'll get to walk on the grass, walk on the beach sand, walk on the gravel. All these things stimulate from the bottom of your feet up to the entire body. So helping to detox, helping you be back with nature. And just to open the floor before we wrap up, any questions that you have? Any questions about your health, about your nutrition, anything clinical? I'm a clinical nutrition consultant. I work in different hospitals, First Cardiology, Urocare Hospital, and the Nutrition Hospital. So I deal with different ailments all around. Any questions? Sure. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Damlola. I wanted to ask if there's anything that can sort of like help with like anxiety, like it's just sudden like fear and just like anxiety and things like that.
Yes, something for free. And we do this all the time, just deep breathing. It's called the 4-7-8 breathing. So you inhale, and everyone can do this, just close your eyes. You inhale on 4, so I'll count you off, okay? We'll inhale on 4, we'll hold it for 7, and then we'll exhale on 8. So we're ready? Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, hold it, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then exhale, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So anytime you feel like you're anxious, maybe something comes over you, you just close your eyes, do some deep breathing. It allows the body to engage the parasympathetic nervous system, which is your rest and digest system, helps to calm you back down, and that is free advice. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to throw a little bit more light into some things you said, all right, I want us to be as practical as possible, right? A lot of things we're saying here, some of you have heard them before, but I want you to actually actualize them today. So the first question I want to ask is this, and I'm asking this because a lot of people that recently have seen that, you know, you have a couple of clients and diet is not their problem. They're not sick because of diet. A lot of them are emotional, especially for women. So my question now is, if you know in your heart of hearts that you have resentment towards anyone or even any place. Now, resentment could be towards a person, or it could be towards an environment or a place. It could even be towards a church or a gathering, a group of maybe a community or something. But I don't want to ask you to raise your hands up, but as I ask you these questions, I want you to think about them deeply and respond for yourself. So if you have any resentment towards anybody, anything, any place, can you acknowledge it inside of your heart and tell yourself that you're going to let it go? Is that okay? Now, another question. Can you think of anyone that has deeply offended you such that you are unwilling to forgive because you were so hurt and traumatized and felt so betrayed by what they did? Think about that person. And if I mention their name to you, you're going to be so, like, it's almost going to become a trigger to you if I mention their name. That's how you know. So if I ask you, can you pray for XYZ? And if you're not able to pray for that person, you're still very hot. Think about the person in your heart. Are you going to let it go? I want you to actually resolve. I don't want to have to call any. Look, let me explain to you. I always say to people that the entrance of the word brings light. And I don't think that healing happens when I'm gone. I think healing happens while I'm still speaking. Healing happens the moment you become knowledgeable of something that you haven't known. Healing happens when light comes to your mind. So the moment I'm speaking, healing is taking place right now. Healing is knowing that you have offended someone or someone has offended you deeply and you have refused to let go. It's time to let it go now. It's time to let it go. It's time to let it go because I want you to heal. Because let me tell you, you can build up cancer just by that offense. I'm serious. You can build up a chronic disease just by unforgiveness, just by resentment. I'm not going to call you out, but in your heart, you know this. And I'm saying this because of the amount of, I lost a client last year to cancer. When I started investigating how this thing came to her, it was from her marriage. It was from her marriage. And I always ask the question, are you going to choose you? Or you're going to choose to be offended by someone that has mistreated you for years? I said, choose you. I said, I don't know who your husband is, but you are my client. And it is you I'm interested in your health. So, women, I come to you today with a message. The message is forgive. Let it go. Let that resentment go. Let that offense go. Yeah. That is the beginning. Healing starts in the mind. Yeah. Healing is not when you eat the food, the healthy food. No, healing actually starts in the mind. Yeah. I remember during COVID, I was moving around without masks. People said, you're going to get COVID. I said, I'm not going to get COVID. I can never get COVID. I said, sickness cannot recognize my body. My body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, and I cannot be sick.
Come on, girl.
And I was eating all the healthy food, doing all the things I was supposed to do, all the high alkaline foods and all of that. So the next thing I want to say is, I want to talk about, something that I think a lot of people have neglected. We are social beings, right? The same way we are not a tree. Our bodies are meant for movement. Our bodies are meant for movement. So every time you're walking behind the desk and you're sitting down for hours, you're actually inflicting sickness on your system. So it's time to move around. Like she said, 10,000 steps. I know that she said this thing, but sometimes it gets in from here and it just comes out from here. You just think like, would walk. No, you have to be intentional. Set a time. Are you walking in the morning or are you walking in the evening? And make sure you go to work. Because your body is created for movement. Your body is created for interpersonal relationship. Right? You're supposed to be interpersonal. You're supposed to have friends, have a meeting, have a garden, attend social events. Don't isolate yourself. Isolation is not part of the plan for you. We are social beings. Communicate, interact. Even this thing she said about, something about eating. I know that it might sound weird, but when you go out, take up your slippers and walk. And walk on the bare ground. It's so healing. There's so much healing in all of this. Okay, I just thought I should just emphasize on this just so that we know that.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for these wonderful women, Chiamaka Elujoba and Cherise Ijewere. Thank you so much. And this time it has come into our ears to stay because we're inspired to take action. And on the 30th of November, which is a Saturday at 10 o'clock, we're all going to be gathered at Carib Center here in Ikoyi overlooking the ocean. And we're going together to earth. We'll put our feet in the mud and the earth. We'll get rid of all those positive ions. We're going to eat healthy food. We'll do some body movement, some C's and reverse C's and O's and T's and U's. And we're going to renew our strength together. And it's only how much money? 20K. Pere. Say pere. Say chikili money. You better pay today. Thank you so much. Let's take one photograph together. We'll take one together, then we'll ask Madam Michelle and Madam Bumi to join us for the next photo. Please tell them where to stand and how to. Thank you. And immediately after this, we'll have our 2 concurrent sessions. Allow me to talk about the sessions whilst they take photos. Can I talk about the sessions? Is it okay? One session is going to hold on the 3rd floor in the Abuja room. And that session is called the Young Women Leadership Session. Young is relative, because even our chairperson of the day at 65 years old, she had said in her mind she's a millennial, and in her thinking she's a zillennial. So if you believe you were young and you want to be a part of that session, age-wise, if you're under 30, I would advise that you go up there. And if you are over 30 but you want to go listen or support, please join the young women, embracing your voice, confidence, self-advocacy, and leadership. We shouldn't wait till we are 40 and 40-something before we make certain decisions. And the speakers there, interesting people. Moderator is Ms. Emanuela of Webu. Better introductions, deeper introductions will be done when you get up there. Mrs. Chinwe Kalu, the lady in red hair, will be up there as well. Ms. Binta Bulama of Money Magnet Africa will be there. Chisom Obasi will be speaking this time, not moderating. And Dr. Oladuni Owo will be there, because she's here in front. So I think it's a good time to begin to make your way there whilst we welcome our own session. So the Young Women Leadership Session, 3rd floor, Abuja room. Thank you so much. Whilst those of us who will stay here, we will now be discussing managing violence against women, domestic and sexual violence against women. And I know that some people would say, oh, but there's nothing like that going on around me. But it might be happening around someone you know. And if we're going to find ways to create interventions for them, we should have an idea about what to do. Yes? Yes? We should know what to do. And it might not be in your face. It could be subtle, that some sort of violence is happening around women that you know. So we want to know what to do about it. To moderate this session is my by force seatmate. I had to go and sit by her. She is Mrs. Tara Aisida. Please welcome her as she comes up to stage. If you're clapping, please make it loud. She's a family law practitioner, and sometimes all we need to know is what the law provides. Okay, you can reduce the volume just a little bit, please. The joining her is the very beautiful Mrs. Taye Aluko, who has been here with us from the very beginning. Please appreciate her as she comes up. She's the CEO, Rare Gems Counseling and Coaching. When Chiamaka was speaking just now about healing, I know that some of us sometimes need help. We need counseling, we need coaching, because we're not able to do it by ourselves. This is what Mrs. Aluko does to help us get there. Joining this session also is Dr. Josephine Efa Chukuma. She's been here since the morning. Welcome, ma'am. Please put your hands together for her. She's the founder and executive director, Project Alert on Violence Against Women. We've heard about Project Alert for many years now. Thank you, ma'am, for the work that you do. And finally, joining up on this session is Madam Morenike Omaiboje. Please welcome her. She's Director of Programs, Women's Consortium of Nigeria, WOCON. For the next 45 minutes, they will be conversing about managing, and I dare say, overcoming violence against women, domestic and sexual violence against women. Finally, I think they've already left. I've seen that all of them have left. We said that the Young Women's Leadership Session is holding on the 3rd floor in the Abuja room. By age, if you're under 30, would advise you to go. But then again, it doesn't have to be by age. If you feel young at heart, you want to be there or you want to support them, you can join up on the 3rd floor in the Abuja room. The discussion is about young women in leadership. It's preparing the younger women for leadership, embracing your voice, confidence, self-advocacy, and leadership. That's happening on the 3rd floor in the Abuja room. Madam Moderator, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for waiting till this moment. It's been a long day. Quite a number of us have been here from morning, but I'm sure that as the discussion progresses, we would find it worth a while. Now we're talking about domestic violence and the challenges that face women. And it's surprising because this is the topic that we're going to be talking about. We've talked about it from, I think, the beginning of the world, and we're going to talk about it maybe till when the world ends, because there would always be issues of domestic violence against women. And the funny thing about it is that it doesn't, it knows no race, it knows no age, it knows no educational qualifications, and even financial abilities, because you find women from every strata of society being faced with domestic violence. And it's a devastating topic, for a lot of women. It's something that we've managed to keep under wraps for quite a long time, but luckily we're beginning to talk about it freely. Now, both institutions and a lot of people are talking about violence and, their solutions to it. Before it was stay there and don't come home. But now is, the sanctity of life is better than the sanctity of marriage. So we've gone some distance to discuss, the topic today. I have a panel of professionals, each in their own right, that are going to be talking about domestic violence today. And, we're going to be talking about strategies for intervention, the importance of legal framework, the role of societal attitudes and community involvement, and the ways to support survivors on their path to recovery. So I'm going to start first with Mrs. Aluko, and I have a reason for starting first. She's a marriage counselor, and let's start from the beginning, as they say. I remember that my mother always told me something. She said, if a man will slap you, he will beat you. Thankfully, I've never experienced that, but she always said that. So how can we recognize red flags? What signs of abuse should people look for in a relationship? And how can friends and family members intervene safely and effectively?
Thank you very much for that very important question. And first of all, let me commend the organizers of this very well-organized conference. Kudos to Michelle and the team, Aviva Network. You've done excellently well. I really wish that the young women were in this room with us, because when we have the conversation on red flags, it's they that need to know it. But I hope that we that are here are also able to take the message to them. So to the topic of red flags, there's so many things to look out for. But I love the fact that as we've sat here today, there's been one recurring theme, and that is the factor of know who you are. Know who you are. Because if we really truly look at it, some of us are walking red flags because we have failed to understand who we are. And coming from that point of view, we have allowed every and anything. They say, if you don't know the road that takes you to where you want to go to, every road will look attractive. And so the first point is you, the person. Who are you? Understand the value that you carry, because when you do, you will not settle for anything. And you will not let society tell you that you are getting too old, though, won't you just manage? So the starting point is you. But having said that, I will also talk about, you want to get into a relationship, or you are in a relationship, it's not yet marriage. There's some things that you can also look for. And I like to start with the point of, is this person able to regulate their emotions? Are they able to understand their emotional states and regulate them? Because as human beings, anger is an emotion. It's neither good or bad. It's what you allow anger to do to you. Even the Bible tells us, be angry but sin not. The Bible is not saying don't be angry. So the first point is, this person that I'm with, what is their ability to regulate their emotions? And when we talk about that, what does anger do to them or produce in them? Are they prone to outbursts? It might be tears, it might be anger. Are they the type of person that gets easily excited? How are they able to regulate? So that's one red flag that I'd like to point out. Another red flag would be, inflexible people. The world is in a state where we are constantly evolving as human beings. I don't know what I'll be tomorrow. And what I was yesterday is not what I am today. And so you want to check this person's pattern. If I go around this room, a lot of us have evolved. Is this person the kind of person they call in, concrete? Him or her, because when we get to the experts here, they will talk about the fact that domestic violence is not just a male thing. We also have women abusing men. But the predominant is what happens to women. So how flexible is this person? Is it my way or the highway? Is it I go this way and there's no bending? So how flexible? Inflexibility, jealousy or envy. And it's not just jealousy of the fact that you're with other people, but jealousy of your progress. Can they deal with how successful you are? Can they deal with your ambition? Or are they the kind of person that want to stifle you? The minute you share, I want to do this, I want to do that, they're saying, no, who do you think you are? Don't you know you're a woman that's going to be married? So you want to look at all of that. You also want to look at the fact that, do they stifle expression? Is this person the kind of person that, I'm not comfortable, I can't be myself, I feel judged, I feel blamed, I can't open up freely. The minute I share a bit of myself, they're telling me it's because of why you did this, that's why this is happening to you. So if you're not freely able to express yourself with these people, it's a red flag. Then control and dominance. Control and dominance is also a red flag. Family dynamics, please, it is so important. We don't fall from the sky. Abusers have come from homes. And so you want to check out what was going on in the family of origin. Pastor Bimbo Dukai of blessed memory used to say something, that before you marry, shine your eyes. Shine it and shine it well. In the relationship, dating, talking stage, situationship stage, whatever stage you have, it's a stage of observation. You must be observing. So that's another red flag. And the last one that I'll talk about is, if the person is under the influence, maybe drugs, alcohol, that's another big red flag. And then disrespect. Do they belittle you? How do they talk to even the people around them? Sometimes people are nice to you. We had somebody in our church many years ago, and all of a sudden we heard that she was dating this very eligible bachelor. And then, thereafter, everybody knew her to be cantankerous and nasty. And a few months after, we heard that they had broken up. And then when people asked him, what happened? He said, she was very nice to me, but I saw how she treated other people. And so a lot of time the abuser will be nice to you, but check out how they are treating other people around you. So these are a few red flags that I will just mention.
Thank you so much. And if you've been in relationships for a long time, the vital signs to look out for. Very vital signs to look out for. So we'll go straight to Mrs. Morenike. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce properly your surname, so please pardon me. But can you tell us, you know, you work for a women advocacy group, WOCAN, and so you have had experience with women that are running away from an abusive situation and also experiencing supporting women in such situations. Can you tell us about the most effective initiatives your agency has implemented to support victims of domestic and sexual violence? I think there's a microphone there. Thank you. It's not sorry.
Hello. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, our organization is called Women's Consortium of Nigeria, WOCAN, and we've been tackling sexual and gender-based violence for 29 years. And yes, talking about, you know, the question that the moderator just asked. Yes, some of our most effective programs have been, you know, with global partners, and some have been community-led. With the global partners, yes, we have written proposals and indeed have gotten funding to rescue and rehabilitate, you know, victims of sexual and gender-based violence. In our organization, we deal mostly with women who have been trafficked and who have returned, so that they are survivors. So the process of bringing them back and, you know, rehabilitating them are things that we have done every time. So also with the community-led, we've gone into communities to arrange or organize projects, and we do carry out interventions there. And we've seen, you know, the traditional rulers who are in charge of these, you know, communities coming out in their numbers to support the cause that we have gone out to, you know, to talk about, you know, whether it's rape or female genital mutilation or teenage pregnancy, whatever it is we are advocating for or advocating against in that region. Most of our most effective projects have been those that have been fully supported by traditional rulers, by community leaders, and by the ballets and the obas, you know. And majority of the impact, the measurable impact we have seen has been that these women who were battered, who were totally disillusioned, are coming back up and fully empowered. All-round empowerment. I'm not talking about, you know, empowerment like maybe giving them, you know, maybe bead making and all that. Fully empowered, updated with information, knowing what to do, looking back and not even finding, you know, any cause to say, oh, I'm still down. They are up and about and doing well. So majority of our projects that have been most effective have been those we have applied for funding for to provide support for these women, and also the ones that we have executed in communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's heartwarming to know that there are institutions like this that are fighting for the cause of women. And it's very interesting when you talk about women trafficking, because that wasn't really part of our purview today, but it is domestic violence against women, you know, and thank you for that. Sexual and domestic. Now we'll be handling the microphone to Mrs. Josephine Efa Chukuma, who, when I sent out the questions, you know, she said, oh, I can talk about anything to do with violence to women, domestic violence and shelters and all that. And she holds the distinction of, you know, having founded Sophia's Place, the first battered women's shelter in Nigeria. I think she deserves a round of applause. you know. And she's the founder and executive director of Project Ala. Now, when you talk about shelter, I actually practice as a family law practitioner. So I've had situations where women need to leave the home. And a lot of women can't leave abusive situations because they don't have anywhere to go. Let's leave money aside. You can have money today. You can have ₦1 million or 2 million naira, but you might even find a house, but you might not find that house that night, the night that you need to leave, or the day or the morning that you need to leave. You might have your money to rent a place, but you might not have somewhere to, put your head under, for just a short time before you can find an agent that will get a place for you. So that's what the shelter does. Ma, can you describe the key services your shelter provides to women, and why did you even think of it, in the first place? That's, for me, that's the question for me. I'm curious to know why Sophia's Place in the first place. I know why, but why did that come to you?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I've been here since morning, and I was actually very excited when I heard Michelle talk about Aviva planning to start a shelter to rehabilitate commercial sex workers, and she said empire. They said something about empire, and all of that. I mean, that made my day. There are shelters for various reasons. And people want to think that shelters are new. Yes, we were the first. When I say we, Project Alert on Violence Against Women, which I founded in January 1999. Yes, January 1999. We carried out the very first nationwide survey in 2000, 1 year after we came into existence, to document the prevalence, the forms, the impact of violence against women in Nigeria. And one of the things that research threw up was the need for a safe place. Shelters as such are not new. As a child growing up in Lagos, I remember an aunt of mine. My aunt was my dad's favorite cousin. My dad used to call her mommy because, according to my dad, she looks like his mom. And she married from our house in Surulere. I was small then. And the wedding was a beautiful one. Months, not even up to a year into the marriage, she started running to the house. They were staying at James Robinson. Meanwhile, our house was at Ojo Elegba side. So she would always run home. And when she runs back, my parents will open the door and say, come in. What did they do? They gave her shelter.
There was a shelter.
They actually gave her shelter. Someone cannot run to you in need of help and you turn the person away. Do you understand? So that was shelter, but so it happens even in villages. When you run, if you think about it, if you run home, if you run anywhere, at least they'll open the door and tell you to come in. Then they'll ask you, what's happening? What's happening? What's pursuing you? But because of rural-urban migration, people, the city is faceless. The city knows no one. So you hear people say, where do I go to? And because of economic hardship, nobody wants an extra mouth to feed. And then you are running with 3 children. You are running with 4 children. You are running with babies. Do you understand? So, and then with the socialization pattern whereby in a lot of families, sadly, women like us, and that's why I agree with my sister, I wish the young ladies were here, because they should love with their heart, but they should think with their heads. I don't believe love is blind.
At all.
Love has never been blind for me. I deliberately and intentionally selected my husband. May he so rest in peace. I knew who I was marrying. I didn't marry by accident. I didn't marry because Funke is married because Yabo is married. I married because I found a soulmate. And I found a friend. So people should love with their hearts, but think with your head. And the signals are always there. So, growing up and seeing my mom, well taking, this is my aunt. And my mom's name was Sophia. Sophia means wisdom. If you're a Catholic, Sophia is a Latin, it means wisdom. So, growing up, and then when I got into the university, I was a very hungry young girl. Why was I angry? Because in university, I'll see my classmates, I'll see my schoolmates. Your papa pays school fees, my papa pays school fees. Eh? I will leave my exams, I will leave my hostel, I'll go and cook for a boy in the hostel. Then after cooking for him, you go out, he days you come back. Then you come back and now say, what is this on your face? We had a misunderstanding, and I said what I should not say. Eh?
That's where it starts.
We are the young men here. I'm seeing one sitting there. I'm looking at him.
And he's laughing.
No. So I had a lot of questions because I came from a very loving home. Yeah. Protective home, a family of 6 girls. I'm number 5. Oh, wow. And my father used to say one thing. You can be anything you want to be, just set your mind at it. And that you are a woman does not make you a second-class citizen. And that someone can only try to abuse you, you will have to approve or agree. Yes, a boyfriend may raise his hands, and in raising his hands, I will just use something and hit his hands off. You will know that I won't take it. There's a saying, I'm from Cross River State. I'm Efik. They said a masquerade looks at somebody's face before he will use his sleeve to beat. No, masquerade does not beat everybody.
It's true.
There's a lot of sizing up that goes on. Oh yes. Before a man will raise his hands, he has sized you up. That this one, I can give him nonsense. I mean, I can give her nonsense. But there's a way your husband or your boyfriend will look at you and say, this one, if I give her 1, he will give me 10. I bet make I dey waka. This one is an original Grace herself. So, having all those questions growing up, I turned my anger into passion. You know, I tell people, I am not sad over things. I'm angry. When I'm angry, you are forced to act. Sadness is despondency. With sadness, you resign yourself to faith. But when you are hungry, it's either you use that hunger for positive ends or you use that hunger for negative ends. I used mine for positive ends. I founded Project Alert on Violence Against Women, and then that study showed the need for a shelter. And so that was why in May 2001, we founded the very first shelter for abused women in Nigeria. In Europe and America, shelters are common knowledge. From the 70s, it's a part of the feminist movement. In the 70s, I'm a feminist. Incurable one.
We all should be feminists.
No, we all should be feminists.
So far, you're a woman. You're a feminist. You can't say you're not a feminist.
No, it's just that the word has been so abused and bastardized,
radicalized,
and people. Not radical. People have just a lot of ignorance has come up in it, and so people feel feminism is about women who hate men or women who just don't want to live under a man. And I just look at them, I said, look at ignorance. You know, when you don't know something, you just keep blabbing. Simply put, it is social justice for women. Simply put, is respect. Respect me, I respect you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can go on and on. Okay, so I'll go back to Mrs. Aloko. Now, we've gone the whole gamut. We've gone from the beginning of the marriage to, the end of it and the in-betweens. I just wanted to ask, I know, we're quite religious when it comes to marriage, and marriage should be, it's a beautiful institution. And so a lot of people do say, oh no, don't do everything you can to keep this marriage. So a man beats you and everybody says you're not praying enough. Go to the war room, do this, make sure that you talk to him well, make sure that you sleep with him well, make sure that you do so many things. And you find the woman just striving, to keep the marriage together. Now, when it comes to counseling, are there situations where counseling is not an appropriate intervention for abuse? Because I like us to think about that.
I would say that, when it comes to counseling, there are different types of counseling. One, however, when it comes to domestic violence, and when we talk domestic abuse, it's not just physical abuse. There's emotional abuse, there's mental abuse, there's even spiritual abuse, where people are using religion to press you down. And you hear of pastors who also abuse their wives and sometimes even their children. I would say it with every sense of responsibility, I'm a marriage counselor, that saving the victim is more important than saving the marriage. Where there is repeated, ongoing domestic abuse, you save the victim first before you now go back to the conversation of save if the marriage can be saved. Because in Africa, we've made marriage a badge of honor. So there's so much social scripting that makes you feel like a failure if your marriage fails. Or makes you feel that if you haven't married, you haven't achieved. Meanwhile, God doesn't need us to be married for us to fulfill purpose. And so I will say that marriage counseling is good, is effective. However, for marriage counseling to work, there needs to be willingness of both participants. There needs to be a commitment to a change process. And you find that with perpetrators of domestic abuse, they are not even yet in that place where they can make such commitments, because there's something going on the inside of them. That is not because they are dissatisfied with their marriage. For some people, it's, I'm dissatisfied with my marriage, but marriage is not the problem. The problem is, I don't know what trauma you've had in your childhood. I don't know what journey you've been on. I don't know what issues you faced. You need to deal with yourself first. And a lot of times, it's important to separate the victim from the environment of abuse. But you said something, not everybody is able to leave. Because shelter is not available for all. Yeah. And those are where the complexities of the challenge come up. That if the person is not able to leave, and honestly, family is the first community. Because everybody comes from a family. So shelter might not be available, but what about the immediate family?
But where some family members, it's changing now, and we must celebrate the fact that it's changing. But there were times when your father would tell you as you were getting married that you don't have a room anymore in this house. So whatever you saw, just keep it.
And I like that you say it's changing, because there's something that Mrs. Akisonya said, and I wrote it down. She said, it's up to us to recreate the stories written before we came. Those were stories that were written before we came. We are all mothers in this room. And our children are at the stage where they are getting married. What are we telling our daughters as they leave to go to their husbands' houses? Are we recreating that story of you don't have a room here anymore? And then the child doesn't know what to do. So it's very important that we know that the first community is the family. And everybody has a family. And I speak also to mothers-in-laws. Because sometimes when domestic abuse goes on, what about the mother of that boy, that husband? What is the mother of that husband saying? That boy.
She says he's a boy.
Well, that boy, that husband, whatever what is the mother doing or saying? So mothers, we have a responsibility, because we are the ones raising these men. We are the ones raising these men.
Thank you so much. I'll go on to Madam Morenike again. And you see, I wanted us to talk about the legal protections available for victims of domestic and sexual violence in our country. I am a lawyer, so I know that there are some protections, but not everybody knows that. you find out that a lot of people, when abuse happens, they don't even know where to go to. So what are the key legal protections available for victims of domestic and sexual violence? And what steps? It's a two-edged question. What steps should victims take to pursue justice?
What steps
can they take to pursue justice?
Okay.
So what are the protections and what steps can they take?
There are so many legal, protections. First of all, majority of non-governmental organizations like WOCON, that's our organization, have that in place. So we provide some form of legal assistance to them. A lot of us have lawyers with us. The founder of WOCON is a lawyer, even though she's passed now, and we provide, a lot of legal aid. And then we collaborate a lot. We do a lot of multi-sectoral collaboration. So we work with Nigerian Bar Association, we work with Legal Aid Council to provide legal assistance to them. And then, of course, the Lagos State government, where we operate from, it's fantastic with such,
Yes, I must say that Lagos State is doing a lot when it comes to domestic violence against women. Like I said, I'm a family law practitioner, and I've had cause to go there for clients and on behalf of clients. So I've seen myself, follow a man there, whose wife reported him, and I've had to follow a woman too who was reporting her husband. But the thing about it is that when I wanted to find out where they were at, because I wasn't the first time I was going to go there, it's actually toll free. Not many people know that you can call them toll free, and they sent me a map, of the directions to the place. And when you get there, it's totally a different, they listen to you. They tell you what your rights are, whether as a man or as a woman. And they tell you, and they have the apparatus of government to call whoever is erring, to come for a chat and sit with you, and then they would now talk, and then you have a MOU which can be what's the word now, which can be taken to court and which can be enforced, so there is legal protection, but quite a number of us do not know that you can walk in freely into a government agency, not pay a dime, and have mediators talk to you. You even have counselors. I have a client that, they counseled both she and her children. So they gave them free psychological counseling, to help them, overcome the trauma that they had gone through, in that abusive situation. Now, but what steps really can people take, that can women take?
Must not also forget FIDA. FIDA has been very supportive.
I'm a member of FIDA. Can you remember? Yes. And I did.
Yeah. And then in Lagos State, like you had said, there is a network. So you have the Ministry of Women Affairs, you have the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. Because when we talk about domestic violence or sexual violence, we must never forget the underage, the children, and all of that. So we have the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, we have the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, all those ones. But what's your question again?
The question is, what steps can women take? Yeah.
Okay, so if we have such a problem, you can go online and then, check with Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. Just like the moderator said, calling them alone would solve all the problem. The legal part of it, the social part of it, the support that is needed. But majority of us non-governmental organizations are also receiving those calls. It is common knowledge that I have received calls today. I received calls at 2 a.m. I received calls at 3 a.m. and women are saying, you must come right now. And I will say at 3 a.m., that's interesting, So we receive those calls. And when we receive those calls, like I said, we have very strong referral pathways. So you are able to say, oh, this goes to FIDA, or this goes to Ministry of Women Affairs, or this goes to the legal sectors and all of that. So whatever it is, women can always look for, especially women in this room who are fully empowered, I imagine. And it doesn't mean that some of us are not going through, these things.
Yeah.
So those who are going through it and those who are not going through it should know that the first thing they pick up is their phone and then Google. Because if people find me and I get an average call of about 3 or 4, per day, and let's say about 10 calls per week, women going through a lot, young girls saying, the latest is about nude pictures. My nude pictures. I took nude pictures with my boyfriend, and these are underage girls calling and saying that, and you cannot blame them. You really have to provide the support to them, because if you do that, then what's the point of them calling you? They don't want to hear the blame from their mom. Mm-hmm. That's why they didn't call their mothers. So once you pick up your phone, you can Google, at least we thank God for this, you can Google and then you can find out what it is. Yes, the police stations are also there. Yeah. The police stations are also there. There are some of those police stations who have gender desks. Yeah. They have gender desks, they've been trained and they work with us. But any police station you walk into can be the beginning of, getting help.
Thank you so much. Clap, please. Now, Mrs. Chukuma. Yeah. Chukuma, okay. Yeah. So, we see marriages almost on a daily basis breaking down. And I'm sure that there's a lot of demand for your services now. How does the shelter manage with the demand for the services? Are there challenges with overcrowding, limited resources? How do you address them? How does it work, really?
Thank you very much. Typically for us at Project Alert, it's not every case that comes to us that requires shelter. It's not. And we actually try to, number one, you can't even go to the shelter straight. It is at the office level we decide who goes to the shelter. Do you understand? Like my sister said here, we also have to explore the family. No one fell from the sky. Because it's not because one is running away from getting the shelter filled up. Of course, we have financial challenges, but the good thing is we have our own building. We did a big fundraising when Project Alert was 10 years old in 2009, and we bought a building of our own. So we have our own building. So, and actually we worked with the Lagos State government.
That should elicit a clap, actually.
We have a building of our own. And we actually worked with the Lagos State government. My friend, my sister, former commissioner for women, who later became deputy governor, Adefolure. Okay. She was the commissioner for women affairs. At the time, she came to me and said, my sister, we are birthday mates. Oh. So she came to me and said, my sister, I must give it to her. She was able to wrestle and get a place for the shelter at Ayobo that time. Okay. And I worked with her, in terms of getting it set up. But at some point, there were some issues. Social welfare took over it and all of that. So we don't take people, it's at the office we accept people into the shelter. So the shelter is temporary. Okay. It's 4 weeks.
6 months?
4 weeks free stay.
Okay.
And if you have to stay longer, maximum time you can stay is 6 months. But from the second month, whosoever referred you to us must support us with finances for your upkeep. We must keep it real. Yeah. We must keep it very real.
Because some women will just want to stay there.
Oh, no. We have some women who have come in and become entitled. Unfortunately, I've had to use the police to take out 2 women at some point. I'm being very honest. Yes. They came in there and it was like, you said you were giving me a place, so yes, I'm going to stay here. I'm not going anywhere. Yes. Do you understand? So, the shelter, for us at Project Alert, from the day you go into the shelter, we start working on your case. We start working on your case. We know what is your, because sometimes the cases are referred to us not for legal. They just say, please, we are handling it. Like FIDA will refer, or another organization will refer and say, okay, we are handling the legal whatever. We just want a shelter for the person. So we say, okay, but we'll keep communicating with you. How far? Because we are also mindful of the length of your stay there. Because when people get too comfortable there, it's another problem, you know. And typically for us in Project Alert, we do 50% of our cases. I'm proud to say we do get the parties to come back.
That's impressive.
Because for a lot of women, no, seriously, for a lot of women who come to report cases, they don't necessarily want their marriages to end. They want the violence to stop. They want the violence to stop. They don't want their marriages to end. Do you understand? And it's not in my interest. Do you understand? But where the life is at risk, like she said, between the sanctity of life and the sanctity of marriage, a dead woman is not a wife. A dead man is not a husband. He's a corpse. Do you understand? And we have since grown from the time when it was women making noise. Men are now making noise because men are being killed too.
Yes.
You know, if only they had paid attention to us when it was women collecting it. No, maybe it will not reach you people. You know, but now it has reached men too. No, seriously speaking.
Yes.
You understand? You know, so for us at the shelter, you stay 1 month, but we have people, we've had someone, the longest someone, we had someone who has stayed almost a year. We treat each case on its merit. On its merit. Do you understand what I'm saying? And for some of the women, like you rightly said, they have the money. It's not money. Honestly, women, market women, and women, poor women, know what to do when abused. Believe you me. It is we, the so-called women, that are wearing, going to Japan today, going to Dubai tomorrow.
Maybe it's a culture of shame because you
Yes,
can't believe that
because
with your education
yes,
you'll be
you
treated
cannot
in
talk
such
about
a manner.
it, you know, and you say, okay, he will slap me, but he will make up by giving me a ticket to Dubai. Yes, he will make up by giving me a ticket to France. I'll go for holidays.
And you post the pictures on Instagram.
You know, but some of the poor market women will say, you and I are dying here today. I'm at just 10. It's me and you. Do you understand? So it knows no class. It knows, like she rightly said, no class, no religion. It's not about how beautiful you are. How many of us can remember Iyabo Anishulo, who was a senator? She was slapped by a fellow senator in the floor of the Senate. And that slap was not because of whatever she said, because the man just felt, you a damn woman, like
You're a woman.
Talking to me.
I have you in my house.
I have your type in my house. Because whatever Senator Yabo said to that man, if another man had said it, he would not have slapped that man. He would not have slapped that man. But he slapped her because she was a damn woman. Yes, a damn woman. I have your type. And I tell people, you don't have my type, oh. You definitely don't have my type. You have a woman in there, but not my type. Because if you have my type, you won't misbehave. You know? So, the shelter, you know, so we take in women, they stay free of charge the first month. Things are difficult these days. A lot of them come in. Yesterday, Lola, Olayemi, we were meeting and talking about, that's my executive assistant, and we were talking about how women come to our office, and even the last money is what they used in coming to report a case. And we have to dip our hands, you know. So we try as much as possible to keep some money and keep some things in the office just to respond to some of these cases, you know. So, yeah.
Thank you. I can see the MC come
see
back
her moving
to
up
her
and down.
seat. So I just want to throw, you know, it to the audience. If we have questions, let us take some questions. If we don't, then we'll go back for a roundup. But there's some here.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Tolulokwe, and my question is directed to Mrs. Taye Aluko, Coach TA. So, like, I'm not married yet. my dad has given me till next year to get married.
Oh. Because sometimes that is the, let's just say that now. Because sometimes that's the reason why we ignore the red flags and we jump into the relationships. It's pressure. So please tell daddy when you get home that some woman told you that he can't give you till any time. When you're ready, you won't go.
Okay, so aside that, I think he was just worried because the world, is women into women, and he just wanted to know like that. So, Coach T, a course for we young ladies that we can actually go into, or is there like something we can do, or maybe something we can watch to know that, okay, if I meet the right person, this is the right person for me? Because of some men, until they get married to you, that's when you see their true color. Some men are really good at hiding their colors. Like, they will pamper you, and I have friends, so I know what they are going through. So
Thank you. So she would answer that question.
Okay, so I will say that Yoruba have a saying, "Efiniwa," and you cannot hide smoke. There is always something. When I work with couples, they say to me, "And I saw this thing, oh, and I saw this thing." There is always a scene. When she said, "My own love is not blind, but we have allowed love and feelings to get in the way."
Love is wearing glasses.
Love must wear glasses.
And contact lens.
And contact lens. And so for women, honestly, it goes back to know who you are.
Yeah.
Because a man might be good, is not good for me. Because I know who I am and I know where I'm going. And if I get with this one, he will stifle me. It might be good for the next person. So you must start with yourself. And it's so terrible because, we work with the Ikoyi Marriage Registry. Every Tuesday morning, couples who want to get married, they're like in their hundreds. They call it counseling. We talk to them for an hour. It's not really counseling, but it's at least a seed. When we ask, how many of you have had any form of marriage counseling? In a sea of 100 couples, you will see 10 hands. So it's not surprising that marriage is at the state where it is today, because there's no preparation. And when you are not preparing, failure is inevitable. So know yourself first and foremost, so that anything does not look attractive to you.
Thank you.
And then number 2, the red flags that I spoke about before, you can't hide bad character. It will eventually show up. Your dad cannot and should not put you under pressure. Okay? Very important.
Ms. Chukuma has something to say to that.
Yeah, and just to add to what my sister said, honestly, the signs are always there. They are always there. The problem with young girls, and I'll say it here, you put pressure on yourself. Do you understand? When that marriage bell starts ringing in the head, you you throw caution to the wind. Even when he's giving you shit, darling, you love my shit. Oh, I love it so much.
It smells
and
so
you
good.
eat it. And then after you marry him, you say you don't love the shit. And you say, come on, you ate
Loved
the shit
it.
before we married. So why are you complaining now? So there's no need. Go into marriage with realistic expectations. Please. What I'm seeing now in a lot of marriages, we are seeing marriages 3 months, 4 months, 12 weeks. Oh yes, 12 weeks, 1 week. A lot of marriages that are already null and void. Some of them has to do with this issue of sexual orientation. I must say that. I must end up with that. People are going with the criminalization, with the criminalization of LGBT. I'm not judging, Now, it has been driven underground. Men especially, women don't hide. Men especially who are into men, because they don't want their families to know and society to know, they go and marry a girl, and then on the wedding night and weeks after, the girl knows. We handled a case in Project Alert. Weeks after the marriage, the young girl was going for after their so-called honeymoon. And even during the honeymoon, she felt something was not adding up because the guy was not excited the way she expected him to be excited.
Because of course they will abstain during courtship because those kind of men. Right?
And they were one of those that said, let us keep ourselves until marriage. I will not comment on that again. So now, 2 or 3 after their honeymoon, the girl was going for a business for work in Abuja. He dropped her at the airport. And the flight was like an hour away. They stay around Ikeja. So she realized that she forgot a document that she needed. She tried to call him to bring it to her.
The number you're calling is not available.
He wasn't picking. So she quickly, God just wanted her to know. So she quickly picked a taxi to quickly go and pick the document. And she got there. And her husband was in bed with the best man. With their best man.
It's always the best man. Yeah, always.
With their best man. 7 a.m. dropped her at 6:30. She was to pick the first flight. So as he dropped her, he told the guy, oh boy, come, she don't go. Have a nice evening, guys.
Thank you. Please put your hands together.
As we conclude this critical discussion on managing domestic and sexual violence against women, I want to express my gratitude to our distinguished panelists, and also I'm extending the gratitude of Aviva, Women's Network, to our distinguished panelists for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise. And though it's clear that much progress has been made, there's still much more work to be done. So I'll encourage all of us to consider how we can contribute to making our communities safer and more supportive for women, whether through advocacy, as Madame Morenike is, volunteering, as Mrs. Aloko is, or simply raising awareness, like Ms. Chukwana. Chukuma. Okay. My tongue is twisting with that name. Thank you, everyone. And to the beautiful audience, thank you so much. Let's continue this conversation outside these walls. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together very well. They will take a group photograph right now. And we'll ask Madam Bumi, after the first shot, she'll come up to give them our gifts and take a photo with them as well. Thank you for talking about this conversation. We are so grateful. We have 2 more sessions to go. So this time I'm really, really going to plead with us to move our seats forward so that we have a more intimate space, if you don't mind. At CC Global, which is an IT training company specialized in Microsoft certification, corporate training in data analysis, cybersecurity, and more. They also run tech boot camps and provide AI and coding trainings to schools to support the women of Aviva at our conference 2024. They're offering a 10% discount off all courses and trainings. So we want to empower women in tech. So if it's not you, your daughters, your sisters, or your mentees, or people you have adopted into your space, please see Chisi Global. They're right at the back there. The wonderful woman there is waving her hand, and the gentleman is waving his hand as well, to talk about what you want to do with them. You might be planning for your 2025. Maybe you want to support women in science, women in tech, women in STEM, and this is one of the ways you can. You can take them into a school, maybe your alma mater, and get them to do a training for women in tech. They're girls in tech who will graduate with skills that are not only able to be commercialized, but can be transferred as well. Chisi, thank you for the special consideration of the 10% discount off all courses. We are really grateful. Yes, you can clap. Clap for them. Thank you so much. I'm ready to bring up the next session, but I will ask for us to move our seats first, please. Ejo, Mabinu, Pasise, Da Allah. Yes, we'll wait for them. I've told the usher to tell them to come. You know, these conversations are so sweet sometimes. To end them, voila, is a problem.
Where is the lady that wanted to know what to do before marrying somebody? Okay, that's her. Honestly, I think it's critical to spend a lot of time with the family of whoever you want to get married to. That's another critical point. You know, gone are the days when they say, oh, you can't go to a man's house. You can. I actually encourage my children to spend a lot of time. That way, you can see all the bots that are in that family. Then you take a decision whether you want to live with it or you want to walk away. Very important.
Ma, please, you use mic. I have to hear what you're saying, please. Hello, please give her microphone.
All right. I tell people that it's actually, I don't belong to that. Yes, the family important, but if the family love you as the next thing after crayfish, and the man does not love you, it's useless. Yes, yeah, but start with the man. If you have his full support, like one principle my late husband and I used, and it worked for us. You fight your people, I fight my people. That way, I stay a good guy, lady, and he stays a good guy. Meanwhile, we've agreed in the household. Meanwhile, we've agreed. So you face your people. I face mine.
Sorry, there are some things you need to see. There are some things you need to see. It's not just about the man. You can have a very good man in a bad family. At the end of the day, you will lose the man. That's it.
We agree with all, don't we? Yes. There are so many factors to consider. Where is the young lady who is on the clock to get married? The one that her father gave her ultimatum. Please, I want your father's number. I beg, I want his number, or let me call him and become friends with him. You for do... No, that kind of father, you need to become his friend first. If you harass him, he will take it out on her. You need to be his friend. I want to be his friend. And let him be my guy. Me and my husband will go and visit him a few times and, pally up. They will say, hey, daddy. That kind you call him daddy. Daddy. You say what? My first son will be 22 on Monday. I said to him, I don't want to hear ma till you cross 30. At least have a sense of self first. Before you say you want to go and understand one other woman somewhere. All of you, finish school, understand. Look, no life small, see small shege. Yes, I understand also that children mature differently. I know that one. And maybe because I also understand my boys and I've seen them all these years, I've said, you people will wait. The same way I said to them, you will go through gap year. Since my first son was a child, I said to him since he was 3, 4, you will always be the oldest in your class. Because you will do nursery 3, you will do primary 6, and you will have 1 or 2 gap years. So let me teach you what oldest in class is supposed to do and know. He's in his 3rd year, economics, at 22. He's the oldest in his class. But he has the highest CGPA. You have to show your CGPA by your age. Because you've done the gap year, he graduated, best graduating student, secondary school, valedictorian, top of his class, technology. He's studying economics now because during the first gap year, you were like, this technology is not technology in. This finance and economics is like, so I said, hey, we'll do a 2nd year. Must you go to university until you have an idea? Doesn't mean you will be an economist, but at least you will enjoy school. You will know why you are there, and you will give it your all while still having fun. And that's exactly what he's doing. See,
I'd like to say something that I found out. I don't have any empirical studies to show for what I want to say, but I've found out that women don't get to know themselves until they're in their 30s. A lot of us do not know ourselves until we're in our 30s. And it's when we're in our 30s that we begin to, know who you are. And, you've talked, a lot of talk has been about who are you, who am I? We don't get to know that until we're a bit advanced in age. Unlike men get to know themselves quite earlier than us, but we don't. And because we don't, it's when we wake up. Most times we wake up when we're in the marriage, and then we find out, I won't have taken this. I don't want this. This is not me. But sometimes it's just too late.
I think this is a real great conversation that we've just had. Please clap, 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 clap. Some of our speakers for the next session, I can see. One other was here. I'm not sure if she's upstairs, but I think we'll call them up so that we can start. What do you think? We go ahead, right? Okay. Why did I stop you? Because time is just running out, and our other speakers are here. We're trying to be considerate of them and their time. This conversation now is about accessing funds for SMEs, small and medium enterprises, in fact, micro, small and medium enterprises, tapping into existing opportunities. Sometimes what we don't know is actually the problem. There are opportunities that we might be missing. One of our speakers here, I know they do all sorts of fantastic things, and I can't wait to hear what opportunities she might speak about. Business structure, governance, meeting legal and statutory requirements that would help us. So let me welcome the moderator. Is she here? Olaiton Alao. Yes, there she is. Oh yes, there she is. You know, when our hair changes, everything just changes. And she's flying her color. She's team lead SME at Wema Bank. Welcome and thank you so much for honoring us. Yes, if you want to clap, clap. She's seated now. Her colleague, Abiola Nejo, will be joining her. Please welcome Abiola. Abiola is head workplace and gender banking at Wema Bank. Sarah by Wema. Joining them also is Fumilayo Awomuti. I hope I got it right. I've been enjoying her sitting at the back of the room. She's the head ESG and SME at one of my banks, Providence. And Etemore Glover, I saw her here. She is around. Senior Etemore, she was in SS3 when I was in JS1, Federal Government Girls College, Abuluma. Abuluma girls, you know, we just give off so much. When she comes up, I'll welcome her. Senior Maria, I hope I'm getting this your other name right. Etemore, she's the CEO, Impact Investors Foundation. When she comes in, if she does come in, I'll just ask her to join the seat. For now, I think there's a microphone there. Yes, you have that microphone. There's one here. Yes. Do we have one last mic? Hello, sir. One last mic here. Thank you. Since there. Madam Moderator, over to you. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so we are few in the room, and I think that it's going to be an insightful conversation this evening, because you know the subject of access to finance is what we always debate every time we have panel session in conferences like this. And what we found out is that every year in, year out, the conversation remains the same. So our discourse today, we are really going to dive into it to really know what is going on, because we found out that access to finance is one of the major challenges faced by MSMEs in Nigeria. And it's not because there are not opportunities, it's not because banks, private agencies, government agencies, they don't have funding opportunities available for MSMEs, particularly women-led businesses, but because of lack of collateral, lack of financial literacy, and some other difficulties that women and MSMEs generally face. That's why they've not been able to harness the opportunity that is available in the funding network for MSMEs. So with me today, I have seasoned bankers, and I'm so glad to be having this conversation with them this evening. So we are going to learn a lot from them, and I would like you to really ask questions, because research shows that only about 5% of businesses in Nigeria have access to finance. And at Wema Bank and other banks too, we pride ourselves as SME banks. We have the money available, but what is the problem? So we are going to talk about it today. So my first question will go to Abiola, the head of gender banking in Wema Bank. All right. You're welcome, ma. We'll be waiting for you. All right. So my first question will go to Abiola. head of gender banking in Wema Bank. I would like you to tell us what are some of the common barriers that women face when they are trying to access finance. Yes, you have a lot of money in your bank to give to women, but what have you seen over the years as common barriers that women-led businesses face when they are trying to access finance?
Hello, okay, yeah, thank you very much. My name is Abiola, and I've been a gender specialist for close to 10 years now, if not more. And over time, we see that access to finance is one of the pain points of SMEs, especially SMEs in Nigeria. And of course, we all know the critical roles that SMEs face in the country, you know, in terms of employment, etc. But I think over the years, I've come to realize that the challenge with accessing funds can be grouped into two large buckets. There's a demand and supply issue with it. So in terms of demand, right, who are the people that want this money? There was a study that I was reading and I found very interesting. And it told us that about 56% of SMEs, not particularly women SMEs, of SMEs started their businesses because of lack of employment. And then another 30-something started it because they wanted alternatives, you know, multiple streams of income. And just less than about 3-4% started it because of passion. So I think that is that is something that we need to sit down and think about first. Because when we're talking about access, when we're talking about being ready for SAM, for, you know, financing, we also need to look at what exactly is the reason for you going into these businesses. And, you know, if women, and I'm going to talk about women because I've been in the women's space, if women now start seeing their businesses, not just because I'm trying to solve the problem of unemployment, not just because I have a passion for sewing clothes, not just because I am a banker and really this money is not adding up, then we will now start bringing some level of inclusivity and some level of sustainability in our businesses. And I'm saying this because when you're talking about inclusivity, you're looking at something that, when you're talking rather about sustainability, you're looking at something that is growing for the nearest future. So you're not seeing that business as yourself, but you're seeing it as something that should outlive you, and you're putting structures in place. And when you start thinking of putting structures in place, that is when you now start thinking of, I need to register my business. I need to have proper bookkeeping. I need to be able to, you know, detach myself from that business. So that is a critical part of the demand side. And not even because you want to take a loan, right? And I'm going to talk a bit more about it in the demand side. Not really because you want to take a loan, but I think we need to start rethinking why we are going to that journey of businesses. And yes, if I want to go into a journey of business because my salary is not, you know, is not taking me home anymore, it's just taking me to the bus stop, that is fine, that is good. But I need to also understand that beyond just that business taking me home, not just dropping me at the bus stop, I need to start thinking of the future of the business. How do I ensure that in 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years time, 20 years time, 50 years time, I can still have a business, you know, to myself? And that is, you know, partly business readiness. Sincerely, I'll be very open with us. Most people think they are business ready, but they are not business ready, right? Simple behaviors that we've seen in the past, you know, general women, you know, there was a lady that actually came and wanted to take a loan. This woman, I can vouch with my own money that she will repay the money. She has thriving business in Lagos. I see her bosses everywhere. I see everything. But when I checked that statement, it wasn't matching. It was not matching. So business readiness is one of the things that we need to, and that is critically a supply side. Back to the demand side, yes, there's access to finance. A lot. Banks have it. Almost, I don't know how many banks we have in Nigeria now. We all give loans. We have dedicated desk for women, right? We have discounted financing for women. We have all of this. But I think beyond that, what I've also seen is that access to the right financing can be the problem. And when I say access to the right kind of financing, I'm looking at the cost of financing. Cost of financing is high in Nigeria. Unfortunately, that is our economic reality, right? Everybody would understand that a bank is also a need to make money for themselves. They also have shareholders. So, you know, when I go to forums and I hear 9% loan, single digit loan, in my head, I'm like, even your inflation rate is not single digit. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. So all of these things happen. But how do we ensure that, as financial institution now, our job is to ensure that we create platforms for people to access funds. And platform doesn't necessarily mean that you are the one bringing the funds. Platform can be like you're working with DFIs to ensure that you are bringing in more funds for women. Platform can mean that you are working with other organizations, donor organizations, angel investors. You are providing that platform that can de-risk some of these businesses that women do. Because one of the things that also increases our interest rates, so sort of, is the risk factor in businesses. So how do we ensure that we are bringing people that will help us de-risk this? How do we ensure that we are bringing matching fund? How do we ensure that we are bringing donor funds? How do we ensure that we are even able to work with some partners to provide catalytic funding for the type of business? Because the truth of the matter is, not all businesses will require a loan. Some will require loans that need a lot of patience funding inside of it. So how do financial institutions now start looking at that area of becoming a platform to ensure that we are able to bring more people to the pool and then able to reduce some of these economic, you know, challenges that we have to be able to give women, you know, nicer loans? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Abiola. You've already touched on a number of things.
Hello?
And I would like to talk about, I'll come to you, the first thing that you said, that most women, they are not ready for business. They just take on business because there's no employment. I imagine that if I did not get job on time, maybe I would have been a fashion designer. Because I actually learned fashion designing during one ASU strike. I learned it within 2-3 months, and I was able to make, like, up to today, I could make clothes. So if I did not get job, I would have been a fashion designer. But then, would that be what I really wanted to do? No. But that would definitely shape the way I think about things, the way I handle the business, because that is not exactly what I want to do. And you also talked about most of the women not being, they are not financing readiness is not there for them. Because for you to want to get financing, you have to be ready, and that's where capacity building comes into play. So I will allow you to speak first.
Thank you very much. I want to also use this opportunity to thank the organizers. I'm thrilled to be here. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to be saying things differently because, you know, we are here to serve you. While preparing for this, I thought to myself that she mentioned something about financial readiness, and while we broke out at some point, I met a lady and I told her, you've decided to be a business person. Please ensure that your sales proceeds pass through your account. Don't just say, oh, he paid me 20,000 naira, he gave me cash. Let me quickly use that 20,000 naira to buy fuel. Let that money pass through your account, because when you bring your request to the banks, we're going to be looking at your account to say, this 10,000 plus this 100,000 plus this 50,000 adds up to this, and then because of that, you can access 5 million. But the moment the 10,000 is not there, the 100,000 is not there, we now tell you we can only give you 500K, and you're like, have you looked at me? Do you think I should get more than that? The point is, you should let your business proceeds pass. Having said that, and without being academic, how many of us have heard about the 5 C's of credit? The collateral, character, capacity, conditions, and what else? There's the last one. I vowed I would not forget. Capacity, collateral, character, conditions, and... Okay, so I will find it. But my point is this. You know, in the banking sector now, banks are expected to report or, you know, keep records of all their customers. So I'm speaking to character. No, sorry. I'm speaking to character. Please let us ensure that when we lend or when we borrow from Bank A, there is nothing against you borrowing from Bank A, but build a good character there. So that when it comes to scaling up or accessing funds and you come to Bank B is not discouraged that you have put up a bad character, you get, in the previous bank, and they're like, oh, you borrowed money from Wema Bank, you didn't pay them back. Why should we borrow you money? As a matter of fact, if you borrow credit from MTN or Glo or any of the networks, they are obliged to report you on the bureau. So if you borrowed 5K to quickly make a call, borrow me, and you've not paid, and you come to Providence Bank and we do a credit search on you, and we see that you didn't pay, can you imagine being disqualified or having that as a barrier because you didn't put up a good character, so to speak? So I'm saying that, I mean, we are all enlightened people here. I didn't think a case of women not having access to finance might be an issue, but the point is there are things that we are doing, we are not doing well, and we should be intentional about making our businesses work. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ma. So just to add to what she said about this credit report of a thing, many people, what I've seen, because I work in the loan space, so what I've seen so far, people that you think cannot even default, they default. And they take it for granted that, okay, I will just move on. When you come from Bank A to Bank B, that's the first thing we will check. If you are not credible enough, we will not give you. And another thing she said about you passing your cash flow through your bank account. You know, we said one of the ways that you can increase access to finance is by coming up with different innovative products. So we did one in my bank, and it was supposed to be that we'll just check your credit report and give you loan. We are not even going to check your credit turnover because we wanted to dive into those nano businesses. What we found out is that majority, let me use a sample size of 50. I ran credit checks on them and only 5 came back clean. We were ready to give 50 of them loans, but only 5 of them had clean credit checks. So I want to encourage us, if you are not a business owner, but you know somebody that is a business owner, just encourage the person to ensure that they keep clean credit checks. It's really important. All right, so I will move to Mrs. Etemore now. All right, so one of the things that we are deliberate about in my institution is looking for donors, for investors, to be able to connect them to our SME clients, particularly women. Actually, we organize donor roundtable events to bring all those investors together. And because we saw that it's quite important, we might not be able to give money at single digits like Abiola said, but then if we get funding from investors, from donors, it can reduce the interest rate to these customers. So I want to ask you, how has it been? You are in that space. How has it been? I want you to share like case studies with us, success stories of women that you've been able to impact in your space.
Thank you very much. I smile because if I have the answers, you understand, we've solved all the problems in the world. But we need to be open in terms of testing and kinds of things that we've seen, right? Let me just speak to what do donors want? What do impact investors want? Each of these categories of people are in need to make money too. So we did a study in 2019, and we found out that the people who are giving money for impact investments are DFIs, donors, international agencies. Who are those participating locally? Just 20% of the funds are coming from local people. If you, local person, you're not putting your money, you want international people to come and put money in your market, does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. So, but we are trying to encourage more local capital to go into impact investment, to invest in women. But we are seeing now that awareness creation. When we started in 2019, people thought that impact investment was charity. It's not. It's not charity. We want impact as well as financial returns. So there are two kinds of responsibility we want. First and foremost, we want people to be able to demonstrate that you can make returns. As a woman, are you making returns in your business? Are you intentional about making returns? Are you making impact in your business? So these are the kind of things that attract fundings from impact investors. So going back to your question around donor funds and funds coming from catalytic capital providers, their role is to de-risk investments that will come from commercial investors or come from intermediaries like banks. So when you have that layer, that first loss layer, it gives that confidence for a financier to give money out. So we want to see those kind of innovative financial products, innovative financial opportunities that will catalyze more investment into businesses, SMEs, because they are very risky. Banks will not give out money like that to SMEs because sometimes they may not even understand your value chain. It might be too, the costs might be too high for them and it will not be attractive. But when you have that catalytic first loss where donor funds come in, it gives them that confidence to deploy capital towards that. So we've seen, there are several of them that, we can make mention of. World Bank's finance that came to several financial institutions, Access Bank, IFC also had provided that kind of, funding to PFIs. You have Development Bank of Nigeria have identified some PFIs too, to give finance to. So what DBN has even done, they have a credit guarantee company that helps to de-risk that investment so that these banks can give out this money at single-digit rate. But is that enough? How many of you have received funds for your businesses from banks? How many? So it's not enough, right? So you now have private equity players who are designing, products for women like the Alethea Capital. You have SME-NG. You have Lagos State Employment Trust funds that are designing specific products for women. And some of them are equity. And many of you don't want to dilute your ownership. You want to have 100% of your equity, right? Your 100% of your business. 100% times 0 is what? So 100% of nothing is nothing. So we need to start reorientating ourselves. If I want someone to come into my business to invest, what is the person bringing? And that can even help you to scale, providing you maybe to access to market, better governance, more ability to raise funding, financing to scale your business. Another kind of instrument is debt. You might have access to debt. What kind of debt instrument are you going to get? Maybe from a bank. Does the bank understand your kind of business and your business life cycle and even your revenue cycle? So if you're collecting money and the money matches to your revenue cycle, so it's easier for you to pay back. If it doesn't match, you go scampering in different places to get that money. These are some of the considerations that we think about in terms of, financing women. But to speak to the fact that donors and impact investors will invest in opportunities for women, first, women need to demonstrate that they can make impact. Secondly, they also need to demonstrate that they have financial return, that their business is a going concern. And we need to see donors and impact investors who can design innovative financial products to meet the needs of women. But women, you have a responsibility to be investment ready. You have the responsibility to have a good track record. You need to reach out to organizations that can support you. You need two things as a business person. What do you need? Financial support. And the non-financial support sometimes is even more than the financial support, because you have money at the end of the day. What do you do with it? You don't have the, you're not able to show traction that you can remain in business for the foreseeable future. And that is what an investor would like to look out for: sustainability, commercial viability. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mar. And I would like to say that as big organizations, we, from time to time, we try to put our impact report together for us to be investment ready. Because as SME, you are looking for funding. As banks, we are also looking for funding. And everybody's looking for funds. Yeah, there are some certain things that investors, donors would like to see, like you said in your report. And we really invest our time into putting all these reports together. And I want to encourage you today also as a business owner, make sure you know how to articulate your impact. You know, everything is about storytelling. If you can't articulate what you are doing well, there's no way any donor or investor will find you. And this speaks to capacity building programs, financial literacy, and all. That I think that will help businesses know how to package all these things together. So I would like to ask Mrs. Fumilayo, what we've talked about it, but I want you to elaborate a little bit on the importance of financial literacy. You know, it goes beyond bookkeeping, let your money pass through the bank. Like, what can you tell us the importance, and what step can we take as a business owner? What step can I take to really be financial literate? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, without overflogging it, this kind of seminar program is something that every business person should take advantage of. When you have the opportunity to, you know, gather and, I don't want to say be schooled, but when you have the privilege to be in a place where people would teach you and hold you by the hand and lead you, let's always take advantage of it. For me, I mean, I used to be a credit analyst, and I know by reason of maybe engaging with customers, that when a customer comes and says, I'm a business person, I want a term loan. I'm a trader, I want a term loan. It sets me off a bit, because I'm like, you really don't know what you want, you know? If you are a trader, I would assume that an overdraft, and something as simple as that, opens up your the communication, you know, it just makes that conversation of helping you to say, oh, indeed, what you're asking for is what you need, and this is how we'll go about it. But when you don't know that this is what suits me, or maybe I'm not even a trader, I don't have a shop or anything, but I'm a contractor, I'm a supplier to maybe MTN, they give me contracts, and you just come with a different facility type, you know. The thought that I have that, oh, I have to start schooling this person, I have to start encouraging you to think differently, can set a barrier. So my point is, let's always open ourselves to education. And let's also be willing to hear from experts when they say, oh, this is what suits you. Don't think they are out to frustrate your business or stifle your business. We are in this business of, you know, financial intermediation and to make the economy better. Are we together? We are in it together to hold you by the hand and ensure that, you know, you make progress. Let me stop there. I'm sure if...
I'll add to what she said, and it's important to, let's not forget, there's a cost to capacity building. Sometimes who pays? The small businesses may not have that, you know, deep pocket to train themselves, though it's very important. In my space, what we are seeing is partnership. You need to look for the right partner to work with. So whoever wants to develop a relationship with you, to invest in you, is who you want to partner with. So if you go to a bank and a bank is not able to support you, because even I think too, as bankers, you also have to have the patience to educate them. I think the responsibility lies with you as a business to understand the life cycle you are currently in and the kind of financing that you need. You can't be at a stage in your business where it's early stage, you've not have your minimum viable products that has reached the market, so you don't have any revenue coming in and you want to go and collect debt from the bank. Guess what? They want to make money. They don't care. They will give you that loan and they will request for the loan when you don't have money to pay back. So you go and take your working capital to pay your loan back, and guess what? Your business dies. If you know the failure rate of business in Nigeria, it's high. Up to 80% in 5 years die. Wrong decisions, like what kinds of money, what kind of financing you are injecting to your business, can literally kill your business. So the responsibility is for you to know at what life cycle am I in, what kind of financing do I need. As a small startup business, family and friends, okay. Angel investors, yes. What angel investors bring to you, they take a bit of your equity. They stay in. They don't ask you for profits because they are now business owners. They are working with you. They help you grow your business, give you strong governance. They show you where to go to in terms of, just to handhold you. That's good for a young business. Then you can now grow to a point where you need venture capital funds, right? To now enter into the growth stage. You're in the growth stage, you enter into a higher stage in your business where you might need to look at, you want to expand. You get expansion capital. Who do you want to go to? A private equity person to get funds. If you so choose to go to a bank, looking at your cash flow, you might have the money to do that. But if you go early stage to the bank, they will collect your money and your business will die. So it's important for you to step back a bit. Not all money is good money. But please educate yourself. The responsibility lies with you. And if you find somebody who is able to support you, to learn how to be financially savvy, better for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I hope our discussion is not too technical. Okay, all right. So, Abiola, I would also like you to talk more on this financial literacy program. Then I will also yield to Mrs. Fumilayo. Are there some of these programs that you currently have in your banks that people in here can take advantage of? I would like you to talk about that.
Yes, so I think like we've all said, as individuals, we need to, education is like, is like normal school level. From, nursery school, primary school, you're growing. And as businesses too, we need to take financial education. I'm not going to say literacy now because sometimes we think literacy is just how to read and write. But you need to understand type of funds for your businesses. And that is more financial education, not necessarily because you know bookkeeping. At this stage of businesses, we need to go, beyond those granular, those basic stages for our businesses. And then again, for me, it speaks to the why of your business. Why are you running the business? Because if you know that you're putting sustainability in your business, you want your business to be a going concern, then the way you treat it is different. So when it even comes to financial education, because if I know I want to be a Dangote, in 50 years' time, the way I'm going to treat my business is different from if I know, because also in my art of math, I know where I'm going for the business. If I know I just want a pop and shop business, I also know the level that I'm going to put into it. So as for financial institutions, most of the financial institutions, they have these training facilities available, capacity building programs. For Wema Bank, I manage the proposition for women. So we have curated programs for women, depending on your age, partnership with Enterprise Development Center, etc. for your businesses. And what we've also been able to do is to stagger this training. So if you're at a particular level, you can identify with that level of training. If you want something else, you might be able to identify with it. But one thing I've also come to realize, and I'll be very truthful, is that some trainings that are even organized that are free, people don't attend it. So in my own opinion, I will give you the basic ones for free. But if you know you really want to take your business to the next level, you should also bring out some monies to pay for it, because at the end of the day, it's also impacting your businesses. And most of the time, when people see things that are free, even me, sometimes you might not really see the value in it. But you're bringing people from enterprise development, you're bringing people that have 30 years as, entrepreneurs, people that are professors, and they're coming and then you're just taking it for granted because it's free. So as businesses, yes, there are different training programs. If you're on Instagram, you can check out our Instagram page, Sarah Baiwema, see what identifies, see what training you can identify with. But beyond that, develop yourself and then look for trainings that are peculiar to your businesses. So if you are into, for example, you're a contractor like she had mentioned, will I necessarily teach you contract financing even if I'm teaching entrepreneurship I will not treat contract financing. I will treat basic credit. I will treat different types of credit, overdraft, blah, blah, blah. But for you to understand that contract financing, maybe you just want to take, maybe you should actually take, one step further to say, how do I, understanding contract financing, even put it on Google and YouTube. And then interestingly, there are platforms like EDX, Coursera, etc. that also offer these things. So yes, I think, yes, basic, we do a lot of trainings, some paid, mostly free. But then again, as a business person, I would encourage that you take your business a bit more seriously and look for trainings that, help you with your pain points. Thank you.
All right. So just to buttress what she said, my divisional head will always say that don't wait for your organization to train you. Look for trainings yourself. Yes, financial institutions, we have different trainings that we've created for business owners, but then you just go out there, look for trainings, check online, you will see that you get a lot of trainings that can benefit you. So I will allow Mrs. Fumilayo to also speak to this.
Yeah, so, like I said, we won't be speaking too differently. Providence Bank, we partner with EDC. We have several breakfast meetings with our customers. Just create an avenue where industry experts can speak to business owners. It's one thing to take advantage of those training sessions, and just like somebody mentioned during one of the sessions, not to allow it to enter in one ear and come out the other, but to act on it. Most times there's usually that blame game. Oh, they didn't do this, government is not helping me, the banks are not helping me. But the truth is, having gotten all the information that can be available when you come to trainings like this, you can just sit back and say, honestly, what can I do differently? I want to just, there's something happened recently. A lady came to me and said, Fumi, she had come from one of the sessions we had with EDC, and then she came and said, oh, I need a loan. I do this, I'm into this kind of service, and I've contacted these Indians to develop an app for me. It costs $5,000. We've paid $1,500, and I just need the bank to give me, she said to give me $10,000. First of all, I was like, Shebi, you said 5,000 minus, you understand? So I tried to put it in perspective that, okay, how much do you make? How much is yours? She said, in 2 months, we've sold 800,000 naira, and I'm being, I kept taking deep breaths, how can I be a woman to support a woman without myself breaking down to cry while telling her that, are you serious, really? So I said, $10,000, let's even assume at 1,500. I'm just assuming. That's 15 million. If I give you the $3,500 that you really need that you really need, you would need to pay 450K monthly. And right now, your sales in 2 months is 800,000. So I had to put it back to her that,
do you really, and if I give you that loan, I will start asking for repayment the following month. Do you really want me to give you the loan? Do you really want to take? So why the 3.5 or the 3,500 was an overkill? Why did you even now ask for 10,000? You know, I don't know if I've moved past your question, but I just wanted to say that we really need to, you know, take things gradually. If you can access funds from family and friends, let's take advantage of it. If you can scale up gradually, let's take advantage of it. I said, if these Indians finish this app for you, you are still going to be burdened with the challenge of getting people to know that you have this app. So the stress of paying for this app, why not just direct it to the people and tell them, this is what I do, this is what I do, because you can pay for this app and people will still not. How many apps are there out there right now, you know? So it took that kind of conversation. I could see in her eyes that I touched a spot, but she was very grateful
And
because she was like, I just wanted to say this thing. Just attempt it. Let it not be like I did not come to the bank to ask. But now that I can see the figures play out in front of me, it's really going to be challenging. I have a feeling that I did not ask that the question. But
okay, just to quickly add to it, you made a very good point. What's your objective? Do you want to be a big business, small business? Do you want to become a PLC? Where are you going to raise your funds? So you start early and identify that goal and know who you're going to meet or approach to give you finance. That's the first point. Second point I want to also make is that we've forgotten to talk about your retained earnings, bootstrapping. As a small business, just be very intentional to keep some money from your profits to help you the next year in your business and grow organically. Because if we are not having that objective in mind, you will not make it as a business person. So many times I've seen people not understanding what they need and go and meet the wrong person, and then the business collapses within 5 years. Please put down in your phones or take these places where you can go and get business advice almost for free. dealsourceafrica.co. They have some dealsourceafrica.co. They have some investment readiness trainings from enterprise support organization from across West Africa who will train you for free on how to help you put good business structure in place. There's also Leap Africa. If you're a social innovator and you want to get support to help your startup, Leap Africa. There's also SME.ng. They're an accelerator and a hub for women. They support you, and then after you go to their training program, you get single-digit loan for your business in partnership with Bank of Industry. IIF, Impact Investors Foundation, which is my organization, we have investment readiness programs for women. And then when you go through that investment readiness programs, we match you with an investor. You start having the conversation early enough to help you structure your business so that in a year, 5 years from now, you'll be better positioned to get investment from investors. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, my panelists. And I would like to conclude by saying that loan is not for everyone. Understand the stage you are in your business so you know how to act accordingly. So I would like to thank the organization of this program. Thank you so much for having us on this panel. Thank you.
And thank you for bringing your expertise and your light to our journeys. Thank you. Please rise for a group photograph. Our photographers are coming. Have we had a good time? Have we had some of our questions answered? Yes. This time when we clap, we will be clapping for the Aviva Women's Network. Now, when we clap, we'll also add a shout to it. Woo! And finally, as the gifts are handed over and you do the photos, the final session. Somebody say, Yes, we have a final session. Now, hold on. In this session, he's going to not only talk to us about mindfulness and the power of focus. No, He will show us how to be better. Should I tell them? I shouldn't tell them. Should I tell them? I should? Or should I or shouldn't? He would show you some proofs of what he's speaking of. And then he might do something that can allow you earn money today. Today. Not that you will know how to earn money tomorrow. The money might enter your account today. So it's good to wait and see. You know, I think he's also, he didn't tell me this part too. But you know, when you're at a women's event and you're the only man speaking, he will really win us over, right? Because the way we would say is that the pressure is pressuring. And we kept him to best for last, to save the best for last. And he's sitting with his wife, who has been on stage before. When she was here in her panel, she was spitting fire. She didn't tell us that her husband was sitting down, crossing his leg, and saying, I got you, girl. I got you, babe. They've been boyfriend and girlfriend for 18 years, and they've still been touching each other, necking from time to time. If they were Oyibo now, you'd be seeing red on their necks. But thank God they're blacks. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you a little bit about him. A very little bit about him. I don't even know which part of his profile to tell you about. When I read his profile, I was like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? He's the founder of the Mind Factory, which is a human transformational platform with a mission to champion a community of Africans, of Africa's next action leaders, authors, thinkers, entrepreneurs, creators, tech inventors, and investors, driving systemic change and shaping our culture. He's a nation builder, and he's here to impart our lives, talking about some of the tools that he uses. Please welcome Dr. Francis Adeshina. He'll be speaking for about 20 minutes, thereabouts. But me, I guarantee you that by the time he has spoken for about 10 minutes, you will have questions that will make him stay here longer. Me, I guarantee you. Dr. Adeshina, welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. I wanted to rise up and clap for yourself. If you don't do that, you're on the long thing. You understand? I just want to say a big thank you for the opportunity to stand before queens that will lead many generations to come. You know, it's one thing to be a female, it's another thing to be a woman. Today, femininity is a surgical construct, but womanhood is a prophetic office. I'm not a pastor, but we'll move through 3 levels of learning. You know, the first level of learning that we used to know is academics. Is limited. It takes place within the walls of a classroom. Then we have educado. It takes place within the walls of the mind. Then we have revelation, where man learns from the source. So we'll be meandering between 3 levels. You understand? Before I start, I just want to say thank you, Ma, for believing in me. Thank you, Mrs. Bumi, for making the introduction. Without 2 of them, I wouldn't be here. And I also want to say thank you to my beautiful girlfriend of 18 years. We've been in marriage for 18 years. Am I looking like it? I'll be sharing that secret. I want to see somebody in front. Somebody should just come here. Wow. You know what? It's easy to get things done. It's easy to catch opportunities. I'll transfer 20,000 to account. That's how life is. You know how we'll do it? And you get the money right now. I transferred 200 to my wife yesterday. You get the 10% from her right now. So go there. You will show everybody, you know, I will do the same, what I did now, I'll also distribute opportunities. First, every room is special. Every room. Go and meet my wife. Go and meet my wife. Yeah, give her account number. Before I finish, she will show you the alert. Life is not as difficult as you think. You understand? So the next thing I'll do is, I said, the room is a space where graces interact. If you're not conscious of that fact, then you'll be wasting grace. Grace is never full until it is connected to another grace. You understand? You're standing next to an amazing grace. You understand? I want you to introduce yourself to the person you're standing next to. That one, I'm a genius. Two, I'm a billionaire. Three, tell them about your future that cannot wait. Tell them about your future that cannot wait. Are you ready? Are you ready? Can I start? Are you fired up? Clap for yourself again. I just want to congratulate you that you are still here from morning to this point. You know another thing that I will do, because she's the organizer, I will make you a UN consultative officer to the World Bank, to IMF, and to UN. And there's an event that we're organizing. It's called Local Action for Global Progress. So I'll register her, and I'm doing for 5 more people. So I'm also doing for her. She's the second. I'm not calling you out. That's not the instruction. You know, let me also teach you something. In the school of life, principles, rules. You understand? And principles are instructions. Until you see them as instructions, it doesn't work. You understand? She's in. That's 2. Oh, you are nominating her. Wow, that's 3. How many people know Tinini Tanana Biko Biko Ngoroma? Oh yeah, come and finish it. If you can finish it. No, you. Okay, 3 in. I don't know why she was picked. Wow. So service in life. In life, sacrifices attracts honor. You understand? Who can sing Tinini Tanana? You can't sing it. Okay, Minimi. I was born in Kano, so Naji Hausa Sosai. How many people can speak Hausa? Kaima Kaji Hausa? Kadang kadang ko sosai. Kadang kadang. Ansai kaina. Who is an Hausa lady? The Allah Kizo. What? Where's the Hausa lady? Another thing in life, sometimes you don't need to do anything. You are qualified for that place. She didn't do anything. I'm trying to maximize my time. You know, personality creates personal realities. Personality creates personal reality. Simply put, your reality is your life. So your personality creates the life you live. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'll be talking to that. Do you know one thing in life also? That those that are... Okay, let me start this way. I'll be sharing in 3 parts. I'll be talking about the peace of life. Do you know that the most powerful words in life starts with letter P, including power? How many people agree with that? So persistence, you're the last that left, so you're in. Are we ready? Have you seen the alert, ma? Have you seen the alert? No, network must not network. Okay, we speak to it in Jesus' name. Let me send it to you right now. But I want to save time. I'm given, officially I was given 45 minutes, but because I empathize, so I told her 20 minutes. And she now said, what's my plan? I said, I'll do what I call prove. I'll prove to you that I carry value. And I've proven that, right? It has gone. Let her confirm it. I prove to you. Do you know that among the letter P's, even money, prosperity starts with letter P? You understand? So I'll share with you the piece you'll never forget. You understand? So that you become a personality that matters in life. Everything I'll be dropping will be value. So you can call me Mr. P. I'm here for a serious business. I'm given an assignment, and when I'm given job to do, I execute. I love everybody. I feel like hugging everybody. But I want you to hug yourself. You understand? We'll take a journey. And that journey will take you to your desired place. You understand? Do you agree with me that your mind is the factory that manufactures your destiny? How many people agree with that? Your mind is the factory that manufactures your destiny. And your thoughts are the raw material required for the process that will manufacture that product called your destiny. Do you also agree with me that what goes on in your mind will play out in your life? You understand? You agree with me? You know the scripture that says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Simply means if you can control your thoughts, you can readdress your life. I'll be doing 3 things. I'll teach you how to think. Nobody taught us how to think in church. Nobody taught us how to think in school. You understand? And it's so simple. As a man thinks in his heart, that heart is your subconscious mind. Do you agree with me that we have 2 minds? We have the conscious mind, we have the subconscious mind. The thinking that transforms happens in your subconscious mind. Sub means beneath, under the conscious mind. Your ability to drop thoughts beneath your consciousness. That part of the mind is the factory that manufactures your mind. I started with something. I said, your personality creates your personal reality. Your personality creates your personal reality. Your life is a personal thing. What I experience is a personal thing. What you're experiencing is a personal thing. We are a fingerprint in experience. That means our experience is like a fingerprint. It's different. Why? Because your personality is different. Do you know that your personality is not your destiny? Your personality is a precursor to your destiny. It means if you can change your personality, you can change your life. What is personality? Personality talks about how you think, how you feel, and how you react. Simple. Personality talks about how you think, how you feel, and how you respond or react to things. Clear, right? How you think. Remember, we wanted to define thinking. We want to learn how to think. Nobody taught us how to think. Nobody taught us how to become. It simply means thinking is becoming. You understand? As a man thinks in his subconscious mind, so he will become. It simply means if I know how to think like a billionaire, I'll become a billionaire. If I know how to think to be a king, I'll become a king. That's the only thing that separates humans from animals. Do you know that 75% of people would rather die than think? 20% think they are thinking. Only 5% actually think. 75% of people would rather die than think. It means it's simply, thinking is simply impossible in their life. In their lives, you understand? But 20% think they are thinking. It simply means they are not thinking. They only think they are thinking. Only 5% actually think. And these 5% create culture. She's seen there a lot. Hallelujah. You understand? I did something simple. Most of you won't stand up from this seat, even if the roof falls. Because there might be a price for somebody that will not run if the roofs come down. Where's our moderator, our core? She'll be part of the people that will be. There's an event in Geneva. There was a time we're living in Fagba. We lived there for 16 years. Now we're living on the island. And I'm living in a duplex with swimming pool. But something happened before all that happened. In Fagba, every evening I'll do 10,000 steps. And each time I do 10,000 steps, I'll tell myself, I'm taking these steps in the most luxurious cities and streets in the world. Even though I'm in Fagba. Did you get? And each time I do it, I walk to a place where we do photocopy, and I'll tell them, I'm in a hurry. I have a meeting with the UN Secretary General. That even the owner of the place called me UN General. But everything has been fulfilled. Now I'm pulling people in. I want to share this secret with you. Do you know me and my wife squatted for 9 months in a friend's house with 3 children? Your mind is the factory of your destiny. It means you can manufacture your life, your desired life. Let me teach you how to think. But before I teach you how to think, I want to be taking you into 3 places. One, I'll tell you the story of a coconut, and I'll be bringing them into, so that I won't dwell on one story too much, and you won't slip off. So I'll be threading the stories in and out. The story of a coconut, the peas, 7 P's that will make you deliberately shatter barriers and innovate. Then the third story. Okay, let the third story be the gist of my life and opportunities. Okay, I'll also talk about rooms, the power of a room. You understand? So let me go to the story of a coconut. You know agbon, coconut. You understand? How many people know that coconut has 3 eyes? How many people know that? 3 eyes. So my father gave me coconut one day, and he told me to pour out the water without breaking the coconut. That's how life is. Do you know that limitation doesn't exist? Limitation is the established proof of your ignorance. It is the symptom of your ignorance. There's no limitation anywhere. It's just a validated proof of the wretchedness of your ignorance. There's no limitation anywhere. It's just what you don't know. So my father left me with the coconut, went to work, and I was still battling with the coconut. So let us go to how to think. I'll complete that story. If I forget, you remind me. It might be a prize for another person. How many reminders do we? Should we reminders? Reminder. Okay, how many reminders do we have in the room? You understand? So we'll still go back to that story. How do you think? There are 4 levels of thinking. The first level of thinking is focus. In the manufacturing of destiny or outcomes or results, in the manufacturing, the process of that manufacturing or the manufacturing process of converting thoughts to destiny and converting ideas to reality is called thinking. You understand? So the first level of that process is called focus. Whatsoever you can focus on, you can think about. Agreed? So that's the first level. So if I want to think about a subject matter, I need to focus on that subject matter. Am I right? What is focus? Focus is the ability to change your view, your perspective, your perception, and at the end, your reality. I'm looking at Dr. Dooney right now. I can as well change my focus to look at, what's your name in white? Chisholm. Chisholm. What's the meaning? God. Wow, God is with me. Wow. So the moment I do this, I'm changing focus. That's the reason why the poor man remains poor is because he has decided never to change his focus. Simple. He lacks the ability or the power, it's called willpower, to change his focus. So the beginning of your change in life is the power to change your view. I want to become a billionaire in 7 years. I need to focus on the matters of billionaires and the process and the lifestyle of a billionaire. Simple. I want to come for this program. My wife's birthday was yesterday, but I've started a pre-birthday celebration. I was here 3 days ago to book a room because of this. If not for her value, if not for her person, I will have canceled the conversation, the meeting, because I want to celebrate my wife. You understand? So that was my focus. That was why I wanted to book a room here. Focus. You understand? Yeah. Focus over time matures into what is called concentration. Most people don't know the difference between focus and concentration. To make this even simpler, somebody that went to secondary school, finishes secondary school, wants to go to university, will change his focus on the subjects that occur in secondary school to focus on going to university, right? The moment that thing happened, buying a jam form is changing focus. Do you understand? I'm using this example because thinking happens everywhere. You understand? Concentration is your ability to put your attention, required attention, on a particular subject matter over a required period of time. Concentration is different from focus because of the duration. You understand? A subject in a class, maybe mathematics, 45 minutes is the period. That is concentration. You understand? So the second level is concentration. The third level is awareness. The purpose of every concentration is awareness. Awareness is, what have I learned? The guy that left secondary school for medicine, 7 years doing medicine is concentration. The purpose of that concentration in 7 years is to have awareness, to differentiate between AIDS, fever, normal fever. You understand? And the ability to diagnose drugs. All that and knowledge required. You understand? That means whatsoever you want to become. Remember where we're going. As a man thinks in his heart, subconscious mind, you understand? So as a man start the process of focus in on the subject matter, and that focus matures into concentration. And that concentration leads to all the knowledge he needs to become maybe a billionaire. You need to gather information. Am I making sense? You understand? Then the third, the final is willpower. Your ability to now convert all those awareness into instructions that you will obey. You understand? For example, I want to become a billionaire. I'm focusing. Maybe my mentor is Elon Musk. You understand? And concentration. Maybe the mentorship program. Maybe I need to pay for is 5 years. You understand? Awareness, everything that I've learned. Elon Musk said, if you want to become a billionaire in 7 years, you need to leave Nigeria. Maybe for 3 years, then come back. There are instructions. Why? I now have information. You understand? So in order to break limitations, you need to focus on what you want to achieve. You need to concentrate. That means you need to give time to it. You understand? From that, you need to gather enough information. Remember I said limitation is the validation of the wretchedness of your ignorance. You understand? So you need enough information to come out from that wretchedness. You understand? Then willpower is every information is giving you instruction of what to do. Then the next thing is now doing it. Do you get it? That's what thinking is. So when my father came back, and I was still struggling with the coconut, you know what he told me? He said, one of those 3 eyes is so soft, you can puncture it with your little finger. And I did that. In life, there's a soft part to that problem that can be solved instantly. So the duration of a problem is the absence of either the right person or the right information. If Joseph had a dream the first night he slept in prison, that would be the only night he would have slept in prison. But because the time he saw Pharaoh, do you get what I'm saying? If she didn't invite me to this meeting, the UN story wouldn't have started. But the day I showed up on this stage, that happened. You understand? Sometimes to break limitation, you need the right people. Then going down to 7 P's, you need to be passionate. What is passion? The ability never to give up. When giving up has given up. Do you understand what I'm saying? It means you will not give up. Passion is required. Persistence, your ability to continue. You know, persistence is different from perseverance.
Yes, it is.
Perseverance.
I can tell you the difference.
Perseverance is when you continue.
You're holding on through. Continue.
Okay. Patience, perseverance, persistence are 3 different things. Patience, you are just waiting. You are not doing anything. Perseverance, you are toiling while you are waiting. Do you get it? You understand? So you need that. You need people.
And persistence.
You understand? You need people. If I leave you to say the other piece, you need a strong personality. I will stop here. It's too short.
I told you that by the time he's done, you will have questions. Didn't I told you? Didn't I told you? I told you.
Okay, I said persistence, perseverance, patience, people. Okay, you want the definition? To persist means to continue with a sense of pursuit, administering power. I'm using peace, and you're not clapping. Wow. I feel like giving somebody something. You know why I love giving? You know why I love giving? Somebody, I was 24, somebody said, God told me to give you 25 million. I thought it was a joke. I was 24, not married. I didn't believe it. I saw the alert. I switched off my phone till the following day. I did not tell anybody. I feel like giving this lady something. You and so. Why? What was? Did you attract it?
Yes. Come on. I love it. For me to attract it. Everywhere I go, I attract it, so I do attract it. She's an attractor, a magnet. Wow.
Go and meet my girlfriend.
Over here.
If you don't know her, you lose the money.
Libby.
You understand? Give her 10.
Wow.
We need to round up. Okay. Any question? Any question? Any question? No first finger up.
She has.
I don't know why I'm Chizo.
Please come.
10,000.
Please come. Please come ask the question.
Yes. Oh, you are not sure. Maybe you should sit down. Wow. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. If you noticed, I was almost going, but I was made to stay. But my question is this, very wonderful speech. When you're minding something, when you're concentrating on something, you focus and it's easier for you to achieve. But I just want to, I don't know if it's a question or, when you are minding something, you're concentrating on that thing, you're probably making progress in that thing. What if you find yourself realizing that you're only running fast in the wrong direction? In the wrong direction? Yes.
The beautiful thing about wrong direction is it's never too late to turn back. That's what is beautiful about it. Beautiful. That's the splendor of a wrong direction. is never too late to turn back. Because of our time, I will have given you the 5 W and 1 H of clarity. 5 W means what, who, when, why. Then that 1 H is how. Anything you are focusing on and you can answer the 5 W's, the 1 H question is not clear enough. You understand? I'm not a pastor, I'm not a preacher. You understand? You know, God cautioned me, a mind factor. He said, don't mention me. But those that know will know. You understand? Where am I going? Even with your walk with God, you've not heard God enough if you have not answered the 5 W's and the 1 H. Do you get? And every goal hangs on the 5 W and 1 H to become reality. You understand? All the 5 W's and 1 H is in the level of awareness. Do you get? Awareness. Awareness.
Thank you so much.
So you're...
Run back inside.
Yes. I think time up. Where's our moderator? Can I live?
Yes, sir.
You know what I'll
Put your
do?
hands together for Dr. Adeshina.
Somebody, one question.
Sir? You say? A question? Let's take it.
Offline.
Offline.
Okay.
Offline.
Another person,
Yes.
another question. You know what I'll do? Am I permitted to give them my number?
Call it out. We'll save it. Everybody, bring out your phone.
080.
Don't worry, it's not his account number. That's his phone number.
38156142. 38156142. 38156142. I love you all. You can invite me to places. I want to die empty. Do you know what that means? I just want to give. Thank you so much.
Woo!
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, very much. Thank you. Thank you. And for those, please, we'll take photo with you and then present. The photographers, please call them from outside to come in. Inspiring session with some things to think of when we're in a problematic situation. Ask yourself, is it thinking I need my glasses, right? Is it people I need? Is it a quick solution? What's that thing? Which of the P's do I need to break through this season? That's what he has revealed to us, and we're very grateful. For many of us, we're staying till after 7 o'clock, where we have the party after party. Party after party for Aviva members and everybody else who is still here. So, thank you. Dr. Adeshina will be here, and his girlfriend. They'll be doing boyfriend and girlfriend things. So please stay around if you still have questions and you'd like to interact. Give you a room, sir. Let me not answer you. Have you had a great day? If someone asks you how your day has been, what will you say? Awesome. I heard. Fulfilling. What else did I hear? Impactful. What else? In what? Educating, fruitful, informative, edifying. Yes.
Monifying.
I love it. Please put your hands together. Thank you. We will take a moment to listen to the closing remarks. Just take a moment to listen to the closing remarks. Let's welcome member of the Board of Trustees at Aviva, Mrs. Olubumi Odunowo. And immediately after that, we'll cut our anniversary cake together. So please don't go anywhere.
So I'm going to start by thanking everybody in this room. I think you deserve a standing ovation for staying to the very end. Clap for ourselves, please. Everybody in the room, please stand up and clap for yourselves. Well done, ladies. We're proud of you. Thank you very much. My task this evening is quite simple. Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you. It's just to give the call to action. So I'll start by, I've prepared my speech, so it doesn't matter if, I hope there's still men in the room. Yes, I see some men. So it's good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As time is fast spent, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. Okay, we have listened to our very inspiring speakers over the last few hours, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that this has been time well invested. Do we agree with that? That this has been time well invested? Please, I want to hear the noise, so I'll be sure. So as we bring this remarkable conference to a close, I want to leave you with a call to action and a renewed sense of purpose. We must all live here with a renewed commitment to move from inspiration to action. I'm sure we can see that. We must all begin to walk the talk. To all the women present in the room and those online, we urge you to start by empowering yourselves. I'm sure you know you cannot give what you do not have. Hence the importance of committing to having your own personal development plan. I think one of our bankers alluded to that just now. Focusing on skills and knowledge that can enhance your leadership journey. Find and connect with a mentor or a role model who embodies purpose and passion in a way that inspires you, that will help your leadership journey. On your journey, commit to empowering younger women around you by giving them enabling platforms and mentorship. You will be amazed at the results you can get from empowering your housekeepers, your nannies, and that pepper seller's daughter on the street corner. As you do this, you not only empower future women leaders, but you also pave the way for social mobility, which is for the greater good. And I'll give you a story. I'll share a story with you about what I just talked about. So there was a 17-year-old girl who was a cleaner in an office. She was hired to be a companion and a nanny, you know, for the only daughter in a family. She was the only one left at home. Her brothers had gone to school. And, you know, she needed to have lesson teachers coming to the house, so she needed somebody to be with her. Today, I dare tell you that this girl is now a 2-1 graduate of a Nigerian university. She's running her own business, and she recently got married to an IT professional. If she did not get that platform, if somebody did not empower her, I'm sure the story would have been different. So this is just to encourage us that everybody in this room has a role to play. It's about everyone. You have to look around you. Identify the value you want to add or something you want to change on your leadership journey. Give it your all and pursue it relentlessly until you achieve your objective. That is how leaders are made. It is very important that you take action soon after this conference. You know, I think it would be criminal, you know, to leave this room today after spending almost 9 hours and then you go back and you do nothing. I think that would be criminal. So I want to encourage all of us that as soon as we leave here, get an accountability partner. It could be a he, it could be a she. You know, someone you share all the commitments you've made today and you will make after today with. It will also be beneficial to join a community of empowered women leaders such as Aviva Women's Network. Please clap now, clap, clap, clap. For ongoing learning, support, and inspiration, we must support and uplift one another. At this point, I would like to call on business leaders to create a culture that supports women empowerment. They should commit to creating leadership development programs for women in their organizations, not forgetting mentorship and sponsorship for future women leaders. Women achievers must be celebrated and their stories shared to encourage all our future women leaders. It's not just about the women. We urge the men in the room. I'm sure the men can hear me. We urge you to support the women in your spheres of influence to be the best they can ever be. Be allies and advocates for women empowerment. Create inclusive opportunities for your women. Husbands, empower your wives. Fathers, empower your daughters. It should never be about only the male children. I'll share a quick story again at this point. I was raised by a woman who got widowed at the age of 31 with 4 children. I was the first. My father passed at the age of 33. My mother was only 31 years old. And she happened to have been one of these accompanying spouses. You know, these women that follow their husbands abroad and maybe they're just doing secretarial studies here and there. For whatever reason, as soon as they returned to Nigeria, my mom enrolled in a law program. My father was a lecturer at the University of Ife then. She enrolled in a law program. My daddy was empowering my mom, but he did not know he was preparing her to raise 4 children single-handedly. My father passed in her final year of her law program, so she still had to take her law exam after my father died. The same year my father died, she had to take her law exam. And I remember the day her professor came home to share her results with her. He actually lifted her up because she still passed against all odds. So I want to encourage women, and I dare say she, on her own, raised that law degree was what she used to raise myself and my siblings. And today, I'm sure you can see me. So I want to encourage all of us. I mean, women, you have to be dogged. You must not relent in anything you are doing. There is no excuse. You know, there are single women here. Maybe you are not with your husband. It's not an excuse for you not to empower yourself and your children. You must do that. You know? So, sorry, give me a second. A second. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. So, I mean, that story was just to encourage us that anything is possible. As long as you put your heart to do it, anything is possible. So it's not a crime to be a single woman. I must tell you something. God is actually kind of partial to single women because he will never leave you alone. He will ensure he compensates for whatever misfortune you had. Women are the home builders and ultimately the nation builders, which makes women empowerment a necessity. So I want to join us today to join forces to empower women to lead with purpose and passion. As I close, I would like to, on behalf of Aviva Women's Network, thank God Almighty for making this event possible and for making it a very lovely one at that. I'm sure you agree with me that it has been a fantastic day, and we've all learned a lot. We thank our special guests of honor, the First Lady of Lagos State, Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by Mrs. Patience Ogunubi for her support. The First Lady happens to be one of our sisters from the Holy Child College, class of 83. Please clap for her. We sincerely appreciate all our sponsors for believing in our vision and embarking on this journey with us. May the Lord continue to bless Prime Atlantic Energy, Providus Bank, Wema Bank, Sarah by Wema, the Shola Adefola Lugaska Foundation, the law firm of Duale Ovie Alex Adedipe. We are sincerely grateful for your support. Orators, speakers, physical and virtual attendees, we thank you for making this happen. Without you, there wouldn't have been a conference. We thank our very able MC, the Queen of Talk herself, Joyce Daniel, the event planning team who worked tirelessly to make this event a success. We encourage you to join us in the execution of this great vision. Next year, please, please, please don't come alone. Come with some of your mentees and the women you have empowered. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Auntie Bumi. Ma'am, do you want to take a group photo with her and present her a gift? That's a joke, but you can as well take a photo together. Because both of you have not taken one solo, just two of you up here. Can they take a photo? Is that okay? Yes. Let's move the cake forward, please. We need help to move the cake forward. So, angels in red and pearls. Let's move the cake forward. Our lionesses. She's actually bringing the gift too. You see? Thank you to our member of Board of Trustees who has been here from the very beginning till now. Please give Auntie Michelle, and she'll present it to her. Thank you. I'll join them for this last one. Let me rub my brown powder on your dress. Thank you so much. It's been a phenomenal day, an absolutely phenomenal day. We've had great speakers, great insights, learning, friendships being built, acquaintances being taken to the next level, and we are grateful. So let's cut into the sweetness of the year that we've experienced together, anticipating the sweetness of the year to come. And I mean, the softness, the gentleness in the power that we have, and yet it is powerful nonetheless. So we'd have our founder, who would, let's just be sure we're getting it right so nothing drops. Yeah. Our founder will stand there, member of the Board of Trustees. Our speakers who are still present will stand by them. The rest of us, of course, the executive secretary will also be amongst those of them standing on the floor there. The rest of us will flank them on the sides, at the back, and we'll all Aviva together. Congratulations to us on our first year since the comeback. The DJ is ready to play some kind of music after now that, we're really going to dance and, do. Come on. Yeah. Give it. Yeah. Ah. All right. All our speakers, panel session moderators, please stand with them right here in front for this first shot. Boyfriend, girlfriend, just come around. It's all right. Some will stay on that side. Some will stay on this side. On both sides. And it's okay if you want to come up and stay behind, like one person has done. Yes. Thank you. Our exhibitors, if you are still here, please join in. Our exhibitors. Speakers first. Wait, hold on. Speakers first, please. Where's our photographer? Our photo maestro. Our paparazzi extraordinaire. You can come up here, please, so that we see you very clearly. Can you see all of them very well? Are they stretching their hands toward the knife? You can stretch your hands toward the knife. I know your hands won't touch it, but just stretch. And then 1, 2, 3, say congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Please stay as you are. Exhibitors who are still here, please join. Aviva members, please join in. Yes? Yes, please. Please. Stay. Aviva members, there's space here. Ma'am, come here. You can squeeze in here. There's space here. Yes. Aviva members, lionesses, we roar. Are we good? Can you see everybody? Can you see all of us? Okay, they said where you were standing before is better. He will capture you, don't worry. Is Lisa here? Where is Lisa? Please call Lisa. Lisa, you should be in here. Everyone, please put your hands together for Lisa. Planner extraordinaire. So look at the camera and say, we win. Because we win. Thank you. If you are not here right now, you've not taken a photo, the rest of us will shift. You come and take your photo now. Come, everybody else come in. We all can't join at the same time, so we'll all be captured, right? Ushers, the angels, the young ladies who haven't come in, please come here now and take this next shot. Lebechi, enter. Come in here. DJ, come and take a photo. Enter. See how he did his face. All the young ladies. Oh, the cake was baked by Lisa. So we're all going to wait to taste. In case you were thinking of leaving, please wait and enjoy it. Thank you. Please come on in, come on in, come on in, come on in, come on, come in. If you're wearing red and you're wearing pearls, you should be here. Are any of your colleagues outside? Any of your colleagues outside? You're all here? Fantastic. Let me take a photo. There's space at the back. There's space up. It's not at the back. It's actually up. It'll be clearer. It'll be easier to see you. Yes. Before the professional shoot, I will take my own. Ooh, lovely. I'll take mine before you take yours. Yes, you're good there. Smile. Say Aviva. Guess what? That was a video. Now say Aviva. Then we wait till you say another Aviva. Hey. You know we pose like videographers. Say Aviva. Snap me snapping them. For the guy go vex. Woo! Say Aviva! Woo! See you next year!
I know you in and out, so I cannot be mistaken. Girl, I know you miss it when I'm driving you crazy. Wiping you naked, biting and shaking. Oh, the yama you are saying online. I see la balaba for my belly.